Chapter 1. Anderson.
"You cannot fire me in my own office, you arrogant scoundrel." The woman's voice struck me before I even opened the conference room door. Sharp, furious, and completely fearless. I paused, hand on the handle. Davidson, Drake and Associates. Another mid-sized law firm, about to become a footnote in Cromby Enterprises' acquisition history. This morning's hostile takeover should have been routine. Boring even? 3 months of preparation, 2 weeks of due diligence, one final meeting to close the deal. The voice inside was not boring. "Mr. Cromby, with all due respect, which is none, you can take your offer and shove it where the sun does not shine." I almost smiled. Almost. My phone buzzed. Dad, naturally. "Make it quick," my father Richard Cromby barked when I answered. "The board wants confirmation by noon." "I am walking in now." "Crush them, Anderson. That is what we pay you for." I ended the call and pushed open the door. Nothing prepared me for what I found inside. A woman stood on the conference table. She actually stood on it, in a navy pencil skirt and heels that should have been illegal. Her dark hair fell in waves past her shoulders as she gestured wildly at the speakerphone in the center of the table. "Eric Davidson built this firm from nothing," she said, her voice sharp with fury. "You think you can waltz in here with your billions and destroy 30 years of work? Over my dead body." I leaned against the doorframe, crossed my arms and watched. She was magnificent. "The merger terms are predatory," she continued, pacing the length of the table like it was a stage. Those heels clicked with each step. Section 14 strips all equity from existing partners. Section 22 eliminates employee retention clauses. This is not a merger. It is a corporate execution. Her legal analysis was flawless. She had found every poison pill I had buried in the contract. Most lawyers took weeks to dig that deep. She had done it overnight. "You want Davidson, Drake and Associates?" She planted her hands on her hips. "Then negotiate like a human being instead of a vulture. Otherwise, we will see you in court." The speakerphone crackled. "Miss Hayes, is it? Please inform Mr. Davidson that—" "Mr. Davidson is not here to take your calls," she snapped. "I am. And I just told you exactly where you can file your hostile takeover." I should have been angry. I had spent 3 months setting up this acquisition. Instead, I found myself fighting back amusement. She stabbed the disconnect button with one finger. "Patronizing scoundrel," she muttered, turning. That was when she saw me. Her eyes went wide. Warm brown with flecks of gold, the kind of eyes a man could drown in if he was not careful. Color drained from her face as recognition hit. "Oh no." "Oh yes." I straightened, walked into the room. That was quite a performance. She wobbled. Just slightly, but enough. The heel of her shoe caught on a stack of papers. I moved without thinking. 1 second she was falling. The next she was in my arms. Full body contact, soft curves pressed against my chest, her breath warm on my neck. The scent of her perfume struck me. Something floral and subtle that made my pulse quicken. Her hands gripped my shoulders. Strong fingers, no wedding ring. Up close she was even more stunning. High cheekbones, full lips parted in shock, that incredible hair tumbling over her shoulders. "I have got you," I said, though I was not sure who needed steadying more. "Put me down." Her voice came out breathy. I lowered her carefully, keeping one hand on her elbow until she found her balance. Even in heels, the top of her head barely reached my chin. "I am Anderson Cromby." I let the words sink in. "I believe you just told me to go away," in rather colorful terms. The color returned to her face in a rush. "Oh no. Actually, you said, shove it where the sun does not shine. More creative than most." "Mr. Cromby, I did not know you were, I thought—" She backed up a step, nearly tripped over the chair behind her. I caught her again. This time just her wrist, but the contact sent warmth straight through me. "Steady." I released her immediately. Who are you? Angela Hayes. I am a law clerk here. She straightened her skirt, trying to recover some dignity. I was just defending Eric Davidson with impressive legal analysis. I walked around the table, picked up the contract she had been reviewing. Margin notes covered every page in neat handwriting. You found the equity strip clause. Most people miss that. It was not exactly hidden. It was intentionally obscured. I set the papers down, studied her. Where did you go to law school? I did not. That surprised me. You are self-taught. State University, art history degree. I have been working my way through legal certification. Her chin lifted, defensive. I am qualified for my position. More than qualified, from what I had just witnessed. She had the instincts of a senior litigator. Eric sent you to negotiate? I asked. Eric does not know I am here. She swallowed hard. He is in court this morning. I saw the contract last night and someone had to. Fight back, I finished. Even though you knew it was futile. Fire flashed in those brown eyes. Davidson, Drake & Associates is a good firm. These people are my friends. My family. I am not going to stand by while you dismantle everything they have built. Loyalty. Fierce, unshakable loyalty. The kind you could not buy or fake. I wanted her on my team immediately. Here is what is going to happen, Miss Hayes. I pulled out my phone, sent a quick text to Francis. The merger will proceed as planned. Eric Davidson will retain his position as managing partner of the litigation division. All current associates keep their jobs. What? And you are being transferred to my corporate team. Effective immediately. She stared at me. You cannot be serious. I do not joke about business. My phone buzzed with Francis's confirmation. Done. You will report to my office tomorrow morning at 8. Bring your bar study materials. The company will pay for your exam preparation and licensing fees. I do not want to work for you. Tough. I headed for the door, then paused. Looked back at her standing there, rumpled and furious and absolutely breathtaking. You are the most interesting thing that has happened to me in years, Miss Hayes. I am not letting you go. This is insane. This is business. I smiled. The real smile I save for actual victories. Do not look so terrified. I like fighters. I am not terrified of you. Liar. I could see her pulse racing in her throat. Good, I said. You start tomorrow. 8 sharp. Do not be late. I walked out before she could argue further, already texting my assistant to prepare the paperwork. Behind me, I heard her make a sound halfway between frustration and disbelief. In the hallway, Francis stood waiting with his tablet. The Davidson firm accepted our revised terms? He asked. They will by end of day. I kept walking toward the elevator. I need you to process a transfer. Angela Hayes, currently a law clerk. She is joining the merger team. The woman who was shouting on speakerphone? The same. Francis raised an eyebrow. Anderson, hiring someone because she is attractive. I am hiring her because she is brilliant. Though the attractive part did not hurt. She found every vulnerability in that contract overnight. Presented a counterargument that would have held up in court. That is raw talent. Or coincidence. We will find out tomorrow. I pressed the elevator button. Also, she is self-taught. Never went to law school. You are kidding. Would I hire someone as a joke? The doors opened. Get her set up with a desk on the merger floor. And Francis? Have Eric Davidson call me directly. I want to make sure he understands that firing Miss Hayes would be an excellent way to void our agreement. Protecting her already? I stepped into the elevator. protecting my investment. The doors closed on Francis's knowing look. I pulled out my phone, opened a new file, started a background check on Angela Hayes. Everything. Education history, employment record, credit report, social media presence. If she was going to work for me, I needed to know everything. The elevator descended toward the parking garage. 38 floors. Enough time to acknowledge the obvious. I wanted Angela Hayes. Wanted her working for me, yes. That fierce intelligence, that loyalty, that fire. She would be an asset to Cromby Enterprises. But I also wanted her in ways that had nothing to do with business. The way she had felt in my arms. The heat in her eyes when she had challenged me. That mouth, those curves, the passion radiating from her when she fought for something she believed in. Dangerous territory. I did not date employees. Learned that lesson the hard way with Veronica years ago. Never again. But Angela Hayes was not Veronica. My phone buzzed. Dad again. It is done, I said. And? The firm is ours. Davidson stays on as managing partner of litigation. Everyone keeps their jobs. Silence. Then, that is not the agreement we discussed. It is the agreement I negotiated. I stepped out of the elevator, into the underground parking. The firm is worth more with Davidson's reputation attached. This way we get their client list and their top talent. You are going soft, Anderson. I am being strategic. My driver opened the town car door. The board will see the value when I present quarterly projections. They had better. Dad's voice went hard. Do not forget who you work for. I work for Cromby Enterprises, I said carefully. Same as you. You work for me. He ended the call. I slid into the leather seat, loosened my tie. Closed my eyes. Angela Hayes's face filled my mind immediately. Those eyes, that defiant tilt of her chin, the way she had stood on that conference table like a general defending her army. Everything all right, Mr. Cromby? Pat asked from the driver's seat. Fine. I opened my eyes, looked out at the gray Manhattan morning. Just met someone interesting. Good interesting or complicated interesting? Both. I pulled up the preliminary background check on my phone. Angela Hayes, 32, resident of Queens. No criminal record. No debt. No red flags. Also, no social media presence. Practically invisible online. Interesting. My phone rang. Eric Davidson. Mr. Cromby, he said, formal. I understand my law clerk made quite an impression this morning. Your law clerk is now my law clerk. I kept my voice neutral. I trust that will not be a problem? Angela is the best researcher I have. Losing her is a significant blow. Consider it the cost of keeping your firm. I paused. She mentioned you are in court. Big case? Class action suit. We are representing the plaintiffs against a pharmaceutical company. Pride crept into his voice. Angela is the one who built our entire discovery argument. 300 hours of research. So she was brilliant and dedicated. Even better. Then she will be an asset to my team, I said. Thank you for your cooperation, Eric. Francis will send over the final merger documents by close of business. I ended the call before he could respond. Pat pulled into traffic. Where to, sir? Office. I looked down at Angela's file again. Education, work history, references. All impressive for someone without a law degree. No personal information, though. No emergency contacts listed. No next of kin. Everyone had someone. I opened a more detailed search, bypassed the standard protocols. There. Karen Hayes, mother, living in Queens. Same address as Angela. 5 brothers, 2 sisters, scattered across the country. Father deceased 2 years ago. Christmas Day. That explained the sadness I had seen buried under her anger. The fierce loyalty. She was protecting her work family because she had already lost part of her real one. I should have felt guilty for digging this deep. I did not. Mr. Cromby? Pat caught my eye in the rearview mirror. You are smiling. Am I? I have not seen you smile like that since you closed the Hartman deal. I erased the expression, went back to my professional mask. Take the FDR. I want to beat rush hour. But Pat was right. I was smiling. Because tomorrow morning at 8 sharp, Angela Hayes was walking into my office. Into my world. Into the carefully controlled empire I had built with walls high enough to keep everyone at a distance. She had stood on a conference table and declared war on me without knowing who I was. She had defended her boss with legal brilliance that rivaled attorneys twice her age. She had looked at my billions and seen nothing but an obstacle to overcome. Most people wanted something from me. Money, connections, power, a way up the corporate ladder. Angela Hayes wanted to fight me. And nothing about my carefully controlled life was going to be boring anymore.
Chapter 2. Angela.
I stood on a conference table and told Anderson Cromby to go shove his offer where the sun does not shine. The realization hit me somewhere around 3 in the morning. Again at 4. And again at 5 when I finally gave up on sleep and opened my laptop. Angela Hayes, corporate suicide specialist, I muttered, typing his name into Google. The search results loaded. My stomach dropped. Net worth $5 billion. Not million. Billion. With a B. I scrolled through image after image. Anderson Cromby at charity galas in $1,000 suits. Anderson Cromby on the cover of Forbes. Anderson Cromby shaking hands with the mayor, the governor, people I had only seen on television. And I had told him to shove his offer where the sun does not shine. Madonna mia, I whispered, dropping my head into my hands. My phone buzzed. Maxine, because of course she was awake at 5 in the morning. Tell me everything, she said when I answered. I am unemployed. You are dramatic. What happened? I gave her the short version. The conference table. The speakerphone. The fall. Those arms catching me, that cologne, the way he had looked at me like he could see straight through my professional armor. Wait. Maxine's voice sharpened. Anderson Cromby? The Anderson Cromby? How many are there? Angela. He is one of the most powerful men in New York. She paused. Also, one of the most attractive. Did you notice? I had noticed. Hard not to notice when you are pressed against a solid chest in expensive fabric. When blue eyes studied you like you were the most interesting thing in the room. That is not relevant, I said. Everything is relevant. I heard her moving around her apartment. What did he say after you fell? That I am working for him now. Silence. Then, as in, he hired you? Transferred me. To his team. Starting today. I looked at the clock. 6 in the morning. In 2 hours. That is not punishment, that is promotion. It is definitely punishment. I stood, paced to my tiny kitchen. He is going to make my life miserable. Or he thought you were brilliant. I called him an arrogant jerk. To his face? Technically, to a speakerphone. I filled the coffee maker. But yes. Maxine laughed. You are either fired or about to have the most interesting job of your life. Call me at lunch. She hung up. I stood in my kitchen, watching coffee drip into the pot, and tried not to think about how Anderson Cromby's eyes had darkened when he had lowered me to the ground. How his hand had lingered on my elbow. How his voice had gone rough when he had said he liked fighters. Professional, Angela. This is professional. I dressed for battle. Navy suit, white blouse, hair pulled back tight. Armor. The kind that said I was competent, serious, completely unaffected by billionaire chief executive officers with unfairly perfect jawlines. The subway to Midtown took 40 minutes. I used every second to prepare. Rehearsed what I would say. Practiced my neutral expression in the reflection of the window. I arrived at the Cromby Enterprises building at 7:30. Glass and steel, 45 floors of corporate power. Angela Hayes, I told security. I am reporting to Anderson Cromby's office. The guard's eyebrows rose. Merger team? Yes. He made a call, printed a badge, directed me to the 42nd floor. Mr. Cromby starts meetings at 8 sharp. Do not be late. I was not late. I was early. The merger team floor was already buzzing with activity. Assistants rushing between offices. Phones ringing. The kind of controlled chaos that meant serious money was being moved around. Angela Hayes. I turned. A man in his 40s, salt and pepper hair, sharp eyes behind wireframe glasses. He extended a hand. Eric Davidson. My former boss. The man whose firm Anderson had just acquired. Mr. Davidson. I shook his hand. I am so sorry about yesterday. I did not know that you were defending my firm to the man buying it? His mouth quirked. I heard. Everyone heard. Heat flooded my face. I was trying to help. You were loyal. That is not a bad thing. He gestured down the hall. Walk with me. We passed conference rooms, corner offices, assistants who looked like they had stepped out of fashion magazines. This was not Davidson, Drake and Associates. This was the big leagues. You have been requested, Eric said finally. Requested. By Anderson Cromby himself. We stopped outside a small office. Not a cubicle, but close. This is yours. You are part of the merger transition team. Direct report to Cromby. I stared at the office. Desk, chair, computer, window with a sliver of view. I do not understand. He was impressed by your analysis. Said you found vulnerabilities in the contract most lawyers would have missed. Eric studied me. How long have you been working on legal certification? 3 years. I take my bar exam in 6 months. You will pass. He said it with certainty. Anderson does not hire stupid people. Or boring ones. The way he said it made me wonder what else Anderson had told him. Take an hour to settle in, Eric continued. Team meeting at 9. You will be presenting the Davidson merger timeline. He paused at the door. Angela. He also mentioned that if I fire you, the merger terms change significantly. So whatever you did yesterday, it worked. He left before I could respond. I sank into my chair. Looked around my new office. My new life. What on earth had I gotten myself into? The hour passed too quickly. I reviewed the merger documents, made notes, prepared my presentation. At 8:55, I grabbed my laptop and headed to the conference room. Deep breath. Professional face. You can do this. The conference room was packed. 20 people, all looking expensive and important. I recognized a few from yesterday. They recognized me too. Whispers followed me to an empty chair. Then Anderson walked in. The room went quiet. He wore charcoal gray today. 3-piece suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Hair styled, jaw clean shaven, those blue eyes scanning the room with the authority of someone who owned everything in it. Including, apparently, me. His gaze found mine. Held for 1 second too long. Let us begin, he said, voice all business. Hayes, you are up first. Of course I was. I stood, moved to the front. Pulled up my presentation on the screen. Felt every eye in the room on me, but especially his. The Davidson merger timeline, I began, keeping my voice steady. Phase 1 completion requires? Stand up straight, Anderson said. I blinked. I am standing straight. You are hunching. If you are going to present in this room, you present with confidence. He leaned back in his chair. Shoulders back. Head up. Heat crawled up my neck. But I straightened. Lifted my chin. Better, he said. Continue. I continued. Walked them through the timeline, the contingencies, the risk factors. Fielded questions from senior associates who wanted to catch me in an error. I did not give them one. Anderson interrupted twice. Both times to challenge my analysis. Both times I defended my position with case law and precedent. By the time I finished, the room had shifted. They were not looking at me like the girl who had stood on a table yesterday. They were looking at me like I belonged here. Anderson's expression gave nothing away. Acceptable. Sit. Acceptable. High praise from a billionaire. The meeting continued for another hour. I took notes, observed the dynamics. Anderson ran the room with absolute control. Sharp, efficient, no tolerance for incompetence. But twice I caught him watching me. Both times he looked away first. The meeting ended at 10:30. People filed out, already on their phones with their next crisis. I gathered my laptop, tried to blend into the exodus. Haze. I froze. Turned slowly. Anderson stood at the head of the table, alone now. A word. Everyone else left. The door clicked shut. We were alone. You did well, he said. Thank you. The Davidson analysis was thorough. Your presentation skills need work, but your legal mind is sharp. He walked around the table toward me. You will be taking on the Pemberton account, starting today. The pharmaceutical company? The same. 300 pages of discovery documents. I need your analysis by Friday. Today was Tuesday. 3 days for what should take 2 weeks. That is, I stopped myself. A lot of work? He stopped 3 feet away. Close enough that I could smell his cologne again. Yes. Welcome to my team. I can handle it. I know you can. His eyes held mine. That is why you are here. The air between us felt charged. Electric. Dangerous. I should leave. I should walk out, get to work, keep this professional. Instead, I said, why did you really hire me? I told you. You are brilliant. There are plenty of brilliant lawyers in New York. None of them stood on a conference table and called me an arrogant jerk. The corner of his mouth almost curved. I value honesty. Even when it is insulting? Especially then. He straightened his cuffs. Go. Start on Pemberton. We will review your findings Thursday morning. Dismissed. I headed for the door. Angela. I looked back. Do not fall off any more tables. I left before he could see me smile. The rest of the day blurred. I dove into the Pemberton case, losing myself in depositions and medical reports. Emerged only for coffee and bathroom breaks. At 3 p.m, I headed to the break room. Poured coffee. Added cream. Careful. I spun. Coffee sloshed. Anderson stood in the doorway, watching me with something that might have been amusement. You scared me, I said. You jump easily. He moved into the room, reached past me for a mug. His sleeve brushed my arm. Nervous disposition? Startled disposition. I stepped back. Do not sneak up on people. I walked normally. He poured his coffee black, no sugar. You were lost in thought. He was right. I had been thinking about the Pemberton case. And maybe, possibly, about how his voice had sounded when he had said my name in the conference room. The case is complicated, I said. Most cases are. He leaned against the counter, studying me over his mug. Finding anything useful? Several things. The timeline does not match the testimony. And the lab reports, I stopped. Bit my lip. I will include it in my analysis. His gaze dropped to my mouth. Lingered there for half a second. Then he straightened. Good. I look forward to reading it. He left the break room. I stood there, coffee forgotten, heart pounding for no good reason. Professional, Angela. Professional. I went back to work. Hours passed. The office emptied. By 7 in the evening, only a handful of people remained. By 7:30, I was alone on the floor. My phone buzzed. Unknown number, working late? I stared at the message. Then another appeared. Unknown number, this is Anderson. Me, how did you get my number? Anderson, Human Resources Files. Are you still in the office? Me, yes. Pemberton Research. Anderson, my office. 8 in the evening. Bring a change of clothes. My stomach flipped. Change of clothes? Me, why? Anderson, you will see. Do not be late. The messages stopped. I sat at my desk, staring at my phone, trying to figure out what on earth that meant. Bring a change of clothes. To his office. At night. This is fine, I told the empty room. This is totally professional and normal and fine. I looked down at my suit. Then at the clock. 7:45. I grabbed my purse and ran to the bathroom.
Chapter 3. Anderson.
I was making a mistake. The thought occurred to me at 7:55 as I sat in my office, staring at the door, waiting for Angela Hayes to walk through it. Do not do this. She is an employee. Your employee. My father's voice echoed in my head. Never mix business with pleasure, Anderson. Look what happened with Veronica. Veronica. My ex-fiancée who had tried to steal company secrets while I slept beside her. The woman who had taught me that attraction was a weapon and trust was a liability. I had sworn off office relationships 3 years ago. Yet here I sat, waiting for my newest hire with anticipation I had not felt in years. My phone showed 7:58. I pulled up the security camera feed for the 42nd floor. There. Angela stood outside my office door, checking her reflection in the glass, straightening her blazer. She had a gym bag slung over her shoulder. She thought I had asked her here for something else. The idea sent heat through me that had nothing to do with professionalism. I killed the camera feed. Stood. Straightened my tie even though it was already perfect. 8 post-meridium sharp. She knocked. Come in. Angela entered with forced confidence. Shoulders back, chin up, that gym bag gripped tight. She had changed out of her work clothes into jeans and a simple blue sweater that made her eyes even warmer. Mr. Cromby. Anderson. I gestured to the chair across from my desk. We are working late. Use my name. She sat on the edge of the seat. You said to bring a change of clothes. I did. Why? I allowed myself a smile. Where we are going is dusty. Confusion crossed her face. Then understanding. Then something that looked like annoyance. We are not having an inappropriate after-hours encounter in my office? I finished. No, Miss Hayes. We are working. Color flooded her cheeks. I did not think. You did. And you came anyway. I grabbed my jacket from the chair. Says something about your dedication. Or your curiosity. My professionalism, she countered. Is that what we are calling it? The air between us crackled. She looked away first. Good. I was not the only one fighting this. The Davidson merger has a problem, I said, switching to business. Someone buried documents that should have been disclosed. I need to find them before the board meeting tomorrow. Why me? Because you found vulnerabilities no one else saw. You think like a lawyer who is looking for what is hidden. I headed for the door. And because everyone else has gone home. You are what I have got. She stood, grabbed her bag. Where are we going? Basement level 2. File storage. Sounds thrilling. Wait until you see the dust. I led her to the executive elevator. Slid my keycard. The doors opened and we stepped inside. Mirrored walls reflected us back. Me in my shirt sleeves, tie loosened. Her in casual clothes that somehow made her more tempting than the business suits. We stood on opposite sides of the elevator car. The doors closed. We descended. How late will this take? She asked. As long as it takes. I watched her reflection. Problem? No. She met my eyes in the mirror. I just did not expect to spend my night in a basement. Where did you expect to spend it? She did not answer. But her reflection told me enough. The elevator chimed. Basement level 2. The doors opened to a hallway lined with storage rooms. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead. The air smelled like old paper and forgotten things. Charming, Angela said. The glamorous life of corporate law. I led her down the hall to storage room 7B, unlocked it. Flipped the switch. One overhead light buzzed to life, casting harsh shadows over rows of metal filing cabinets. Boxes stacked on shelves. Dust motes dancing in the air. You were not kidding about the dust, she said. Change into something you do not mind ruining. I pointed to the small bathroom in the corner. I will do the same. She disappeared into the bathroom. I stripped off my dress shirt, pulled on an old Massachusetts Institute of Technology t-shirt I kept in my gym bag. Ditched the suit pants for jeans. When Angela emerged, my chest tightened. She had changed into athletic leggings and an oversized sweatshirt. Hair pulled up in a messy bun. No makeup anymore. She looked younger. Real. Nothing like the polished professional who had presented in the conference room this morning. I wanted her more like this than I had wanted anyone in years. What? She touched her face. Do I have something? No. I handed her a pair of latex gloves. You are fine. Let us work. I showed her the filing system. Explained what we were looking for, any documents related to the client account that Davidson should have disclosed during acquisition talks. You think Eric hid something? She asked. I think someone did. Eric is too smart to leave evidence. But his partners? I pulled open a drawer. People get careless. We worked in silence for the first hour. Pulling files, scanning documents, sorting into piles. The storage room was small. Every time I turned, I was aware of where she stood. Every time she reached for a high file, her sweatshirt rode up, showing a slice of skin above her leggings. Focus, Anderson. Found something, she said at 9:15. I moved to her side. She held a folder, brow furrowed as she read. Klein correspondence from 2 years ago, she said. They were shopping for new legal representation. Davidson convinced them to stay, but look at the fees they negotiated. She showed me. I leaned in to read over her shoulder. Could smell her shampoo. Something floral and clean. That is breach of fiduciary duty, I said. If Klein finds out, they will sue. She flipped through more pages. But this is not what you are looking for, is it? No. It is evidence Davidson was already having problems keeping clients. Makes our acquisition more valuable, not less. I stepped back, needing distance. Keep looking. Another hour passed. We worked opposite ends of the room now. Safer that way. At 10:30, she made a noise. Anderson. Not Mr. Cromby. Anderson. I crossed to her. She stood on a step stool, pulling down a box from the top shelf. Her hands shook. What is it? I am not sure. She handed me the box. But I think you need to see this. I set the box on the nearest filing cabinet. Opened it. Inside were original contracts. Client contracts. The ones that should have been provided during due diligence. With clauses Davidson had failed to disclose. Clauses that changed everything. "This is it," I said quietly. "This is what I needed." Angela climbed down from the step stool, excitement lighting her face. "The retention clause on page 12, that means Klein is locked in for another 5 years at reduced rates. That is millions in guaranteed revenue. That is the smoking gun." I looked up at her. "You found it." "We found it." "No. You did." I smiled. Really smiled. "You brilliant, stubborn, incredible woman." She blinked. "I just saved the merger. Saved my presentation tomorrow." I set the box down. "You did in 2 hours what my entire team could not do in weeks." "I got lucky." "You got smart." I moved closer. "You knew where to look because you think differently than everyone else. That is not luck. That is talent." She flushed under the harsh lighting. "Thank you." We stood 2 feet apart in the dusty storage room. The fluorescent light flickered. The air felt thick. "Angela," I said. She looked up at me. Those brown eyes with gold flecks that made me forget every rule I had ever made. And then she hugged me. It happened so fast I did not have time to prepare. She threw her arms around my neck, laughing with pure joy at the discovery. "We did it." My hands went to her waist, steadying her, holding her. She froze, realized what she had done. But she did not pull away. We stood there, her arms around my neck, my hands on her waist, breathing the same air. The laughter died. Something else replaced it. Heat. Want. Hunger. "Anderson," she whispered. I knew I should let her go. Step back. Keep this professional. Instead, I pulled her closer. Her breath caught. I felt it shudder, warm and uneven against my chest. "Tell me to stop," I said, voice rough, barely leashed. She did not. I kissed her. The kiss began soft and tentative, but quickly deepened with shared urgency. In that moment, the rules and risks faded away as they gave themselves to the intensity of their connection, losing track of time in each other's arms. When they finally parted, both were breathing hard, staring at each other in the harsh fluorescent light. Her lips were swollen, hair a mess, cheeks flushed. She had never looked more beautiful. "That was," she started. "A mistake," I finished. "You said that already." "I am trying to convince myself." I ran a hand through my hair. "Angela. Do not." She straightened her sweatshirt. "Do not apologize. Do not explain. Just do not." I was not going to apologize. She looked up. "No. No." I held her gaze. "The best mistakes are worth repeating." The tension returned. "We work together," she said. "I am aware. You are my boss." "Also aware." "This is complicated." "Very." I picked up the box of documents. "But I am not sorry it happened." She bit her lip. That lip I had just kissed. What now? Good question. I had no answer that would not lead to more complications. "Now." I handed her the box. "We go back upstairs. I prepare my presentation. You go home. We both pretend this was about work." Was it? No. She smiled. Just a little. Did not think so. We changed back into our work clothes in awkward silence. Rode the elevator, up without speaking. In the mirrored walls, I watched her touch her lips. Watched her smile fade into worry. At the 42nd floor, the doors opened. The office was dark except for emergency lighting. "I will call you a car," I said. "I can take the subway." "It is after 11. I am calling you a car." I pulled out my phone. Give me your address. She did. I texted Pat. Angela, I said as she headed for the exit. She turned back. Tomorrow, this did not happen. Something flickered in her eyes. Hurt? Disappointment? Right, she said. Professional. But the day after tomorrow? I smiled. Slow and deliberate. All bets are off. She left without answering. But I saw the flush on her cheeks. The quick smile she tried to hide. I stood in my dark office, touching my lips where hers had been, and knew I was in serious trouble. Because Angela Hayes was not like Veronica. Was not using me for money or power or secrets. Angela Hayes was dangerous for an entirely different reason. She made me want things I had sworn off. Made me break rules I had set in stone. Made me feel. My phone buzzed. Pat confirming he had picked her up. I looked down at the box of documents on my desk. The smoking gun that would seal the merger. The discovery that proved Angela's worth to the team. Tomorrow I would present this to the board. Tomorrow I would be the ruthless chief executive officer who saved millions. But tonight I was just a man who had kissed a woman in a storage room and wanted to do it again. And again. And again. I smiled in the darkness. This was going to be complicated. But it was going to be worth it.
Chapter 4. Angela.
I kissed my boss. The thought played on repeat as I stared at my bedroom ceiling at 4 a.m, then again at 5 and 6. I kissed my boss in a dusty storage room, and it was the best kiss of my entire life. Also, the worst idea I had ever had. Madonna mia, I whispered into the darkness. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. Maxine. Maxine, you got home late last night. Details. Me, working. Maxine, at 11 in the evening? With Anderson Cromby? Me, how did you? Maxine, I have my sources. Spill. I typed and deleted 3 different responses. How did I explain what happened? That he had kissed me against a filing cabinet, and I had kissed him back? That my body still hummed from his touch? That I could still taste him? Me, just work. Nothing happened. Maxine, liar. Lunch today. Do not even try to cancel. I dropped the phone and dragged myself to the bathroom. Flipped on the light. And froze. My neck, the left side just below my jaw, showed clear evidence of what had happened. Beard burn. The kind that said someone had been kissing you there for a while. Perfect, I muttered. Just perfect. I tried covering it with makeup. Made it worse. Tried a scarf. Too obvious for March. Settled for a high-collared blouse and prayers. The subway ride to work felt longer than usual. Every bump reminded me of his hands on my waist. Every stop made me think of his mouth on mine. Professional, Angela. Today, we are professional. I arrived at the office at 7. Early enough to avoid him. I hoped. The merger floor was empty. Just the hum of fluorescent lights and the whisper of the air conditioning. I made coffee in the break room, added cream, took my first sip. Early start? I jumped. Coffee sloshed onto my hand. Not Anderson. A woman stood in the doorway. Young, maybe mid-20s, with sharp features and sharper eyes. She wore a designer suit that looked just slightly off. Good knockoff, but still a knockoff. Sorry, she said, smile not reaching her eyes. I did not mean to scare you. You did not. I grabbed a napkin, wiped my hand. I am just jumpy before caffeine. I am Tina. She extended a hand. Tina Topinski. I am transferring to the merger team today. I shook her hand. Firm grip. Almost too firm. Angela Hayes. Oh, I know who you are. Her smile widened. Everyone knows about you. The girl who stood on the conference table and yelled at Anderson Cromby. Heat crawled up my neck. That was a misunderstanding. Must have been some misunderstanding. Tina poured herself coffee. Black, no sugar. Considering he transferred you to his personal team right after. Something in her tone made my shoulders tense. I earned my position. Of course you did. She added just enough pause before the words to make them sound insincere. I am taking over your old desk. At Davidson, Drake and Associates? Eric's team. He speaks very highly of you. Tina leaned against the counter. Says you were his best researcher. Said losing you was a significant blow. Eric is generous. Or accurate. She studied me over her mug. Must be nice moving up so quickly. Some of us spend years working our way up the ladder. There it was. The subtle dig wrapped in compliment. Hard work pays off, I said neutrally. Apparently. Her gaze dropped to my neck. To the spot where I knew the beard burn showed, despite my careful collar placement. Nice blouse, by the way. Very corporate. I resisted the urge to touch my neck. Thanks. Well. Tina set down her mug. I should get settled in. Eric wants me to start on the Richardson case this morning. Big client, lots of billable hours. She headed for the door, then paused. Oh, Angela? If you have any tips for working with Mr. Cromby, I would love to hear them. He seems like he could be challenging. He values competence. I am sure he values lots of things. She smiled again. That same sharp, not quite friendly smile. See you around. She left. I stood in the break room, coffee cooling in my hand, and felt the first whisper of unease. Tina Topinski was going to be a problem. The morning passed in a blur of merger documents and strategic avoidance. I kept my head down, worked through lunch, and did not look at Anderson's office. Which meant I was unprepared when he appeared next to my desk at 1:30. Hayes. I looked up. He stood there in a navy suit that cost more than my rent. Hair perfect. Jaw clean-shaven. No sign that 12 hours ago he had been kissing me in a storage room. Mr. Cromby. His jaw tightened at the formal address. My office. We need to discuss the Klein documents. He walked away before I could respond. I grabbed my tablet and followed, aware of eyes tracking my movement. The merger floor had filled while I worked. 20 people watching me walk to Anderson's office. Including Tina, who sat at what used to be my old desk, smiling. I closed Anderson's door behind me. About last night, I started. Is business, he cut me off. Today, we are working. Right. Professional. Exactly. He moved behind his desk. Put distance between us. The Klein contracts will require additional analysis. I need you to review their subsidiary agreements. Of course. By Friday. 3 days. Doable. I nodded. Good. He looked at his computer screen. Dismissing me. I should have left. Should have taken the out he was offering. Instead I said, is that all? His hands stilled on the keyboard. What else would there be? I do not know. Maybe an acknowledgement that we made a mistake. He looked up. Those blue eyes cold. I believe we established that last night. The words hit harder than they should have. You also said mistakes were worth repeating, I reminded him. Did I? His expression gave nothing away. I do not recall. Liar. I saw it in the tension of his shoulders. The careful way he held himself. Fine, I said. Professional it is. I turned to leave. Angela. I stopped. Hand on the door. Your collar, he said quietly. Left side. It is visible. My hand flew to my neck. Heat flooded my face. When I looked back, Anderson's mask had cracked. Just for a second. His gaze was fixed on my neck, on the mark he had left there. His jaw clenched. Then the mask returned. Fix it before the 3 o'clock meeting. I left without answering. Back at my desk, I pulled out my compact mirror. The collar had shifted. The beard burn was obvious. Perfect. Just perfect. Need some concealer? I looked up. Tina stood there, holding out a small makeup bag. I am fine, I said. Are you sure? She tilted her head. Because that looks painful. Did you burn yourself with a curling iron or something? Something like that. I have great concealer. Really covers everything. She leaned in. Lowered her voice. Trust me, I know about unfortunate marks. The implication was clear. She knew what kind of mark this was. Thanks, but I am good. Suit yourself. She straightened. But if you need any advice about workplace relationships, I am happy to help. I have seen how these things can blow up. Especially when there is a power dynamic involved. I met her gaze. There is no relationship. Of course not. She smiled. Just trying to be helpful. She walked away. I spent the next 10 minutes in the bathroom, layering on makeup until the beard burn was barely visible. By the time I emerged, it was 2:30. And I ran straight into someone coming out of the elevator. Angela. I looked up. Tall, sandy-haired, with warm brown eyes and a smile that used to make me laugh. Mark Stevenson. Mark? I blinked. What are you doing here? Could ask you the same thing. He pulled me into a quick hug. I thought you worked at Davidson, Drake & Associates. I transferred to the merger team. I stepped back. What about you? Last I heard, you were doing real estate law. Still am. Stevenson Properties. He grinned. Family business finally sucked me in. I am here meeting with Eric about a joint venture. That is great. Is it? He studied my face. Because you look exhausted. When was the last time you slept? I sleep. Liar. He checked his watch. I have an hour before my next meeting. Coffee. I hesitated. I should get back to work. Should review those client documents. Should avoid any situation that might look unprofessional. But Mark was safe. An old friend from college who knew me before corporate law and billionaire bosses and kisses in storage rooms. Coffee sounds good, I said. We went to the cafe across the street. Sat by the window. Mark ordered us both lattes without asking because he remembered how I took my coffee. So, he said once we had settled in. Cromby Enterprises. That is a big move. It was not planned. Nothing with you ever is. He smiled. Remember when you decided to take constitutional law for fun? And ended up teaching half the class? I laughed. Professor Hendricks was terrible. You were better than him. Mark's expression softened. You always were brilliant, Angela. I am glad someone finally noticed. Mark? I know. We are friends. We have always been friends. He took a sip of coffee. But I have to ask. Are you happy? Because you do not look happy. The question caught me off guard. Was I happy? 3 days ago, I had been a law clerk with a boring job and a predictable future. Now I was on the merger team, working for a man who had kissed me until I forgot my name, and avoiding both Tina Topinski's sharp eyes and my own feelings. I am working on it, I said. Good. He reached across the table, squeezed my hand. You deserve to be happy, Angela. You deserve someone who sees how amazing you are. The cafe door chimed. I looked up. Anderson stood in the doorway. His gaze locked on Mark's hand covering mine. His jaw clenched. His eyes went ice cold. Then he turned and walked out without a word. Was that Anderson Cromby? Mark asked. Yeah. Intense guy. I pulled my hand back. I should get back to work. Angela. Thanks for the coffee, Mark. Really? But I have that meeting at 3. I left before he could argue. Rushed across the street, through the lobby, up the elevator. Back at my desk, there was a new email waiting. From a.cromby@crombyenterprises.com to a.hayes@crombyenterprises.com. Subject: additional assignment. Hayes. Since you have time for coffee meetings during work hours, you can handle the Pemberton pharmaceutical analysis, in addition to Klein. Complete analysis, due Friday 5 in the evening. All 300 pages. Cromby. I stared at the email. 300 pages. 3 days. On top of the Klein work he had already assigned. It was punishment. Pure and simple. My phone buzzed. Maxine, you look angry. What happened? I looked up. Across the office, Maxine stood by the water cooler. She had joined the merger team last month. I had forgotten she was working today. Me, Anderson being Anderson. Maxine, want me to key his car? Despite everything, I smiled. Me tempting. Rain check. Maxine, always. Dinner tonight? Me cannot. Have 300 pages to read by Friday. Maxine, he is punishing you for something. Me, for existing, apparently. I put my phone away and opened the Pemberton file. 300 pages of pharmaceutical litigation. Technical jargon. Medical terminology. Deposition transcripts that were incomprehensible. This was going to be difficult. But I would do it. I would do it, and I would do it well, and I would prove to Anderson Cromby that I was not distracted by coffee dates or kisses in storage rooms or the way he had looked at me when he saw Mark touching my hand. I was a professional. Even if my boss was making that impossible. At 5 in the evening, most people left. By 6, only a handful remained. By 7, I was alone on the floor except for the light still burning in Anderson's office. I could feel him in there. Could sense his presence even through the walls. My neck still tingled where his mouth had been. I forced myself to focus on depositions. On medical records. On anything except the man 20 feet away who had kissed me, and was now pretending I did not exist. At 8 my phone buzzed. Unknown number, working late again? I froze. But it was not Anderson's number. Unknown number, this is Mark. Got your number from Eric. Want to grab dinner? You need to eat. I typed back quickly. Me cannot. Swamped with work. Mark, tomorrow then. Saturday. No excuses. Me, maybe. Mark, I will take that as a yes. I have missed you, Angela. I stared at the message. Mark was safe. Mark was uncomplicated. Mark would never kiss me in a storage room, and then treat me like a stranger. But Mark was not Anderson. I looked at Anderson's office. The light still on. The door still closed. Tomorrow, I would say yes to Mark. Tomorrow, I would prove that Anderson Cromby did not affect me. Tomorrow, I would be professional. Tonight, I went back to reading about pharmaceutical negligence and tried not to think about blue eyes and perfect jawlines and the way it felt to be wanted by someone who refused to admit he wanted you.
Chapter 5. Anderson.
The treadmill display mocked me. Miles 7. Heart rate 160. Still thinking about her. About her laughing with Mark Stevenson yesterday. His hand on her shoulder. Her smile. That genuine, unguarded smile she had never given me. I pushed the speed higher. My legs burned. Good. Pain focused the mind. Sir? Francis appeared beside the treadmill, coffee in hand. He never called me sir unless something was wrong. You have been running for 90 minutes. I jabbed the stop button. Sweat dripped down my face as the belt slowed. Your point? My point is that you usually run 45 minutes, then swim. He handed me a towel. What is eating you? I wiped my face, buying time. Francis had been with me since college. He had seen me through Veronica's betrayal, through building the company, through every difficult decision. He could read me better than anyone. Mark Stevenson. The name tasted bitter. He is circling Angela. Mark is a good guy. He has worked with us before. He wants her. I grabbed my water bottle, drained it. Did you see how he looked at her? Like she is some kind of prize. Francis leaned against the wall, studying me. And how do you look at her? I looked away, stared at the Manhattan skyline through the penthouse windows. Dawn light hit the buildings. Beautiful. Cold. Lonely. She is an employee. Nothing more. Right? Francis did not bother hiding his skepticism. That is why you have checked your phone 6 times waiting for her morning email. That is why you restructured the entire merger team around her skill set. That is why you kissed her in the storage room 2 nights ago. My jaw tightened. How did you? Security footage review. I am thorough. He set his coffee down. Look, I get it. She is brilliant, beautiful, and actually stands up to you. But mixing business with personal. He shook his head. You know what happened with Veronica. Angela is nothing like Veronica. The words came out sharper than intended. I know. That is what worries me. Veronica you could dismiss as a gold digger. Angela. He paused. She could actually hurt you. I grabbed my phone, checked the time. 7:15. She would be in the office soon. I need to shower. Anderson. Francis caught my arm. Just be careful. For both your sakes. I waited until 9:30 to call her to my office. Let her settle in. Let Mark Stevenson leave for his morning meeting. Let me pretend this was not about jealousy. She knocked twice. Confident. Professional. Come in. Angela entered, tablet in hand, wearing a navy dress that should have been boring but somehow made her eyes look darker. Her hair was pulled back, revealing her neck. I remembered how that neck had felt under my lips. Focus. You wanted to see me? She stood in front of my desk, posture perfect. I slid a folder across the mahogany surface. The Pemberton analysis. I need a complete breakdown of their financial structure, potential liabilities, and merger integration timeline. She opened the folder. Her eyes widened. This is 600 pages. 643. You want this by when? Tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. I leaned back in my chair, watched her process the request. Problem? Her fingers gripped the folder edge. That is 14 hours of work minimum. Then I suggest you get started. I turned to my computer screen, dismissing her. She did not move. Is this about Mark? My hands stilled on the keyboard. Excuse me? Mark Stevenson. You saw us talking yesterday, and now you are punishing me with an impossible deadline. She set the folder down with a soft thud. I do not play games, Mr. Cromby. If you have something to say, say it. The use of my formal name stung. After Tuesday night, after that kiss, we were back to Mr. Cromby. This is not a punishment. It is your job. I met her gaze. Unless you would prefer to return to Eric Davidson's team. I am sure you would have more time for coffee breaks there. Her eyes flashed. Anger looked good on her. I will have your analysis by morning. She grabbed the folder and walked out. The door closed with a controlled click. Not a slam. Worse. A slam would have been emotional. That click was professional distance. I had wanted to keep her busy, away from Mark. Instead, I had pushed her away entirely. Perfect. At 8 in the evening, the office had cleared out. The merger team had left by 6, shooting sympathetic glances at Angela hunched over her laptop. Even Francis had gone home, shaking his head at me on his way out. I should have left too. Gone to the gym. Swum until I could not think. Instead, I found myself walking past the conference room where Angela worked. She had shed her blazer. Her hair had escaped its clip, falling around her shoulders. She typed in bursts, paused, made notes on a legal pad. The way she bit her lower lip when she concentrated made my chest tight. I knocked once and entered. She looked up, startled. I am not done yet. I know. I held up 2 bags. Chinese food. You need to eat. Suspicion flickered across her face. I am fine. Angela. I set the bags on the conference table. You have been working for 10 hours straight. Take a break. Since when do you care if employees take breaks? Since I stopped. Since you. Since Tuesday. Since I cannot stop thinking about you. Just eat. She stared at the bags, then at me. Finally, she closed her laptop. What did you order? Kung Pao chicken. Extra spicy. No onions. Spring rolls. Fried rice. I started unpacking containers. And egg rolls. She froze. How did you know? Know what? That Kung Pao chicken is my favorite. That I hate onions. Her voice had gone quiet. I have never told you that. I had noticed. During the team lunch last week, she had picked every onion out of her salad. During the Monday meeting, she had ordered Kung Pao from the same restaurant, requested no onions. I had filed it away, not knowing why. Lucky guess. I handed her chopsticks. We ate in silence for a few minutes. She demolished half the Kung Pao chicken before coming up for air. The way she ate, focused and unapologetic, made me smile. No pretense. No picking at her food to seem delicate. Better? I asked. Much. She stole one of my egg rolls. I pretended not to notice. Thank you. You are welcome. She took another bite, then looked at me. Why are you still here? I work late. Every night. Most nights. I set down my chopsticks. The company does not run itself. It could though. She leaned back in her chair. You have good people. Francis could handle half your workload. But you do not delegate. I delegate. No, you micromanage. But her tone was gentle, not accusatory. Why? Because if I stopped working, I would have to go home to an empty penthouse. Because my father built this empire, and I cannot let him down. Because work was safe, predictable, controllable. Because until Tuesday night, I had not had a reason to leave early. Old habits, I said instead. More silence. But this silence felt different. Comfortable. Like we had done this 1,000 times before. Your analysis looks solid, I said, nodding at her screen. Her eyes lit up. You think so? I found some interesting discrepancies in their third quarter holdings. If we leverage those during negotiation. She launched into an explanation, hands moving as she talked. I had given her an impossible task to keep her busy, to keep her away from Mark. Instead, she had turned it into something brilliant. She was not just smart. She was extraordinary. The board will love this approach, I said when she finished. My father will actually crack a smile. Your father is on the board? Chairman. I picked at my rice. He founded Cromby Enterprises 4 decades ago. Built it from nothing into what it is today. That must be a lot of pressure. Living up to that legacy. I looked at her. Most people assumed I had it easy, born into wealth and privilege. They did not see the expectations, the constant comparisons, the fear of failure. He calls every Sunday. Asks about profits, acquisitions, market share. I set down my chopsticks. Never asks how I am doing. Just the company. Her hand moved across the table, stopped just short of touching mine. That sounds lonely. It is business. But my voice sounded hollow even to me. Business is lonely when it is all you have. She pulled her hand back. You deserve more than quarterly reports and board meetings, Anderson. The way she said my name. Not Mr. Cromby. Not sir. Just Anderson. Like she saw the man, not the title. What? She stopped mid-sentence, catching my expression. Nothing. You are staring. You have rice on your face. I reached across, thumb brushing her cheek. Her skin was soft, warm. She went still. Our eyes met. The conference room felt very small. I pulled back. There. Thanks. She cleared her throat, looked away. I should get back to work. Take another 10 minutes. I gathered the empty containers. You will think more clearly. Is that an order? A suggestion. I stood. From someone who has watched you work yourself to exhaustion before. You have been watching me? I watch all my employees. Right? She did not believe me. Good. She should not. Just the employees. I moved toward the door, then stopped. Angela. Yes? Mark Stevenson is a good man. But he is not right for you. Her head tilted. And you know who is right for me? No. I faced her. But I know who wants to find out. Before she could respond, I left. Cowards move. But necessary. I could not stay in that room with her. Not with the memory of Tuesday still fresh. Not with the way she looked at me, like she could see past the suits and the money and the walls. Not when I wanted nothing more than to kiss her again. 11 in the evening. I was still at my desk when Angela appeared in my doorway. Done. She held up a flash drive. Complete analysis, recommendations, and contingency plans. I checked my watch. You finished 3 hours early. You doubted me. She walked in, set the drive on my desk. I told you I was good at my job. You are better than good. I plugged in the drive, pulled up her files. Scrolled through the first few pages. This is exceptional work. Thank you. She shifted, uncertainty crossing her face. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. Why did you really give me this assignment? Was it to test me, or? Both. No point lying. I wanted to see what you could do under pressure. And yes, I wanted to keep you occupied. Away from Mark. Away from anyone who might distract you from the work. Close enough to the truth. This merger is critical. She studied me. Those gold flecks in her eyes caught the light. Is that all? No. Yes. Liar. But she smiled. Good night, Mr. Cromby. Angela, wait. She turned. Yes? The words stuck in my throat. Professional. Keep it professional. You need rest. You have been here 14 hours. So have you. I own the company. I am allowed. I stood, walked around the desk. You, however, are human. With human limits. I can handle it. I know you can. You have proven that. I stopped in front of her. Close enough to smell her perfume. Jasmine and something else. Something uniquely her. But you should not have to. What are you suggesting? I should let her leave. Go home. Put distance between us. But I wanted something else entirely. Stay. The word hung between us. Work from my penthouse tomorrow. It is more comfortable. Better coffee. Private workspace. I paused. No interruptions. She went still. Your penthouse. Strictly professional. You will have your own office set up. I have meetings until 3. Lies. I would cancel everything to be near her. You can work in peace. Anderson. Think about it. Let me know in the morning. I stepped back, putting safer distance between us. Unless what? I should not say it. Should not push. Should not cross this line. But I had never been good at should. Unless you are afraid to be alone with me.
Chapter 6. Angela.
I stood outside the building and stared up. The address Anderson had texted led to a sleek tower of glass and steel in Tribeca. The kind of building where doormen wore better suits than most lawyers. This was a mistake. Mr. Hayes. The doorman materialized beside me. Mr. Cromby is expecting you. Top floor. The elevator was marble and mirrors. I caught my reflection and winced. Navy blazer, pencil skirt, sensible heels. My hair refused to cooperate, escaping its clip in waves. I looked like what I was. A girl from Queens playing dress-up in a billionaire's world. The elevator dinged. Floor 42. Penthouse. The doors opened directly into his apartment. The view was breathtaking. Floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped around 3 walls. Manhattan spread out below like a model city. You are late. I spun. Anderson stood in the doorway of what looked like a kitchen, wearing jeans and a navy t-shirt that hugged his shoulders in ways that should be illegal. I had never seen him look so human. Traffic, I managed. You took the subway. Subway traffic. I set my bag down, tried not to gawk at the furniture that probably cost more than my yearly salary. This is where you live? When I am not at the office. He walked closer, bare feet silent on the hardwood. Coffee. Please. I followed him into the kitchen. White marble countertops. Professional-grade appliances. An espresso machine that looked like it required an engineering degree. He moved with easy confidence, pulling down mugs, measuring beans. How do you take it? 2 sugars, splash of cream. He handed me a perfect cup. I took a sip. It was right. How did you? I stopped. He had noticed. Just like the Kung Pao chicken. Just like everything else. You are observant. Part of the job. But his jaw tensed. Come on. I will show you the office. He led me down a hallway lined with abstract art. Real art. The kind I had only seen in museums. Past a dining room with a table for 12. Past doors I did not ask about. Here. He opened a door at the end of the hall. The office was bigger than my entire apartment. Dark wood desk. Leather chair. More windows with views that made my chest tight. A couch that looked too comfortable to be legal. Bookshelves lined one wall filled with legal texts and business journals. Make yourself at home. He gestured to the desk. I set up the files you will need. Internet password is on the notepad. Printer is in the corner. This is. I could not finish. Too much. All of this was too much. Professional? His voice had an edge. That is what this is, Angela. Professional. Right. Professional. That was why my pulse jumped when he said my name. Why awareness prickled across my skin when he moved past me. Why I could not stop noticing how his t-shirt clung to his chest. Of course. I set my bag on the desk, pulled out my laptop. I will get to work. He lingered in the doorway. I will be in my office if you need anything. Then he was gone. I sank into the leather chair and stared at the skyline. What was I doing here? 3 hours later, I had found a rhythm. The office was quiet, except for the occasional hum of traffic far below. Someone had refilled my coffee cup twice. Fresh mugs appeared on my desk like magic. The files were complex but engaging. Contract language that needed precise interpretation. Legal precedents that required careful analysis. The work I loved. I was deep in Clause 17 when Anderson appeared with lunch. You need to eat. He set a plate on the desk. Grilled chicken, roasted vegetables, quinoa. Healthy. Thoughtful. Annoying. I am fine. You skipped breakfast. He leaned against the desk. I heard your stomach growl from down the hall. Superhuman hearing now. But I picked up the fork. The chicken was perfect. Bothersome man. Basic observation. He watched me eat. You are making good progress. The Henderson precedent applies to Section 12. If we cite it correctly, we can strengthen the liability clause. His eyes lit up. That look I had come to recognize. When legal strategy excited him more than anything. Show me. I pulled up the document, walked him through my reasoning. He challenged 3 points. I defended them. We debated clause structure, argued interpretation, traded cases like weapons. Somewhere in the discussion, he had moved closer. Close enough that I could smell his cologne. Something woodsy and expensive. Close enough to feel his breath on my skin. You are brilliant, he said. I looked up. Big mistake. His face was inches away. His gaze dropped to my lips, then back to my eyes. The office felt small. The air thick. My phone rang. I jumped, almost knocked over my coffee. Sorry, I grabbed the phone. Mom. I should take this. Of course. He straightened, stepped back. Professional distance restored. I will give you privacy. He left. I answered. Angela. Finally. I have been trying to reach you all morning. Hi, Mom. I am working. On a Friday afternoon? Madonna Mia, you work too hard. I heard dishes clattering. She was cooking. Where are you? Just at the office. Not technically a lie. With that new boss? The difficult one? Is he handsome? Mom. What? I am your mother. I am allowed to ask. She sighed. The same sigh she had perfected over 30 years. Your cousin Teresa just announced. Due in November. That is great for Teresa. Just promise me you will keep your eyes open. Life happens when you are not buried in files. I promise. I will see you Sunday. Bring a man. Any man. I am not picky. I laughed to spite myself. Bye, Mom. I hung up and found Anderson in the doorway. How long had he been there? Everything okay? He asked. Fine. Just my mom being my mom. She sounds nice. She wants grandchildren and keeps reminding me I am not getting younger. I closed my laptop. Italian mothers are relentless. My mother wants heirs. To continue the family legacy. His expression darkened. Different pressure, same result. At least yours makes sense. Business reasons? I stood stretched. My back ached from sitting. Mine just wants to feed babies. Both valid. He checked his watch. It is after 3. You have been working 6 hours straight. Take a break. I am fine. Angela. That tone. The one that meant he was not asking. Take a break. I wanted to argue. But my eyes burned from screen time. My shoulders were knots. And the penthouse felt smaller with him standing there, looking at me like that. What kind of break? His lips curved. Dangerous smile. Follow me. He led me through the apartment, down another hallway. Then he opened a door. I stepped through and froze. An indoor pool stretched the length of the room. Floor-to-ceiling windows on one side overlooked the city. The water glowed blue-green under recessed lighting. Steam rose from the surface in gentle curls. You have a pool. In your apartment. Technically, it is on the lower level. Shared with the penthouse below. He kicked off his shoes. But I own that too. Of course he did. I cannot swim. I do not have a suit. I did not ask you to swim. He pulled his t-shirt over his head. His chest was impressive. Broad shoulders, defined muscles, the kind of body that required actual effort. You swim. My mouth was dry. Every day. He unbuttoned his jeans. I spun around. What are you doing? Taking a break. Fabric rustled. Zipper. You can work poolside if you want. There is a table and chairs. Wi-Fi reaches. You are swimming. Right now. Problem? Yes. Multiple problems. All of them involving his near-naked body, and my complete inability to think straight. No problem. I kept my back turned. I will just work. Angela. His voice was closer. Right behind me. You can look. I am wearing trunks. I turned. Slowly. Navy swim trunks. And nothing else. Miles of tan skin, water droplets already forming on his shoulders from the humidity. He looked like a cologne advertisement. See? Perfectly appropriate. But his eyes said otherwise. Dark. Intense. Focused on me with laser precision. Right. Appropriate. I grabbed my laptop like a shield. I will just be over there. I fled to the table near the windows. Set up my laptop with shaking hands. Pretended to work while he dove into the pool. He cut through the water with powerful strokes. Each turn showed muscles flexing, body twisting. Focus. Work. The Henderson precedent. Not the way water streamed down his shoulders. Not the way his muscles moved with each stroke. Professional. This was professional. How is the work going? His voice made me jump. He stood at the pool's edge, arms folded on the tile. Water dripped from his hair, ran down his neck, disappeared into the pool. His blue eyes watched me with amusement. Fine. Great. Really productive. None of those were true. You have not typed anything in 10 minutes. Bothersome man. Just thinking. About the Henderson precedent? He pulled himself out of the pool in one smooth motion. Water sluiced off his body. He grabbed a towel, dried his face. Yes. The precedent. Legal stuff. He walked toward me. Bare feet silent on tile. Droplets trailing behind him like breadcrumbs. He stopped beside my chair. You are a terrible liar. I am a great liar. I am a lawyer. But my voice came out wrong. Too breathy. Too honest. What were you thinking about, Angela? The way he said my name. Like a caress. Like a dare. I stood. Bad idea. Now we were inches apart. Close enough to see water droplets on his chest. I was thinking. The word stuck. His hand came up, fingers gentle on my chin, tilting my face toward his. Tell me. His voice dropped. Rough. Real. You. I was thinking about you. His eyes darkened. His thumb brushed my lower lip. My whole body went taut. Angela. Yes. We cannot do this. But he did not move back. I know. I am your boss. I know. My hands found his chest. Damp. Warm. Solid. Real. He made a sound. Half groan, half surrender. His other hand slid into my hair, tangled in the mess of waves. This is a bad idea. The worst. I went up on my toes. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in each other's arms as passion overtook reason. Reality crashed back soon after. Cold. Sharp. Painful. I stepped away, out of his hold. My blazer clung to me, damp from his body. My lipstick was gone. My hair was destroyed. I looked like what I was. Someone who had just shared an intimate moment with her boss. You are right. I smoothed my blazer. Pointless. It was ruined. This was inappropriate. Angela. I should go. I grabbed my laptop, shoved it into my bag. I can finish the work at home. Do not leave like this. Like what? Like someone who just made a huge mistake? I could not look at him. Could not see the regret I knew was on his face. We crossed a line. Again. And you are right. You are my boss. This cannot happen. I moved toward the door. He caught my wrist. Wait. I stopped but did not turn. What? Silence stretched. His thumb brushed my pulse point. Once. Twice. Then he released me. Stepped back. Nothing. His voice was cold now. Professional. I will have my driver take you home. I will take the subway. I grabbed my bag, headed for the elevator. Angela. I jabbed the button. The doors opened. I stepped inside and turned to face him. He stood in the hallway. Wet hair. Bare chest. That same unreadable expression. See you Monday, Mr. Cromby. The doors started to close. Angela. His voice stopped me. Our eyes met through the narrowing gap. Be careful with Mark. He is not what you think.
Chapter 7. Anderson.
The shower was cold. Again. Third one since yesterday morning. Fourth since Friday night. I stood under the spray and willed my body to cooperate. To stop remembering. The taste of her lips. The feel of her body against mine. The way she had looked at me before I had pushed her away. Pushed her away. Because I was her boss. Because this could not happen. Because I was thinking with something other than my brain. I cranked the water colder. Saturday had been torture. I had gone to the gym at 5 a.m, punished myself for 2 hours. Came home. Showered. Stared at my laptop. Could not focus. Every file reminded me of her. Every legal brief made me wonder what she would think. Whether she would catch something I had missed. Whether her eyes would light up with that fierce intelligence that made me want to kiss her again. I had drafted an email to Human Resources. Request to transfer Angela Hayes back to Eric Davidson's team. Typed 3 versions. Deleted all of them. Sunday was worse. I had tried to swim. Could not get in the pool without seeing her there. Sitting at that table, pretending to work while watching me. The way her eyes had tracked my movements. The hunger she had tried to hide. The hunger I had seen because I felt it too. I had called my father. Business update. Merger progress. The usual Sunday check-in. He had asked about the Hayes woman. Whether I had handled the situation. I had lied. Said yes. Said she was just another employee. Nothing more. He had made a sound. Not quite approval. Not quite skepticism. Office relationships destroy companies, Anderson. Especially with someone from her background. I had ended the call. Now it was Monday morning. 5:30 in the morning. I had been up since 4. Another cold shower was not helping. My phone rang. Francis. It is barely dawn, I said by way of greeting. You are awake. I can hear the shower. He sounded too cheerful. Rough weekend? Fine. Liar. Papers rustled. He was already at the office. Of course he was. Want to talk about it? No. Want to talk about why you have been avoiding my calls since Friday? I turned off the water. Grabbed a towel. I have been busy. Busy taking cold showers and deleting emails to Human Resources? Silence. He knew. Of course he knew. I have access to your drafts folder, remember? Part of being your right hand. That is an invasion of privacy. That is my job. His voice turned serious. Anderson, listen to me. Whatever you are thinking about with Angela Hayes, stop thinking it. I walked into my bedroom. Started getting dressed. Suit. Tie. Armor. I do not know what you are talking about. You are thinking about pursuing her. I can tell. You get that look. What look? The one that says you are about to do something stupid and brilliant at the same time. He sighed. I have seen it before. When you decided to acquire Morrison Tech. When you fired 3 board members in one meeting. When you... This is different. Exactly. This is worse. Pause. She is an employee. You are the chief executive officer. There are rules. Good rules. Rules that protect both of you. I know the rules. Do you? Because from where I am sitting, you are about to break every single one. His voice softened. I like Angela. She is brilliant, funny, real. But mixing business with personal destroyed Veronica's career, and almost destroyed yours. You want to risk that again? Veronica. The name still tasted bitter. My ex-fiancée, who had tried to sell company secrets for a payday. Who had proven my father right about trusting the wrong people. Angela is nothing like Veronica. I know. That is what worries me. He paused. If she was like Veronica, you would not care. You would fire her and move on. But Angela? She could hurt you. The real you, not just the chief executive officer version. I knotted my tie with more force than necessary. Thanks for the pep talk. Anderson? I need to get to the office. I hung up. Francis was wrong. I could handle this. I could keep it professional. Keep my distance. I just needed to not think about her. Not remember Friday. Not want her the way I did. Simple. She was already there when I arrived at 7. I stepped off the elevator and saw her through the glass walls. Hunched over her desk, hair pulled back, coffee cup steaming beside her laptop. She wore gray today. Severe. Professional. Beautiful. She looked up. Our eyes met. Everything from Friday crashed back. The pool. The kiss. The way she had fit against me perfectly. The way I had pushed her away because I had to, not because I wanted to. She looked away first. Back to her screen. Dismissing me. It should not have stung. This was what I had wanted. Professional distance. But watching her shut me out felt like a physical blow. I walked to my office. Closed the door. Stood at the window. The city spread out below. Millions of people. Thousands of employees in this building alone. One woman I could not stop thinking about. My intercom buzzed. Mr. Cromby? Morning briefing in 10 minutes. Thank you. I adjusted my tie. Time to be the chief executive officer. The boss. Not the man who had kissed Angela Hayes and could not forget it. The conference room was full when I entered. My merger team. 8 people working on the most important deal of my career. Angela sat at the far end. Eyes on her tablet. She did not look up when I walked in. Good morning. I took my seat at the head of the table. Let us begin. Eric, what is the status on the Pemberton documentation? Eric Davidson launched into an update. Contracts reviewed. Terms negotiated. Deadlines met. I listened. Took notes. Looked professional. And watched Angela. She listened with that intensity that captivated me. Made notes with quick, efficient movements. When Eric mentioned a contract clause, she frowned. Her hand went up. Yes, Angela? Section 12. She pulled up a document on the screen. The liability limitation does not account for subsidiary exposure. If we do not close that gap, we are vulnerable to cascading claims. The room went quiet. I studied the document. She was right. Of course she was right. It was a detail everyone else had missed. Good catch. I met her eyes. Professional. Distant. Revise the language and send it to legal by end of day. Yes, Mr. Cromby. Her voice was cool. Polite. Nothing like the woman who had melted against me Friday night. The meeting continued. She contributed 3 more times. Each observation sharper than the last. Each one proving why I had wanted her on this team in the first place. When we finished, everyone filed out. Angela gathered her things without looking at me. Angela. She stopped. Yes? Good work today. Thank you. She turned to leave. About Friday. There is nothing to discuss. Her voice was flat. You were right. You are my boss. It cannot happen. I understand. She left before I could respond. Tina Topinski lingered by the door. Watching. Always watching. She is talented, Tina said. Sweet voice. Sharp eyes. You seem to notice her contributions more than others. I notice everyone's contributions. Of course. She smiled. Fake. Calculated. I am sure it is professional. She walked out. I stared after her. Francis was right. I was getting careless. People were noticing. I needed to fix this. Before it became a problem. Before I lost all control. Lunchtime, I left the building. Needed air. Space. Distance from Angela, and her cool professionalism, and the way she looked at me like I was just another boss. The cafe across the street was crowded. I ordered coffee. Black. No sugar. Punishment coffee. I was heading for the door when I heard her voice. Maxine, I cannot keep doing this. Angela. I froze. She sat at a table by the window. Her back to me. A woman across from her, dark-skinned, pregnant, gesturing with her hands. Maxine Carter. I had seen her name on Angela's emergency contacts. I should leave. This was private. None of my business. I moved closer. Found a spot half hidden behind a support column. Close enough to hear. Far enough to go unnoticed. You look miserable, Maxine said. I am fine. You are picking at your salad like it insulted your mother. You are not fine. Maxine leaned forward. Talk to me. What happened Friday? Angela set down her fork. He invited me to his penthouse. And we kissed. By the pool. And then he pushed me away and said we could not do this because he is my boss. The words hit me hard. Hearing her say it. Hearing the hurt in her voice. He is right though. Maxine's voice was soft. He is your boss. I know. I know that. My brain knows that. Angela rubbed her face. But Maxine, he is so? He remembers how I take my coffee. He notices when I skip meals. He looks at me like he sees me, not just an employee. And when he kissed me. Girl? I know. It is insane. He is a billionaire chief executive officer. I am a law clerk who could not even afford real law school. We are from different worlds. And even if we were not, there is the whole boss-employee thing. She laughed. It sounded broken. But my goodness, Maxine, he is so attractive I cannot think straight when he is around. There it was. Confirmation. She felt it too. This insane pull between us. So what are you going to do? Maxine asked. Nothing. What can I do? He is my boss. It cannot happen. He made that clear. Angela picked up her fork again. I will get over it. Focus on work. Maybe give Mark Stevenson a real chance. He is safe. Uncomplicated. Available. Mark. The name made my jaw clench. She was considering Mark because I had pushed her away. Do you want Mark? Maxine asked. I want someone who is not my boss. Someone who does not make me feel like I am compromising everything I have worked for. Angela's voice dropped. But no. I do not want Mark. I want Anderson. I want Anderson. The words were quiet. Final. And that is the problem. They moved on to other topics. Maxine's pregnancy. Angela's mother. Plans for the weekend. I stayed hidden. Processing. She wanted me. I wanted her. But the rules stood between us. Company policy. Professional boundaries. Everything Francis had warned me about. Unless. The thought crystallized. Solid. Simple. Perfect. If she was not my direct report, the policy did not apply. If she worked for Eric again, I could pursue her. We could explore this thing between us without crossing any lines. I would have to give up having her on my team. But I would gain the possibility of having her in my life. Really having her. The choice was obvious. I left the cafe. Walked back to the office with purpose. Mind made up. This could work. This would work. I just needed to handle it right. Make sure she understood this was not about performance. That she had earned her place on the merger team. That I was choosing her over the company in the only way I knew how. 4 in the afternoon. I reviewed the company handbook. Read the section on workplace relationships 3 times. Clear language. Direct reports prohibited. Same team discouraged. Different divisions allowed with disclosure. If Angela returned to Eric's team, we would be in different divisions. Different reporting structures. Legal. Permissible. I pulled up her personnel file. Performance reviews. All excellent. Eric's notes from before the transfer. Exceptional talent. Recommend for advancement. She had not wanted to leave Eric's team. I had pulled her into the merger because I had needed her skills. Because she was the best. Because I had wanted her close. Now I needed her closer in a different way. I drafted an email to Eric. Proposed returning Angela to his team with a promotion. Senior legal analyst. More responsibility. Better title. Clear career advancement. Not a demotion. An opportunity. I read it twice. Made sure the language was professional. That my reasoning was sound. Then I deleted it. This conversation needed to happen face to face. With Angela first. Give her the choice. Make sure she understood. I picked up my desk phone. Dialed her extension. She answered on the second ring. Angela Hayes. Angela. My office. Now. Silence. Then is something wrong? Everything was wrong. Everything was right. I was about to risk my career and hers for a chance at something real. We need to discuss your position. Okay. I will be right there. I hung up. Stood. Took a breath. This was it. The moment that changed everything. Francis would say I was being stupid. My father would say I was letting emotion cloud judgment. Company lawyers would say I was risking a lawsuit. They were all probably right. But Angela Hayes was worth the risk. She appeared in my doorway 3 minutes later. Face pale. Eyes worried. Come in. Close the door. She did. Stayed near the door. Professional distance. But I saw her hands shake as she gripped her tablet. Am I being fired? What? No. I moved around my desk. Why would you think that? You said we need to discuss my position. Your voice was... She trailed off. Never mind. What did you want to discuss? I looked at her. Really looked at her. The way her hair had escaped its clip again. The way she held herself like she was ready for a fight. The way she watched me with those brown eyes flecked with gold. This woman. This brilliant, fierce, impossible woman. "I have a proposition for you," I said. Her eyebrows rose. "A proposition."
Chapter 8. Angela.
My stomach twisted as I walked toward his office. "We need to discuss your position." The words still echoed from his phone call 10 minutes ago. I had spent those 10 minutes in the bathroom, staring at my reflection, trying to remember how to breathe. This was it. He had found a way to fire me that did not involve what happened in that storage room. I knocked on his door. "Come in." He stood at the window with his back to me. The Manhattan skyline spread behind him like a kingdom he had conquered. "Close the door." I did. "If this is about my termination, I would like to know what justification you are putting in the paperwork." He turned. Something flickered across his face. Not anger. Something else. "Sit down, Angela." Using my first name. That was either a very good sign or a very bad one. I sat. He remained standing. Classic power move. "I have reviewed the company policy on workplace relationships." He picked up a folder from his desk. "Direct reports are prohibited. Same team is discouraged but allowed with disclosure. Different divisions are permitted with human resources notification." My pulse kicked up. Where was this going? "You are on my team. My direct report." He set the folder down. "That is a problem. I was not aware my employment status was negotiable." "It is not." He moved closer. "Your position is." The air left my lungs. "Eric Davidson has agreed to take you back. With a promotion. Senior legal analyst." He paused. "If you return to his division, the relationship restriction no longer applies." I stared at him. "You are offering me a promotion so we can date?" "I am offering you a choice." He stopped at the edge of his desk. "Return to Eric's team and we pursue this openly. Or stay on the merger team and whatever this is remains secret until the deal closes." The weight of what he was saying settled over me. He had found a loophole. A legitimate path to being together without hiding. All I had to do was give up everything I had earned. I thought of my father. The way he had worked double shifts for 20 years and never asked for a handout. The way he had told me, the night before I started at Davidson's firm, that the only success worth having was the kind you built yourself. I earned my position on this merger. I know. I found the client contracts. I saved this deal. I know. And you want me to walk away from that for a maybe? Something shifted in his expression. Not disappointment. Something that looked almost like respect. "I want you to have options." His voice dropped. "I want you to know I have thought about this. About us. That I am not acting on impulse." I stood. Closed the distance between us until we were inches apart. "I am not giving up my career for a maybe, Anderson." He smiled then. A real smile, rare and devastating. "I hoped you would say that." "You did." "I wanted to know you would choose yourself first." The air between us thickened. I expected him to kiss me. Every nerve in my body wanted him to kiss me. He did not. "Then we will have to be very careful," he said. "Very careful," I agreed. He stepped back. The professional mask slid into place. "That is all, Miss Hayes." I left his office on unsteady legs. Nothing had happened. Everything had changed. 3 weeks since he had kissed me in that storage room. Days since I had chosen to stay. Late-night work sessions that ended with him walking me to the elevator. His hand on my lower back lasting 1 beat too long. Eye contact across conference rooms that made me forget my own arguments. I dodged Mark's calls. Pretended I was too busy for coffee. Too swamped to grab dinner. I watched Anderson in meetings. Remembered how he tasted. Wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. He kept his word. Professional. Controlled. Maddening. But I caught him watching me when he thought I was not looking. Caught the way his fingers tightened on his pen when another associate stood too close to my desk. Caught the heat in his gaze before he shuttered it. The tension became unbearable. A wire pulled taut between us, ready to snap. Then Friday, March 30th. His voice through my desk phone. My office. Now. I grabbed my tablet. Tried to look professional. Ignored the way my heart hammered against my ribs. Late afternoon light flooded his office. He stood at the window again. Turned when I entered. Something had shifted. I felt it the moment our eyes met. I have a dinner reservation tonight, he said. 7 o'clock. Oreo. I started to ask which merger documents we would be reviewing. No merger. He moved toward me. No business. Just us. Anderson, we agreed to be careful. I have been careful for 18 days. He stopped close enough that I could smell his cologne. I am done being careful. What changed? Nothing. Everything. His voice dropped low. I watched you in that meeting today. The way you handled Richardson's objections. Brilliant. Ruthless. And all I could think was that I want you. I forgot how to breathe. Wear something that is not beige, he said. What is wrong with beige? Nothing. But I want every man in that restaurant to hate me for being the one you walked in with. That is not very professional. Angela. He was close enough to touch. He did not. We stopped being professional in that storage room. 7 o'clock, I whispered. I will send Pat. The black Mercedes arrived at 6:45. Leather seats worth more than everything in my closet combined. I smoothed my dress and tried to remember how to be calm. Dark red. Fitted. The only nice thing I owned that was not beige. My phone buzzed. Text from Anderson, you look stunning. I typed back, stalker. How do you know? His reply, Pat sent 3 fire emojis. I laughed. Some of the tension released. Oreo was everything I had expected, and nothing I was prepared for. Elegant. Exclusive. The kind of place where menus had no prices and waiters moved like ghosts. Anderson waited at the entrance. Charcoal suit. White shirt open at the collar. He looked like something out of a magazine spread about men who ruled the world. You wore red. You said no beige. His hand found my lower back. Possessive. Warm through the thin fabric of my dress. I liked it more than I should have. Private corner table. Candles flickering. Wine the color of honey. The city sparkling through floor-to-ceiling windows. This does not look like a business dinner, I said. That is because it is not. He reached across the table. His fingers threaded through mine. I want you, Angela. Not just tonight. Not just some secret that ends when the merger closes. What are you saying? I am saying I have not stopped thinking about you since you fell off that conference table. I looked down at our joined hands. His thumb traced circles on my palm. I am terrified, I admitted. That I do not belong in rooms like this. That everyone will realize I am faking it. You did not get lucky. His grip tightened. You earned every bit of this. You belong wherever you decide you belong. Easy for you to say. No. He shook his head. I am scared too. Of ending up like my father. He built an empire and destroyed his marriage in the process. I had 3 nannies and 0 friends until prep school. His laugh held no humor. I do not want to become him. Something shifted between us. This was not just attraction anymore. This was understanding. Dessert arrived. Chocolate, something too beautiful to eat. He lifted a fork to my lips. I opened my mouth. Let him feed me. Flavors exploded across my tongue, but all I noticed was how he watched my lips. My turn. I lifted the fork. He leaned forward. His tongue swept the tines clean. Heat pooled low in my stomach. His foot slid up my calf under the table. Ready? He asked. Your place. The limo ride was silent. His hand on my thigh. The city blurring past. Neither of us speaking because words felt dangerous. The elevator opened into his penthouse. Marble floors. Modern art. Windows that framed Manhattan like a painting. Drink? He asked. No. Tour? No. Angela. I kissed him first. The kiss was urgent and full of the longing built over weeks apart. They gave themselves fully to the moment, losing themselves in each other's arms as the night deepened around them. Afterward, they lay tangled together, hearts pounding, neither of them moving. After a long moment, he shifted to his side. Pulled me against his chest. What happens Monday? I asked. His arms tightened around me. Monday, we are professional. Colleagues. Everything above board. And after work. After work, you are mine. I tensed. So we are a secret. A necessary one. His thumb traced my jaw. You have worked too hard to have people think you slept your way here. He was right. I hated that he was right. How long? A few months. Once the merger closes and you have proven yourself, we can be open. And if someone finds out? His expression hardened. They will not. We will be careful. I curled into him. Chose to trust. Okay. We will be careful. He kissed my forehead. Thank you. For trusting me. For taking this risk. This stays between us, he murmured against my hair. No one at the office can know. No one will know, I promised.
Chapter 9. Anderson.
She was still asleep when I woke. The city light filtered through the bedroom windows, striping her bare shoulder in gold. I had watched 100 sunrises from this room. None of them had looked like this. Angela shifted, pressing closer against my chest. Her hair smelled like my shampoo. She had used it yesterday, laughing about forgetting her own, and the domesticity of that small thing had hit me harder than it should have. 3 days. We had been doing this for 3 days, and already I could not remember what the silence in this penthouse used to feel like. I traced my finger down her spine. Light. Careful. Trying not to wake her but failing. What time is it? Her voice was rough with sleep. 6:15. Her eyes flew open. Brown with those gold flecks that caught the morning light. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. She was already throwing off the sheets, scanning the floor for clothes. I caught her wrist before she could bolt. Angela. I need to shower. I need to get home and change. I cannot show up in the same clothes from Friday. That is practically a billboard. Angela. I pulled her back against me. Your bag is in the closet. You packed it Saturday, remember? She stilled. Then laughed, the tension draining from her shoulders. Right? I did do that. And you have an hour before we need to leave. Separately. Separately. She turned in my arms, her palm flat against my chest. This is really happening. Second thoughts? No. Her fingers curled against my skin. Just making sure I remember the rules. I kissed her forehead. Professional at the office. No touches, no looks that last too long. Different elevators, if possible. And after work. Something loosened in my chest at the hope in her voice. After work you are mine. She smiled. That real smile she had started giving me somewhere between the Chinese food and the kiss by the pool. The one that made me forget every reason this was dangerous. Deal, she said. I took the service elevator. She took the main one. 11 minutes apart, just to be safe. I was reviewing the Henderson brief in the lobby when Eric Davidson stepped in beside me. Anderson. He nodded, adjusting his glasses. Early start. Could say the same about you. The elevator doors opened. 42nd floor merger team. I should have taken my own elevator to 50. But Angela would be arriving any minute, and some part of me needed to see her walk in. To know this was real. Eric was still talking. Something about the Pemberton filings and subsidiary liability caps. I made appropriate noises. Then the lobby elevator chimed. Angela stepped out. Navy dress, hair twisted up, perfect professional mask. She did not look at me. Did not even glance in my direction as she headed for the security desk. Good. That was good. That was what we had agreed. But then her heel caught on the carpet edge. A tiny stumble, almost nothing. And without thinking, I stepped forward. Eric's hand caught my arm. Angela, Eric called out. Good morning. She turned. Her eyes swept over both of us, and for one terrible second I saw her mask slip. Recognition. Awareness. That warmth we had spent 3 days sharing. Then it was gone. Eric? Mr. Cromby. She nodded, crisp and distant. I was just heading up to review the Klein subsidiary files before the 9 o'clock. I will walk with you, Eric said. He was watching me now. That paternal concern he wore like armor where Angela was concerned. Anderson, I believe your floor is higher? A dismissal. Polite but pointed. I forced my expression to stay neutral. Of course. Have a productive morning, Ms. Hayes. Thank you, Mr. Cromby. She walked away with Eric. Did not look back. Perfect. Professional. Just what we had agreed. And I stood there, my heart still hammering from a stumble that was not even a fall. Eric knew. He did not have proof, but he knew something had changed. His eyes had lingered on my tie, the knot I had redone twice this morning because my hands were not quite steady. On Angela's cheeks, flushed from more than the spring air. We would have to be more careful. I took my private elevator to 50, already planning how to fix this. The coffee appeared on her desk at 10:15. I watched from the conference room, pretending to review the Pemberton brief. Angela stared at the cup for a full 30 seconds before picking it up. 2 sugars. Splash of cream. No note, no explanation. Just a small white cup on a small white saucer, delivered by the cafe downstairs. She took a sip. Then another. I saw her lips curve before she caught herself and forced them flat. My phone buzzed under the table. You are watching me. I typed back without looking at the screen. I am reviewing the Henderson precedent. Your eyes have not moved in 6 minutes. I glanced up. Across the room, through 2 glass walls, she was staring at her laptop with perfect professional focus. But her phone sat next to her keyboard, screen up. Section 12 is fascinating, I sent. Section 12 is about liability caps. You have reviewed it 4 times this week. 5th time is the charm. Her shoulders shook. Just once. Then she was typing again, and a moment later my phone buzzed. The coffee was a bad idea. My stomach dropped. You do not like it? I love it. That is the problem. Tina asked where it came from. Tina. The ambitious woman who had taken Angela's old desk at Davidson before joining the merger team. The one with the sharp smile and sharper eyes who watched Angela like she was waiting for a mistake. What did you say? That I ordered it. But she saw the receipt. Someone charged it to the executive account. I should have thought of that. Should have paid cash, or had Francis arrange it through a different channel. This was sloppy. Careless. The kind of mistake I never made in business. But Angela was not business. "I will be more careful," I typed. "We both will." The rest of the morning passed in stolen glances and timed texts. She sent me case citations I already knew. I sent her feedback that took twice as many words as necessary. When we passed in the hallway at noon, our shoulders brushed. An accident. Plausible. I felt that touch for the next 3 hours. At 4:30, I called a team meeting in conference room B. Angela sat at the far end of the table, laptop open, pen in hand. The perfect picture of professional attention. She did not look at me when I walked in. Did not react when I took the chair across from her. But under the table, when I stretched my legs and my foot brushed her ankle, she inhaled. Sharp. Quick. Covered by a cough. "The Klein filings," I said, pulling up the presentation. Ms. Hayes found a gap in the subsidiary liability structure. "Walk us through it." She stood. Professional. Composed. Every inch the brilliant analyst I had hired a month ago on that conference room table. But her voice was a little too steady. Her gestures a little too controlled. She was holding herself together with visible effort, and I was the reason. Good. The meeting ended at 5:15. The team filed out, talking dinner plans and weekend schedules. Angela gathered her papers one by one, waiting for the room to empty. Then it was just us. And the glass walls. And Tina Topinski, still at her desk 20 feet away, watching. "Good analysis, Ms. Hayes." I kept my voice flat. "Professional." "Thank you, Mr. Cromby." She reached for her laptop at the same moment I reached for the file beside it. Our fingers touched. A second. Less than a second. But I did not pull away. Neither did she. Her eyes met mine. All that warmth, all that affection, right there on the surface for anyone to see. I should have stepped back. Should have remembered the rules we had made just this morning. Instead, I leaned closer. 7:30. My place. I will be there. The smile that crossed my face was not professional. Was not controlled. It was something I had not worn in years, something that felt foreign on my face and terrifying in my chest. I turned to leave. That is when I saw it. Through the glass wall, Tina was still at her desk. Phone in hand. Screen angled toward us. For one frozen moment, our eyes met. Her expression shifted from surprise to something else. Calculation. Satisfaction. Then she pocketed her phone and smiled that saccharine smile. "Working late, Mr. Cromby?" she called through the open door. "Always, Ms. Topinski." I walked out without looking back at Angela. Without confirming what I already knew. Tina had seen us. And worse, she had proof.
Chapter 10. Angela.
Maxine slid a martini across the bar. Drink. Talk. In that order. The brass monkey was packed for a Friday night, bodies pressed against the bar and laughter spilling from every booth. But Maxine had snagged us a corner table with a view of the door and relative privacy. Old habits from her personal training days. Always watch the exits. Control the environment. I took a long sip. The vodka burned a path to my stomach, loosening something in my chest I had not realized was tight. The week had been a constant tightrope walk between professional distance and the gravitational pull of Anderson Cromby. My nerves were shot. That bad? Maxine leaned back, one hand resting on her small baby bump. 3 months along now, and the pregnancy glow everyone talked about had hit her full force. Her natural curls framed her face, and her dark skin seemed to radiate from within. Motherhood suited her already. "I do not know what you mean." "Angela." She raised an eyebrow. "You have canceled on me 3 times this week. You show up tonight looking like you have not slept in days." She gestured at my face. "Those circles under your eyes could carry luggage. And you just drained half that martini in one gulp." Her gaze narrowed with the intensity of someone who had known me for over a decade. Something is going on. Spill. I signaled the bartender for another round. The first one was not going to be enough. That is not a denial, she said. It was not. Because I could not deny it anymore. Not to myself. And never to Maxine, who had known me since orientation week freshman year. 3 martinis later, my walls crumbled. I am involved intimately with Anderson Cromby. Maxine's glass froze halfway to her lips. I am sorry. I must have pregnancy brain. Because I thought you just said you are involved intimately with your billionaire boss. I did. The same billionaire boss you called, and I quote, an arrogant man with a superiority complex? The very same. She set down her water. Because of course she was drinking water while I drowned my secrets in vodka. How long? A week. Since Friday. I pressed my palms against my eyes. Maxine, I do not know what I am doing. He remembers how I take my coffee. He texts me things that make me forget where I am. And when he looks at me across the conference room, I cannot think straight. Oh, honey. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Her grip was strong, steadying. The same grip that had held me through breakups, my father's funeral, and every crisis in between. You are in deep. I know. This is the same man who controls your career, right? The one who could destroy your reputation with a single conversation? The billionaire whose face is on magazine covers? The words hit like ice water. I pulled my hand back. I am not trying to hurt you, she said, voice softer now. But I need you to think about this. Really think. What happens when it ends? Because right now, you are the law clerk involved with the CEO. If this goes south, which reputation do you think takes the hit? Who says it has to end? It always ends, Angela. Office romances. Power imbalances. Secret relationships that cannot see the light of day. She rubbed her bump, a protective gesture I had seen 100 times since she announced the pregnancy. Henry had proposed 2 weeks later, and now they were building a nursery in their Harlem apartment. Everything she had built with intention. Someone always gets burned. And it is never the one with the power. He is not like that. They never are. Until they are. She took a sip of her water. I watched you date Jonathan for 2 years. I watched you give and give and give until there was nothing left. And he did not have a fraction of the power Anderson Cromby has. My throat tightened. She was not playing fair. But Maxine never did when it mattered. I traced a finger around the rim of my empty glass. She was not wrong. Everything she said made logical sense. But logic had nothing to do with what Anderson made me feel. He gave me a choice, I said. He offered to transfer me back to Eric's team so we could date without hiding. I said no. Maxine's eyebrows shot up. You turned down an easier path? I earned my position on the merger team. I was not giving that up for a maybe. Not even for him. Something shifted in her expression. Respect maybe. Or understanding. And he did not fire you for refusing? He said he hoped I would choose myself first. She was quiet for a long moment. The noise of the bar filled the space between us, laughter and glasses clinking, and someone's terrible karaoke in the back room. Okay, she said. That is not what I expected. I know it looks bad. I know the optics are terrible. Law clerk involved with billionaire CEO, everyone assumes she is climbing her way up. I swallowed hard. But when I am with him, I am not thinking about his money or his power. I am just me. Maxine reached for my hand again. This time, I let her hold it. Just protect your heart, she said. Please. Because I cannot watch you get destroyed. I am being careful. Are you? Her gaze held mine. Because careful does not look like 3 martinis and dark circles under your eyes. She was not entirely wrong. The day had started rough and only gotten worse. 9 hours earlier, I had walked into the office to find Tina Topinski perched on the edge of my desk. Her red lips curved into that smile I had learned to distrust within 5 minutes of meeting her. The Ivy League MBA with the designer knockoffs and the hungry eyes. She had taken my old desk at Davidson before transferring to the merger team, and she had been watching me ever since. "Love the new blouse, Angela?" She ran a finger along the sleeve of my silk top. The one Anderson had sent to my apartment Wednesday. No note, just my size and a shade of blue that matched his eyes. I had told myself I would not wear it. I had worn it anyway. Valentino, is it not? I set down my cup. Anderson had stopped sending the fancy espresso after I warned him about the executive account charge. Now I brought my own from the cart downstairs, but Tina did not know that. "It was a gift," I said. "I am sure it was." She hopped off my desk, smoothing her pencil skirt with practiced elegance. "Must be nice to have a benefactor. Some of us are still paying off our student loans." My spine straightened. "Is there something you need, Tina?" "Because I have a full schedule today. The client filings will not review themselves." "Just being friendly." Her eyes swept over me, cataloging, calculating. The way a predator watches prey before deciding whether it is worth the effort. "We are all on the same team, right? Working toward the same goal? Supporting each other through the merger?" "Right." I pulled out my chair, forcing her to step back or get hit. She moved. "I will let you get back to your desk then. I am sure you have plenty of work." Her smile tightened at the edges. The sweet veneer cracked just for a moment. "Of course. Some of us do actually have to work our way up. The old-fashioned way." She walked away before I could respond, her heels clicking against the floor like a countdown. Like a warning. 3 desks over, Eric Davidson adjusted his glasses and watched her go. Then his gaze shifted to me. Questioning. Concerned. The same expression he had worn since Monday, when I had stumbled in the lobby, and Anderson had taken one instinctive step toward me, before Eric intercepted. He knew something was wrong. He just could not prove it. Yet. Everyone was watching. The glances that lingered a beat too long. The whispered conversations that stopped when I walked past. And I was running out of ways to pretend there was nothing to see. The elevator doors opened and Mark Stevenson stepped out. I had not seen him since that coffee a month ago. 4 weeks of unanswered texts and dodged phone calls. A month of choosing complicated over simple, without explaining why. He looked the same. 6'1" of black-haired, brown-eyed stability. The kind of man my mother had been pushing me toward since I turned 25. A real estate developer with a good heart and an uncomplicated smile. "Angela." His face lit up with genuine warmth. No agenda, no suspicion, no calculating glances. Just Mark, still hopeful after everything. "I was coming to find you." "Hey." I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, a nervous habit I thought I had broken years ago. "Sorry I have been Mia. The merger has been crazy." "No worries. I figured you were buried in work." He held up 2 tickets, fanning them like a winning hand. Charity Gala next Saturday. The Children's Hospital Foundation. I am on the planning committee, and I have an extra ticket with your name on it. "Mark." "No pressure." He held up his free hand in surrender. "Just 2 old friends at a nice party. Good cause, open bar, terrible rubber chicken that costs $200 a plate. What do you say?" The hope in his expression made my chest hurt. Mark was everything I should want. Safe, uncomplicated, available. He did not come with board meetings and executive accounts and secret signals across crowded rooms. He did not make me lie to my best friend or worry about my career imploding. But he also did not make me feel the way Anderson did. Not even close. "I cannot," I said. The words came out softer than I intended. "I am sorry. I am seeing someone." The light in his eyes dimmed, but his smile held. Grace under disappointment. Of course. Because Mark Stevenson was exactly the kind of man who handled rejection with dignity. Lucky guy. He tucked the tickets back into his jacket pocket. If it does not work out, you know where to find me. Thank you for understanding. Always. He touched my shoulder once, brief and friendly. The kind of touch that asked for nothing. Take care of yourself, Angela. You look like you could use some rest. I watched him walk away, toward the elevator, toward a future that would never include me. The guilt sat heavy in my stomach. Another casualty of choices I could not explain. Would not explain. That had been hours ago. Now, sitting in the booth Maxine had abandoned, my phone buzzed. Anderson. 7:30. Same as always. I miss you. The message sent warmth flooding through me, chasing away some of the guilt. I typed back, on my way soon. Just leaving Maxine. Drive safe. I will be waiting. 3 dots appeared. Then, and Angela? Whatever happened today, we will figure it out. Together. I stared at the screen. He could read me even through texts. Even through the careful words I chose to hide behind. Maxine was wrong. This did not have to end badly. We were being careful. Strategic. Smart. We had rules. We had plans. We had each other. I gathered my bag from the booth where Maxine had left me, with strict instructions to call tomorrow. The bar was starting to empty, the Friday night crowd moving on to clubs and late dinners. I headed for the office to grab the Klein files I had forgotten. That is when I saw it. A folded piece of paper centered on my keyboard. White. Crisp. Anonymous. I opened it with fingers that had started to shake. 4 words. Black ink. Block letters. I know about you too. The world tilted. Everything faded except those 4 words and what they meant. Someone knew. And they wanted me to know they knew. I scanned the empty office. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Cubicles sat abandoned, chairs pushed in, computers dark. Everyone had left hours ago. Anyone could have placed this here. Security would not have thought twice about someone strolling past my desk. Pausing. Leaving a message. A threat. My phone buzzed again. Anderson. I did not answer. I just stood there, holding the note that could destroy everything, wondering who was watching. And how long I had before they made their move.
Chapter 11. Anderson.
She had not answered my texts. I had sent 3. Called twice. By midnight, I had worn a groove in my living room floor pacing. By 2 in the morning, I had convinced myself something was wrong. By dawn, I was in my car heading to her apartment in Park Slope. Angela opened the door in sweats and a tank top, her hair wild, her face pale. She did not say hello. She just held up a piece of paper. I know about you too. The words were typed. Generic printer paper. No signature, no indication of sender. Just those 5 words that changed everything. Where did you find this? My voice came out rougher than intended. On my desk. Last night. I went back to get the Klein files, and it was just sitting there. I took the note from her, turned it over. Nothing. Why did you not call me? I panicked. She wrapped her arms around herself. I did not know what to say. What to do. I pulled her against my chest before I could stop myself. Her whole body trembled. We will figure this out. How? Someone knows, Anderson. Someone at the office knows. I had already run through the possibilities on the drive over. Tina had been watching us since day 1, cataloging every glance and lingering touch. Eric had grown suspicious after the lobby stumble. A security guard who noticed patterns in our late nights and early mornings together. The list of suspects was too long and too short all at once. Pack a bag, I said. Something for the weekend. Where are we going? Somewhere safe. Somewhere no one will find us. While she packed, I pulled out my phone and called Francis. It is 6 in the morning, he answered, voice rough with sleep. I need you to pull the security footage from the 42nd floor. Last night, after 8 in the evening, someone left a note on Angela's desk. A pause. Then, fully awake, what kind of note? The kind that could destroy everything. I will have it within the hour. Anderson. He hesitated. This could be Tina. I have noticed her watching, taking pictures with her phone when she thinks no one is looking. I know. The memory of her sharp smile through the conference room glass made my stomach tighten. Check all the footage. Every angle. And Francis? Keep this between us. Always. I hung up as Angela emerged with a small overnight bag. Her face was still pale, but her chin was lifted. Defiant even in fear. That was my girl. Let us go, I said. I am taking you somewhere no one knows about. The Brooklyn brownstone had been my secret for 12 years. I had bought it fresh out of business school, before the first major deal, before Forbes knew my name. Back when I still believed I could build a life that was not just boardrooms and quarterly reports. The real estate agent had called it a fixer-upper. I had called it freedom. Angela stood in the foyer, her eyes tracing the original crown molding, the curved staircase, the stained glass window depicting irises that I had spent 3 weekends restoring myself. Morning light filtered through the colored glass, casting blue and purple shadows across the worn hardwood floors. You own this? I live here. When I can. I watched her take it in. The built-in bookshelves lining the hallway, filled with first editions I had collected over the years. The kitchen at the end of the hall that actually looked used, because it was. Copper pots hanging from a rack above the island. Herbs growing in the windowsill. The penthouse is for show. This is real, she finished. Something loosened in my chest. I have never brought anyone here. She turned to look at me then. Really look. Not even? Not anyone. The name hung between us anyway. Veronica. The ghost I could not seem to bury, no matter how many years passed. Angela reached out and took my hand. Her fingers were cold. Show me everything. So I did. I walked her through the library first, with its floor-to-ceiling shelves and the rolling ladder I had installed myself. Then the sitting room with the piano I had learned to play during lonely summers home from boarding school. The garden in back, overgrown and wild because I was rarely here long enough to tend it properly, but beautiful in its chaos. Roses climbing the old brick walls. A stone bench under a maple tree that turned fire red every October. It is like stepping into another century, Angela said, trailing her fingers along a bookshelf. Like you preserved a piece of old Brooklyn just for yourself. That was the idea. I led her back inside, to the kitchen. My grandmother had a brownstone like this. I spent summers there as a kid before she died. It was the only place that ever felt like home. Angela turned to face me. That is why you kept it secret. People see the penthouse and they see what they expect. The billionaire lifestyle. The cold, calculating CEO. I shrugged, suddenly uncomfortable with how much I had revealed. They do not need to know this part exists. But you are showing me. I am showing you. We cooked dinner together, in my grandmother's kitchen. Angela had kicked off her shoes somewhere between the library tour and the garden walk. She stood at the stove now, stirring marinara from the jar of tomatoes I had canned last summer, while I chopped garlic on the worn butcher block counter. The late afternoon light slanted through the windows, catching the copper pots and making them glow. You are staring, she said without turning around. I am appreciating. Same thing. But I could hear the smile in her voice. The sauce bubbled. Steam rose. I scraped garlic into the pan, and she stirred it in, and we moved around each other like we had done this 100 times instead of never. When I reached past her for the olive oil, my chest brushed her shoulder. She leaned back into me for just a moment. Neither of us mentioned it. "Tell me about her," Angela said quietly. I did not pretend not to understand. Veronica was beautiful. Ambitious. She made me feel like maybe I was not just a walking checkbook. I set down the knife. We met at a charity gala. She was working for a PR firm, said all the right things, laughed at all my jokes. We were engaged within 6 months. Fast. I thought I knew what I wanted. I was 32, tired of the dating scene, tired of wondering if women saw me or just my net worth. I moved to lean against the counter, giving myself distance from the memories. She seemed different. She asked about my day, remembered small details, made me feel seen. We were planning a wedding. I had already bought her a ring worth more than most people's houses. What happened? She was selling my company's secrets to a competitor. Had been the entire relationship. The word still tasted bitter after 3 years. Trade secrets, merger plans, proprietary research. Millions of dollars worth of information, and she was photocopying it in my home office while I slept in the next room. Angela had stopped stirring. She turned to face me fully, her expression stricken. I found the files by accident. Hidden in a shoebox in her closet. Copies of everything, along with wire transfer confirmations for payments totaling almost $2 million. I forced my hands to stay relaxed at my sides, fighting the urge to clench them into fists. She got a settlement instead of jail time. My lawyers wanted to avoid the publicity of a trial. She signed an NDA. Disappeared to the West Coast with her payout. Anderson. I have not let anyone close since. Not really. Not until you. The silence stretched. Angela set down the spoon and crossed to me. Her palm pressed flat against my chest, right over the place that had felt hollow for 3 years. My dad died on Christmas Day, she said. 2 years ago. Massive heart attack in the kitchen while my mom was basting the turkey. I covered her hand with mine. He was 58. Worked double shifts at the firehouse his whole life. Never complained, never asked for anything, just kept showing up for our family every single day. Her voice cracked on the last word. He collapsed between the appetizers and the main course. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was gone. We buried him 3 days later. Angela. I pulled her closer, wrapping my arms around her. She pressed her forehead to my chest. I threw myself into work after that. Studying for the bar, extra hours at the firm, anything to not think about the empty chair at Sunday dinner. The way my mom sets his place out of habit and then has to clear it away. She looked up at me. Gold flecks caught the light in her brown eyes. I told myself if I just worked hard enough, achieved enough, it would fill the hole he left. Did it? No. A sad smile crossed her face. Nothing does. But the trying keeps me moving forward. I understood that. The relentless forward motion that was easier than standing still. The achievement that was easier than feeling. I had built an empire on that philosophy. I am sorry, I said. That you lost him. That you carry that. I am sorry someone broke your trust so badly you built walls around an entire brownstone. Neither of us laughed. It was not funny. It was just true. Later, we sat on the old leather couch in the library. The fire I had built crackled in the stone hearth. Rain had started sometime during dinner, pattering against the tall windows that looked out onto the overgrown garden. Angela had her feet in my lap, a first edition Hemingway in her hands that she was not reading. I was not reading either. My hand rested on her ankle, thumb tracing absent patterns on her skin while I watched her. The way the firelight caught the angles of her face. The way she had relaxed into this space, like she belonged here. Like the brownstone had been waiting for her all along. Maybe it had. Maybe I had. "This is nice," she said softly, not looking up from the book she was not reading. "Just being. Without worrying about who might see." "It is." She turned a page. I traced another pattern. The fire popped and settled. Outside, the rain grew heavier. "I am falling for you." The words left me before I could stop them. Angela's head came up, her eyes finding mine. "I know it is fast," I continued, because now that I had started, I could not seem to stop. "I know we agreed to be careful. I know there is someone out there who knows about us and could destroy everything we have built. But you asked me to be honest with you, and the honest truth is that I am falling for you, Angela. Hard. And it terrifies me." She set down the book. For a long moment, she just looked at me. Her expression unreadable. My chest constricted with something that felt dangerously close to fear. Then she moved. Crawled across the couch until she was straddling my lap, her face inches from mine. Her hands framed my face, thumbs brushing my cheekbones. "I am terrified too," she whispered. "Because I am falling just as hard. And I do not know how to do this without losing myself. Without becoming someone who exists only in relation to you and your world." "You will not." I gripped her hips, anchoring her. Anchoring myself. "I will not let you." I fell for the woman who stood on a conference table and told me to go to bother myself. That woman does not disappear just because we are together. She laughed, the sound bright and unexpected. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in each other's arms as tenderness and passion intertwined. When the moment faded, her eyes were bright with something that looked like hope. "My mom wants to meet you." I blinked. "What?" "Sunday dinner." She pressed her lips together, a nervous tell I was learning to read. "She has been asking about my new man since I accidentally mentioned you on the phone last week. I have run out of excuses." Sunday dinner. In Queens. With her mother. Her family. The people she loved most in the world, the people whose opinion mattered more than any board of directors. 2 weeks ago, the thought would have sent me running. Now, with her warm in my lap and the rain falling outside, and this strange new feeling expanding in my chest, I found myself saying the only thing that made sense. "Tell her I will be there."
Chapter 12. Angela.
The subway rattled through the tunnel toward Park Slope. I pressed my forehead against the cool window, watching the darkness rush past. "I am falling for you, Angela." Hard. And it terrifies me. His words echoed in my chest. The way he had said them. That rawness in his voice I had never heard before. Anderson Cromby, terrified. Of me. I closed my eyes and saw it all again. The brownstone with its rolling ladder and grandmother's copper pots. The piano he had learned during lonely summers. The stained glass irises he had restored with his own hands. He had never brought anyone there. Not even Veronica. And tomorrow, he was meeting my mother. My stomach tightened. I walked the 3 blocks from the station to my apartment building. The April evening had turned cool, and I pulled my jacket tighter. Mrs. Kowalski was walking her ancient pug on the second-floor landing. She waved. I waved back. Normal. Everything looked so normal. Except nothing was. I unlocked my door and stood in the middle of my tiny living room. The mismatched furniture. The law books stacked on every surface. The fire escape where I sat and dreamed of more. Tomorrow, Anderson would see where I came from. The row house in Queens. The plastic on the good furniture. My mother's refrigerator covered in family photos and prayer cards. What if he changed his mind? I grabbed my phone before I could talk myself out of it. Mom answered on the second ring. "Angela, is everything okay? It is late." "It is 8:30, Mom. On a Saturday. You should be out. With friends. With a man." "Here we go. Actually, I took a breath. That is why I am calling. I am bringing someone to dinner, tomorrow. Silence. Then, Madonna Mia. I held the phone away from my ear, as her voice hit a pitch usually reserved for lottery winners and papal visits. Finally. Who is he? What is his name? Is he Italian? Does he want children? How did you meet? Why have you not told me about him before? How long have you been seeing him? Is he Catholic? Does he have a good job? Mom. Mom. Take a breath. I am breathing. I am breathing fine. My daughter is bringing a man home, and I am perfectly calm. She was not perfectly calm. His name is Anderson. We work together. And before you ask, no, he is not Italian. That is okay. Your father was not Italian either. A pause. Irish. English, I think. Maybe some German. Also fine. What does he do at your firm? I hesitated. He is in management. Management is good. Stable. Benefits. Does he own a house? An apartment? Does he live with his mother? Because that is a red flag, Angela. A man over 30 living with his mother. He has his own place, Mom. Several places, actually. A penthouse in Tribeca. A brownstone in Brooklyn Heights. Probably a house in the Hamptons I did not know about yet. Good. That is good. I could hear her nodding through the phone. And he is serious about you? This is not just some fling? My mind flashed to last night. The firelight dancing across his face. The way his voice broke when he said he was falling for me. It is serious, Mom. Then I will use the good tablecloth. The one Nona gave me for my wedding. If she only knew. Ben will be there too, Mom continued. I hope that is okay. He has been asking when he will get to meet whoever has been putting that smile in your voice lately. I have not been smiling. Angela Marie Hayes. I am your mother. I know when you are smiling into the phone. I was smiling. My goodness. I will make my lasagna, she said. The one with the Italian sausage. And the garlic bread. Does he have allergies? Dietary restrictions? Is he one of those men who does not eat carbs? He eats carbs, Mom. Thank God. I do not trust a man who will not eat bread. I heard her moving through the kitchen, probably already planning the menu. Cabinet doors opening and closing. The scratch of pen on paper. Mom, it is not a big deal. Do not go overboard. My daughter is bringing home a man for the first time in years. I will go as overboard as I please. Had it really been that long since I had introduced her to anyone? Jonathan, the last one. The one I had given too much to. Just be normal, okay? Do not interrogate him. When have I ever interrogated anyone? Thanksgiving 2019. You made Rosalie's boyfriend cry. He was a vegetarian who insulted my turkey. That is different. I laughed to spite myself. Just promise me you will not scare him off. If he scares that easy, he does not deserve you anyway. Her voice softened. I am happy for you, sweetheart. Your father would be too. My throat went tight. 2 years since Christmas Day. 2 years since the heart attack in the kitchen, while she basted the turkey. Some days it felt like yesterday. Other days a lifetime. Thanks, Mom. I will see you tomorrow. 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock. And Angela? Yeah. Wear that blue dress. The one that brings out your eyes. Sleep did not come easy. I stared at the ceiling, running through tomorrow in my mind. 1,000 ways it could go wrong. Mom showing him my baby pictures. Mom asking about grandchildren. Mom pulling out the prayer candles and asking if he had been baptized. What if he saw my world and realized we came from different planets? I punched my pillow and turned over. The brownstone had been one thing. His private sanctuary. A place that felt almost normal despite the first additions and restored stained glass. But tomorrow he would see the other side. The cramped kitchen where Mom had cooked 1,000 dinners. The backyard where Dad used to grill on Sundays before heading to the firehouse. The bedroom I had shared with Rosalie until I left for college, where my old Backstreet Boys poster probably still hung behind the door. I am falling for you. But falling was easy. The landing was what hurt. I thought about his penthouse. The white marble. The city views. The espresso machine that cost more than my monthly rent. Then I thought about Mom's house. The creaky stairs. The bathroom with the stubborn faucet. The kitchen table where 5 brothers and 2 sisters had fought over the last meatball. 2 different worlds. By 6 in the morning, I gave up on sleep. I made coffee and called Maxine. This better be good. Her voice was thick with sleep. I am taking Anderson to meet my mother today. Rustling of sheets. Then, oh my goodness. Okay. I am awake now. He said he is falling for me. Last night. At his secret Brooklyn brownstone that he has never shown anyone. And now he is meeting my mom in 7 hours, and I think I might throw up. Deep breaths. In through the nose. I breathed. Okay, Maxine said. Let us break this down. He told you he is falling for you. That is good. He agreed to meet your family. That is huge. He has a secret Brooklyn brownstone? It is beautiful. He has a piano. Of course he does. Angela, listen to me. The man is crazy about you. Anyone with eyes can see it. What if my mom says something weird? Your mom will definitely say something weird. That is what moms do. If he cannot handle Karen Hayes, he does not deserve you. I thought about Anderson in his $5,000 suits, sitting on plastic-covered furniture while my mother served lasagna on the good china she only broke out for Christmas. What if it is too much? The class difference. My world versus his. Girl, you stood on a conference table and told a billionaire to go shove his offer where the sun does not shine. You think you cannot handle introducing him to your mom? She had a point. Okay. I exhaled. Okay. I can do this. Wear something that makes you feel powerful. And call me the second you get home. I love you. Love you too. Now let me go back to sleep. This baby thinks 3 in the morning is party time. I showered. Dried my hair. Stood in front of my closet for 20 minutes. The blue dress. The one Mom mentioned. Simple, fitted, brought out the warmth in my eyes. Or the gray slacks with a white blouse. More professional. Less trying too hard. Blue dress. Mom was right. I was zipping up when my phone rang. Anderson. Good morning. His voice did things to me even through the speaker. Morning. I have been awake since 5, trying to figure out what to wear to meet your mother. I laughed. You? Wardrobe crisis? I own 47 suits. None of them feel right for Sunday dinner in Queens. Wear something casual. A nice shirt. Do chinos work? I sat on my bed, phone pressed to my ear, a smile tugging at my lips that would not quit. Anderson Cromby, undone by the prospect of meeting Karen Hayes. Chinos are fine. Skip the tie. No tie. Got it. What should I bring? Wine? Flowers? Is there something your mother likes? Flowers are good. Nothing too fancy. And maybe a bottle of red. She likes Chianti. Chianti. Noted. A pause. Angela. Yeah. What if they do not like me? His voice dropped on the last word, the same way it had when he had admitted he was falling for me. This man who commanded boardrooms and crushed competitors. Nervous about dinner in Queens. Anderson. You run a multi-billion-dollar company. You have negotiated with world leaders. You are worried about my mom? World leaders are predictable. They want money and power. Mothers are. He trailed off. Terrifying? Different. Mothers see things. They know things. I thought about Karen Hayes, the woman who could tell if I was lying from 3 rooms away. Who knew when I had had a bad day just by the way I closed the front door. She is going to love you, I said. Just be yourself. The real you. The one who cans tomatoes and plays piano. I have not played in years. Maybe it is time to start again. Silence. Then, I have 5 brothers to impress, apparently. You mentioned 5 brothers. 5 brothers, 2 sisters. Rosalie is the youngest. She is a resident now, just started her first year. Tony is the oldest. He works construction. Then there is Michael Jr., Dominic, Christopher, and Vincent. I tick them off on my fingers even though he could not see. Fair warning, they are protective. Protective how? The last guy the first brought home? They made him change a tire in the driveway while they watched. In January. I can change a tire. Can you? A beat of silence. I will learn before the next family dinner. I laughed. A real laugh that came from somewhere deep. They are not all going to be there tomorrow. Just Mom and Ben. Consider it a trial run. A trial run. Like a performance review. Exactly like a performance review. Except with lasagna. And they will all be there eventually? 20, 30 people? The full Hayes family experience? I smiled at my ceiling. Yeah. Big family dinners. Everyone talking over each other. Kids running everywhere. My Aunt Maria always brings her accordion. An accordion. Welcome to the Hayes family. He was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was soft. I have never done this before. Met someone's family. Never. Veronica met my parents. At a charity gala. Formal. Controlled. He exhaled. This is different. This is real. Real. Yes. Then we are both terrified, I said. Perfect. Perfect. Pick me up at noon? I will be there at 11:59. I am never late. I know. Angela? Yeah. Thank you. For letting me into your world. I pressed my hand to my chest where something warm was spreading. Thank you for wanting to be in it. I hung up and stared at my reflection in the mirror. Blue dress. Hair in soft waves. Eyes brighter than they had been in months. In a few hours, a billionaire would sit at my mother's table and eat lasagna off the good china. And somehow, against all odds, that felt exactly right. I just hoped she did not bring out the baby photos before dessert.
Chapter 13. Anderson.
The row house looked exactly like Angela had described. Red brick. White trim. A small yard with tomato cages waiting for summer. An American flag hung from the porch. Wind chimes tinkled near the door. I had negotiated billion-dollar deals. Faced down hostile boards. Stared down competitors who wanted to destroy everything I had built. None of that had prepared me for this. You are going to wear a hole in the sidewalk. Angela squeezed my hand. She already likes you. She has never met me. I told her about you. She is excited. Excited. That word could mean anything. Excited to interrogate me. Excited to judge whether I was good enough for her daughter. Excited to find every flaw and weakness. The flowers in my hand felt ridiculous. Tulips. Spring colors. The florist had assured me they were warm and welcoming, not too formal. I had also brought a bottle of Chianti, as Angela had suggested. I straightened my collar. No tie, as instructed. Navy chinos. A button-down that cost more than some people's car payments. I had changed 3 times before Pat dropped us off. Stop fidgeting. Angela reached up and smoothed my collar. You look perfect. I do not fidget. You have touched your collar 4 times since we got out of the car. The front door swung open before I could respond. Karen Hayes stood in the doorway. She was an older version of Angela. Same warm brown eyes. Same expressive face. Shorter, rounder, with silver threading through dark hair. She wore an apron covered in flour and what looked like tomato sauce. You are here. She threw her arms wide. Come in, come in. Do not stand on the sidewalk like strangers. She pulled Angela into a hug first. Tight. Rocking side to side. The kind of hug that spoke of years of practice. Then she turned to me. And you must be Anderson. She studied my face for a long moment. Whatever she found there must have satisfied her, because she pulled me into the same embrace. Welcome. Any man brave enough to date my daughter is welcome in my home. She smelled like garlic and something floral. Her hug was strong, certain, nothing like the air kisses I had grown up with. Thank you for having me, Mrs. Hayes. I held out the flowers. These are for you. Tulips. She took them like I had handed her diamonds. My favorites. How did you know? I had not. But Angela smiled at me over her mother's shoulder, and I decided luck counted as much as planning. And Chianti. Karen spotted the wine. Angela, this one is a keeper. Mom? What? I am stating facts. She ushered us inside. Come. The lasagna needs another 20 minutes, and I want to hear everything. The house wrapped around me like a warm blanket. Photos covered every wall. Every surface. Angela as a gap-toothed child. Angela in a cap and gown. Angela surrounded by a sea of siblings at what looked like Christmas dinner. A man with kind eyes, and Angela's smile appeared in most of them. Her father. The firefighter who died on Christmas Day. The furniture was comfortable rather than stylish. A couch with worn cushions. A coffee table with ring marks from decades of mugs. Plastic covers on the good chairs in the formal living room, just as Angela had warned. The whole place smelled like tomatoes and garlic and home. Nothing like the museum I had grown up in. That is Michael. Karen had caught me looking at the photos. 3 decades we had together. Not enough. Never enough. She touched the frame with gentle fingers. But he gave me beautiful children and a lifetime of memories. I thought of my own parents. Their marriage was a business arrangement. Separate bedrooms. Separate lives. A family portrait once a year for the shareholders. He looks like a good man. The best. Karen smiled, and the sadness in her eyes lifted. Now, come meet Ben. He has been dying to talk to someone about the stock market, and none of us know what he is saying. Ben Taylor sat in a worn leather recliner in the living room. 63, silver-haired, with a newspaper folded on his lap. He stood when we entered, extending a hand. Anderson Cromby. I have read about you in the journal. His handshake was firm. Direct. The Pemberton acquisition was impressive. Bold timing. Thank you. It was a calculated risk. The best ones always are. He smiled. Can I get you a beer? Karen will not let me have one without company. I heard that. Karen called from the kitchen. Ben winked. She hears everything. You will learn. 20 minutes later, I found myself in Karen's kitchen, sleeves rolled to my elbows, learning how to properly chop basil. No, no. You are bruising the leaves. Karen took the knife from my hand. Like this. Gentle. Stack them, roll them, then slice. See? I tried again. Better. There you go. She patted my arm. Angela said you can cook. A little. My grandmother taught me some basics. Italian grandmother? German, actually. But she appreciated good food. Karen nodded approvingly. Food is love. A man who understands that understands what matters. Angela appeared in the doorway, her phone in her hand. Mom, do you need the... She stopped. Stared. Are you teaching Anderson to cook? I am teaching him to chop basil. There is a difference. Karen waved her daughter away. Go set the table. We are bonding. Angela caught my eye. Her lips twitched. I shrugged. When she left, Karen lowered her voice. You care about her. It was not a question. I do. Good. She scraped the basil into a pot of simmering tomatoes. Because she has been through enough. Jonathan nearly broke her. 3 years ago. Took everything she gave and gave nothing back. Jonathan. The ex Angela had mentioned. The one she had given too much to. I am not Jonathan. No. Karen studied me again with those sharp eyes. You are not. I can see that. But I am her mother. It is my job to make sure. I understand. She nodded once. Then she smiled, and the interrogation ended. Now, tell me about this grandmother of yours. The one who taught you to cook. Dinner was chaos. Beautiful, wonderful chaos. The lasagna was perfect. Layers of cheese and meat and sauce that had simmered all day. Garlic bread warm from the oven. A salad that Karen apologized for because it is not homemade dressing. I ran out of time. Ben asked about investment strategies. Karen asked about my family, my childhood, whether I wanted children someday. Angela kicked me under the table when I hesitated on that last one. Someday, I said. With the right person. Karen beamed. The kind of smile that made you want to earn it again. We had just started on second helpings when the front door banged open. Mom? Whose Mercedes is parked outside? I thought you said. A young woman stopped in the kitchen doorway. Same Italian features as Angela, but shorter. Sharper. Her dark hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, and she wore scrubs under her jacket. Oh. Rosalie. Karen jumped up. I did not know you were coming. I had a break between shifts. Thought I would surprise you. Rosalie's eyes had not left me. You must be the mystery boyfriend. Anderson Cromby. I stood and offered my hand. You are Angela's sister. The medical student. Resident, actually. Just started. She shook my hand, grip firm, assessing. So you are the one who has got my sister glowing like a Christmas tree. Rosalie, Angela warned. What? It is a compliment. Mostly. Rosalie dropped into an empty chair and helped herself to lasagna. So? Anderson. What are your intentions toward my sister? Rosalie. Both Karen and Angela this time. It is fine. I met Rosalie's gaze. My intention is to make her happy. For as long as she will let me. Rosalie chewed. Considered. Acceptable answer. We will see if you mean it. The doorbell rang before anyone could respond. I will get it, Angela said, grateful for the escape. She returned a moment later with a man I recognized. Mark Stevenson. Sandy hair, easy smile, the kind of good looks that belonged on a college recruitment poster. He held a folder in his hands. Sorry to interrupt. His eyes swept the room, landing on me with obvious surprise. Cromby. Did not expect to see you here. Stevenson. I kept my voice neutral. Angela mentioned you work together sometimes. On the Davidson merger, yeah. He turned to Angela, handing over the folder. Eric asked me to drop these off. Said you would want to review them before Monday. Thanks. You did not have to drive all the way out here. It is no trouble. I was in the neighborhood. Karen, ever the hostess, was already pulling out another chair. You will stay for dessert. I made tiramisu. I could not impose. Nonsense. Sit. Rosalie, make room. Rosalie shifted her chair with obvious reluctance, but when Mark sat down next to her, something shifted in the air. I watched it happen. The way his eyes lingered a beat too long on her face. The way she straightened, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. So you are in real estate? Rosalie asked, her tone a shade too casual. Development, mostly. We are working on a project in Brooklyn right now. Converting old warehouses into residential lofts. Gentrification. Rosalie raised an eyebrow. Revitalization. Mark smiled. We keep 50% of the units affordable. It is in the contract. Rosalie's expression shifted. Skepticism giving way to something that looked almost like interest. That is, actually not terrible. High praise from a doctor. Resident. I am a resident. Same thing. You save lives. I just build apartments. Do not sell yourself short. Rosalie reached for the tiramisu. Housing is a public health issue. I wrote a paper on it. Mark leaned closer. I would love to read it. Angela caught my eye across the table. She had noticed too. Interesting. After dinner, I helped Karen with the dishes while Angela walked Mark to his car. Rosalie had disappeared to the living room with Ben, arguing about some medical drama they both watched. You do not have to do that. Karen tried to take the sponge from my hand. You are a guest. I want to. I scrubbed a plate. Besides, you cooked. It is only fair. She watched me for a moment. Then she smiled. Soft. Approving. You fit, she said quietly. I was not sure you would. A man like you in a house like this. She gestured at the modest kitchen. But you fit. Something loosened in my chest. A tension I had not known I was carrying. Your family is wonderful. We are loud. We are messy. We argue about everything. Karen dried a plate and set it in the cabinet. But we love each other. That is what matters. Angela returned, her expression warm as she found us at the sink together. Mom, stop interrogating him. I am not interrogating. We are having a conversation. Karen winked at me. He offered to do dishes. I am keeping him. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it. It buzzed again. And again. Take it, Angela said. It might be important. I dried my hands and pulled out the phone. 3 messages from Francis. Your father knows. He has been calling the office all afternoon. Call me. Now. I spread through my veins. I opened my texts. 1 message from my father, sent 2 minutes ago. My office. Tomorrow. 8 anti-meridium sharp. We need to discuss the Hayes woman. The warmth of Karen's kitchen suddenly felt very far away. Anderson? Angela's hand touched my arm. What is wrong? I looked at her. At Karen still drying dishes with practiced ease. At the photos on every wall. The life they had built. The family that had welcomed me like I belonged. My father was going to try to destroy all of it. Nothing. I pocketed the phone. Just work? But Angela's eyes said she did not believe me. And the weight settling in my stomach said she was right not to.
Chapter 14. Angela.
A month ago, I did not know what this felt like. Waking up in silk sheets that cost more than my old rent. Sunlight streaming through walls of glass, painting the bedroom gold. The weight of Anderson's arm draped across my waist like he was afraid I would disappear in the night. Now it felt like home. I stretched against him. We had fallen into a rhythm over these past weeks, one that terrified me as much as it thrilled me. Most nights at his penthouse. Leaving 11 minutes apart for work. Stolen glances across conference rooms. Coded texts that made my face flush in meetings. "You are thinking too loud," Anderson murmured against my shoulder. His voice was rough with sleep. "Just enjoying the view." He pulled me closer, his chest warm against my back. "The view is spectacular from here too." I smiled into my pillow. "Smooth talker." "Only for you." His lips found the curve of my neck. "We should get up." Neither of us moved. Outside, Manhattan hummed with its usual Tuesday morning chaos. Inside, time felt suspended. This was what I had never expected. Not just the penthouse or the silk sheets or the man whose fortune could buy small countries. The ordinariness of it. Coffee brewing in his kitchen. My toothbrush next to his. The way he knew I liked the left side of the bed without me ever saying so. "Your father," I said. "Did you ever?" "Handled." His tone carried that edge of finality I had learned not to push past. "Someone sent him a photo of us leaving the building together. He put two and two together." A muscle ticked in his cheek. "Richard Cromby can have opinions about my personal life. He does not get to dictate it." I turned in his arms, searching his face. Whatever had happened in that conversation, Anderson was not ready to share the details. But the fact that we were still here, still together, told me enough. "Thank you," I said. "For fighting for this." Something softened in his expression. "Always." He kissed me then, slow and deep, and for a moment I forgot about work, about secrets, about everything except the taste of him. My phone alarm shattered the moment. "Reality calls," I sighed. "Reality can wait. The merger deadline cannot." Anderson groaned but released me. I slipped out of bed and into the bathroom, catching my reflection in the mirror. The woman staring back looked different from the one who had stood on a conference table 2 months ago. More confident. More alive. More reckless. By 9:30, I was seated in the conference room on the 42nd floor, legal briefs spread before me like a shield. The merger team had assembled, 8 of us around the long mahogany table. Anderson stood at the head, commanding the room in charcoal Armani. His tie was silver today, the one I had straightened for him this morning. "The merger closes in 3 weeks," he said, his voice carrying that CEO authority that still made my spine straighten. "I need status updates. Now." Francis Cole went first, rattling off numbers. Then the finance team. Then legal compliance. When my turn came, I stood. The subsidiary review uncovered a potential liability issue in Section 14. "We are looking at exposure of roughly $12 million if we do not restructure the employee retention clause." Anderson's gaze locked on mine. To anyone else, it looked like professional scrutiny. I knew better. "You are suggesting we delay closing?" he asked. "I am suggesting we do it right. Rushing creates risk. Risk can be managed. Not this kind." I squared my shoulders, refusing to back down. The clause language is ambiguous. A court could interpret it either way. "You want to bet $12 million on ambiguity?" The tension in the room thickened. Team members shifted in their seats. Francis cleared his throat. Anderson's expression remained unreadable. That dangerous quiet descended over him. A month ago, it would have intimidated me. Now I recognized it for what it was. Respect disguised as challenge. He liked when I pushed back. Maybe too much. "Walk me through the specifics," he said. "After the meeting." The way he said it sent heat crawling up my neck. I knew exactly what kind of walking through he had in mind. And judging by the slight lift at the corner of his mouth, he knew I knew. "Of course, Mr. Cromby." The meeting continued, but I caught the looks. Marcus from accounting, whispering to his colleague. Tina Topinski watching us with those sharp, calculating eyes. "You have been glowing lately," Tina commented when I passed her chair. Her voice was sweet enough to rot teeth. Must be all those late nights with work. I did not dignify it with a response. The team filtered out after the meeting. Marcus. Janet. The finance people whose names I kept forgetting. One by one, until only Anderson and I remained. He did not move toward me at first. Just hit the button on the wall that frosted the glass walls. Section 14, he asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. A legitimate concern. He closed the distance between us. And the part where you challenged me, in front of my entire team? That was necessary. That was hot as fire. My breath caught when he reached for me, pulling me against him with an urgency that matched my own. His mouth found mine in a deep claiming kiss. We gave in to the intensity we had held back all morning, losing ourselves in each other against the conference table. The moment stretched, charged with everything we could not say aloud in the office. His hands framed my face. My fingers gripped his shirt. We poured weeks of restraint into that single, stolen connection. When we finally pulled apart, breathing hard, the risk of it all hung heavy between us. We should not, I whispered even as I leaned into him. Doors locked. Glass frosted. His voice was low, rough with want. But we cannot take this further here. Not with cameras watching. The denial only sharpened the longing. Anderson. He pressed his forehead to mine. Tonight. At my place. I will make up for every second we have to wait. I nodded, throat tight. Tonight. We straightened our clothes quickly, smoothing wrinkles and fixing ties. The heat lingered in my cheeks, in the way my pulse still raced. We need to be more careful, I whispered. I know. We are getting sloppy. I know. So why can I not stop wanting this? He pulled back enough to meet my eyes. Something vulnerable flickered there, something he did not show anyone else. Because it is real. And real things are worth the risk. The door handle rattled. We froze. Mr. Cromby? A muffled voice. Maintenance. We got a report about the video conferencing system? Anderson recovered first. 1 minute, he called, his voice steady as stone. We scrambled the final touches. A quick mirror check on my phone showed flushed cheeks and swollen lips. Nothing I could do about that. That was too close, I hissed. His grin was unrepentant. Worth it. I smoothed my hair one final time as he unlocked the door. The maintenance worker shuffled in, toolbox in hand, oblivious to what he had almost walked in on. I gathered my files and slipped out, hoping the heat in my face could pass for exertion. Tina was at her desk, watching. Always watching. I ignored her and kept walking. At 4:15, my email dinged. All hands. Conference room A, immediately. Eric Davidson. My stomach tightened as I made my way down the hall. Emergency meetings never brought good news. Around me, colleagues wore the same worried expressions. Anderson was already there when I arrived, standing beside Eric at the head of the room. His face had gone to stone. We have a serious situation, Eric announced once everyone had assembled. His voice carried that grave weight I had only heard once before when he had announced layoffs. Confidential merger documents have been leaked to our competitors. The room erupted. Gasps. Murmurs. Someone swore under their breath. When? Francis demanded. We discovered it this morning. The leak appears to have occurred within the last 72 hours. Eric's gaze swept the room. Information that was only accessible to people in this room. Silence crashed down like a wave. I felt eyes shifting toward me. The newest team member. The one who had risen too fast, too suddenly. The woman who spent an awful lot of time in closed-door meetings with the CEO. Anderson's expression remained unreadable, but I saw his hands fist at his sides. He was thinking the same thing I was. Our secret had just become far more dangerous. This is not just about money, Eric continued. We are looking at potential SEC investigation. Criminal charges. The end of careers. My throat went dry. We will find who did this, Anderson said, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. And when we do, there will be consequences. Eric nodded, his face grim. Until then, no one leaves town. No one discusses this outside this room. Internal security will be conducting interviews with each of you. The meeting dissolved into chaos. Questions overlapping. Accusations veiled as concerns. Through it all, I felt the weight of suspicion settling on my shoulders like a shroud. When I finally caught Anderson's eye, his expression gave nothing away. But I saw what no one else would notice. The slight tension in his shoulders. The way his gaze lingered on me a beat too long before sliding away. He wanted to protect me. And he could not. Not without exposing everything. But Tina's smile, small and satisfied, said everything. Someone in this room was a traitor. And I was about to become the prime suspect.
Chapter 15. Anderson.
The boardroom felt like a war zone. 8 faces stared at me from around the polished table, and not one of them looked friendly. My father sat at the far end, his silence more damning than any accusation. Richard Cromby did not need to speak. His disappointment radiated across the room like a physical force. The leak has already cost us preliminary negotiations with 3 potential partners, said Harold Chen, our chief financial officer. He tapped his pen against the table in a rhythm that matched my growing headache. We are looking at losses in the tens of millions if this continues. Not to mention the Securities and Exchange Commission, added Margaret Wu, our general counsel. Her expression was grim. An informal inquiry has already been mentioned. If they find evidence of insider trading, we are looking at criminal charges. I am aware of the financial implications. I kept my voice level, controlled, even as everything inside me wanted to put a fist through the nearest wall. Are you? My father's voice cut through the room. Because from where I am sitting, you seem more focused on protecting your team than finding the traitor. My team did not do this. Your team is the only group with access to the leaked documents. Harold again, stating the obvious like it was some revelation. Someone in that room yesterday is selling us out. The image of Angela flashed through my mind. Her face when Eric announced the leak. The way suspicion had already started circling her like sharks scenting blood. She was not capable of this. I knew it in my bones. But I could not say that. Could not explain how I knew her, really knew her. How I had watched her work 80-hour weeks because she believed in doing things right. How she had turned down my offer to transfer her back to Eric's team because she had earned her position and would not let anyone say otherwise. We will find who is responsible, I said. Internal security is already conducting interviews. Interviews are not enough. Richard leaned forward, his gaze boring into me. I want polygraphs. Full financial audits of every team member. And I want your head of security reporting directly to the board until this is resolved. The room held its breath. I nodded once. Done. And Anderson? My father's voice dropped to that quiet register that had terrified me since childhood. Whatever distractions have been occupying your attention lately, I suggest you eliminate them. Now. He knew. Maybe not the specifics, but he knew something was off. Richard Cromby had not built a billion-dollar empire by missing the obvious. I met his eyes without flinching. There are no distractions. The lie tasted bitter on my tongue. Francis found me in the security monitoring room an hour later. He closed the door behind him and flipped the lock. His face was grim. I pulled the preliminary logs before security locks me out, he said without preamble. We both know Angela did not do this. Relief and dread hit me at the same time. Francis was not questioning her. He was preparing me for war. But to everyone else? He handed me a tablet. A timeline glowed on the screen. This is what they will see. I scrolled. Multiple late-night exits from the building within minutes of each other. Coffee deliveries addressed to A. Hayes, charged to my personal account. The Valentino blouse purchase on my card 3 weeks ago. 42nd floor access logs showing her keycard used after hours 23 times in the past 5 weeks. Elevator footage of us stepping in together, doors closing before the camera caught anything else. Every line was a breadcrumb straight to us. Frances met my eyes. I have known since the file room, Anderson. I have been covering for you since the file room. But I cannot erase all of this without leaving a bigger trail. I handed the tablet back. My voice came out flat. How long until security flags it? Hours. Maybe less. He set the tablet aside and pulled up a chair. Once they cross-reference access logs with the leaked documents' edit history, she becomes the easiest story. Ambitious newcomer involved intimately with the CEO, sells secrets for a bigger payout. The idea of anyone thinking that about her made my vision narrow. I forced myself to breathe. There is something else, Frances said. That anonymous note. The one we found on her desk last month. I know about you two. The words were burned into my memory. Whoever sent it just handed us motive for someone else to frame her. Frances leaned forward. Think about it. Someone in that building already knew about your relationship. Someone who wanted leverage. And now, conveniently, Angela looks guilty while the real traitor walks free. Tina. The name surfaced in my mind like poison. Her sharp eyes. Her satisfied smile at the leak announcement. The way she watched Angela with barely concealed hatred. We need proof, I said. Already working on it. I am pulling Tina Topinski's access logs, financial records, everything. But it takes time. Frances paused. And you need to prepare yourself. If this goes public before we find the real leak, the relationship comes out. There is no way around it. I looked at the screens surrounding us. Footage from hallways, elevators, conference rooms. Somewhere in those recordings was the evidence that would clear Angela and condemn whoever was really responsible. How long do we have? Days. Maybe a week if we are lucky. Frances stood, gathering the tablet. But Anderson, you need to keep your distance from her. Publicly. Every interaction you have with Angela right now is being watched. If you show favoritism, if you try to protect her openly, it makes her look guiltier. Like she has something on you. The words landed like a blow. Stay away from her to save her. And if we cannot find proof in time, then we go public with the relationship and pray the board believes it was just an affair, not a conspiracy. He paused at the door. She is not Veronica, Anderson. I have watched her for months. The way she looks at you, the way she works. She is not capable of that kind of betrayal. But the board will not see what I see. They will see a convenient scapegoat. So we find the real traitor first. Before they destroy her. Frances nodded once. I will have something on Tina by tomorrow. Just hold the line until then. The security footage loaded in grainy black and white. Timestamp, April 28, 11:47 in the evening. Angela, alone in the copy room. She stood at the machine, feeding documents through the scanner, glancing over her shoulder like she was afraid of being caught. I knew what those documents were. Estate paperwork for her mother's lawyer. She had mentioned it in passing one morning, frustrated that Karen's late husband's pension was still tied up in bureaucratic red tape. She had needed copies and the law firm's machines charged by the page. She had stayed late to use ours because she did not want anyone asking questions about her personal business. But the security team would not know that. All they would see was the newest team member photocopying documents after hours, alone and nervous. I pulled up more footage. April 30th, she had stayed late to finish the Klein subsidiary analysis. May 2nd, she had been waiting for me after a board dinner, and we had ended up on my office couch until midnight. May 5th, she had forgotten her laptop and come back to retrieve it. Every timestamp had an innocent explanation. And every innocent explanation led straight back to our relationship. I pinched the bridge of my nose, exhaustion pressing down like a physical weight. There had to be something I was missing. Some thread that would lead away from Angela and toward the real traitor. My phone buzzed. A text from her. "Can we talk? Something is wrong." I stared at the message, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Every instinct screamed at me to go to her. To explain. To promise I would fix this. But I was being watched now. The board. Security. My father. Any move I made toward Angela would only tighten the noose around her neck. I typed back my office. 10 minutes. She looked smaller somehow. Shoulders hunched, arms wrapped around herself, standing in the doorway like she was not sure she was welcome. "Close the door," I said. She did. Then just stood there watching me with those brown eyes that had started to feel like home. "People are looking at me," she said. "In the halls. Whispering when I walk by." I know. Is it true? Am I a suspect? I wanted to lie. To tell her everything would be fine, that I would protect her, that our secret was safe. But she deserved the truth. Everyone on the team is a suspect. I moved toward her, keeping my voice low. "But yes. Your name has come up." Something shattered in her expression. "You think I did this?" "No." "Then why does it feel like you are investigating me?" "Because I have to." The words ripped out of me harsh and raw. "The board is watching every move I make. If I show any favoritism, any protection, it makes things worse for you, not better. So what am I supposed to do? Just wait while everyone decides I am guilty? You are supposed to trust me." "Trust you?" Her voice cracked. "You are standing there with security footage on your desk. Footage of me. And you are asking me to trust you?" I reached for her, but she stepped back. "Angela. I did not do this, Anderson. I would never." She stopped, pressing her lips together, fighting for control. "I thought you knew me." "I do know you." "Then act like it." My phone buzzed again. Then again. I glanced down and felt my blood run cold. "What?" Angela asked, reading my expression. I turned the screen toward her. Breaking news alerts, flooding in one after another. Cromby merger in jeopardy, more confidential documents leaked. Securities and Exchange Commission launches informal inquiry into Cromby enterprises. Insider trading concerns rock financial sector. Angela's face went white. "This just happened," I said, my voice hollow. "While we were standing here." More documents went online. The implication hung between us, heavy and terrible. If she was here with me, she could not have leaked them. But that also meant someone else on my team was still betraying us. Right now. This very moment, while I stood here with the woman everyone suspected. And the evidence against Angela had just multiplied. The board would look at this new leak and see timing. They would see that she was with me, alone, when it happened. They would build a narrative of distraction, of manipulation, of a clever spy keeping the chief executive officer occupied while her accomplice finished the job. "Anderson." Her voice trembled. "What are we going to do?" I did not have an answer. I wanted to pull her into my arms. To promise her that I would fix this, that I would burn down anyone who tried to hurt her. But we were standing in my office with glass walls, and somewhere out there cameras were recording every second. "Go home," I said, my voice rough. "Do not talk to anyone. Do not answer questions without a lawyer present." "You are telling me to lawyer up?" Pain flickered across her face. Like a criminal? I am telling you to protect yourself. Because right now I cannot. She stared at me for a long moment. Something in her expression shifted, hardened, and I watched the woman I loved build walls between us in real time. Fine, she said. I will protect myself. She walked out without looking back. The walls were closing in, and I could not see a way out that did not destroy everything we had built.
Chapter 16. Angela.
The interview room on the 40th floor had no windows. I had been sitting in the same uncomfortable chair for 47 minutes. The security team, 2 men in matching navy suits with identical expressions of practiced neutrality, sat across from me with tablets and voices that gave nothing away. Between us, a digital recorder blinked red. Steady. Unblinking. Like an accusation. Miss Hayes, let us go over April 28th one more time. The older one, Peterson, tapped his tablet. Building access records show you entered at 11:47 in the evening. Can you explain why you were here so late? I kept my hands flat on the table. Steady. Professional. Everything I had built my career on. As I have explained twice now, I was photocopying documents for my mother's estate lawyer. My father passed away 2 years ago, and there has been ongoing paperwork related to his pension and life insurance. Personal documents. Peterson made a note. On company equipment. After business hours. I did not realize using the copier was a fireable offense. The sarcasm slipped out before I could stop it. A defense mechanism. The kind that had gotten me in trouble before. The younger one, Walsh, leaned forward. His chair scraped against the linoleum. Several colleagues have noted changes in your appearance. New clothing. Designer items. A marked departure from your previous wardrobe. Heat crawled up my neck and settled in my cheeks. Is that a question? Where did you acquire a Valentino blouse on a law clerk's salary, Miss Hayes? My throat tightened. They were not just asking about photocopies. They were asking about him. About us. About every late night and early morning and whispered confession I had shared with a man who was now treating me like a stranger. They were fishing for something I could not give them without destroying everything. It was a gift. From whom? That is personal. Peterson exchanged a look with Walsh. The kind of look that said they had already drawn their conclusions. The kind of look that made my stomach turn to ice. One more question. Walsh set down his tablet. How would you characterize your relationship with company leadership? I met his eyes without flinching. Professional. The word tasted like ash on my tongue. When they released me, I walked back to my desk on legs that felt borrowed from someone else. The open floor plan meant everyone saw me return. Conversations stopped mid-sentence. Eyes darted away like startled birds. Linda from contracts found her keyboard fascinating. Tom from acquisitions pretended to take a phone call. Even the intern by the coffee station refused to meet my gaze. I sat down and stared at my computer screen without seeing it. So this was what it felt like to be a pariah. I saw him 3 times that day. The first was in the hallway outside the elevator bank. I was carrying files to the copy room, arms full of papers I did not need, just desperate for an excuse to move, to be somewhere other than my desk and its island of silence. Anderson emerged from the executive elevator with Francis, both of them deep in conversation about quarterly projections and market positioning. His gaze swept over me like I was furniture. Part of the architecture. Nothing worth noticing. Miss Hayes. A nod. Nothing more. Not even a pause in his stride. My chest constricted. Mr. Cromby. He kept walking. Francis glanced back at me once, something like pity in his expression, before following his boss around the corner. Their voices faded. Something about the Henderson deal. Business as usual. I stood in the hallway, clutching those useless files, and tried to remember how to breathe. The second time was the cafeteria. I had gone down for coffee I did not want, just to escape my desk and the silence that surrounded it like a quarantine zone. The whispers that stopped whenever I approached. The pitying looks from people who had been friendly yesterday. Anderson stood by the espresso machine, laughing at something one of the board members said. His head thrown back. His face animated. Relaxed. The easy charm I had seen him turn on and off like a switch, now deployed for someone who was not me. As if his world had not crumbled at all. As if I was nothing but a name in a personnel file. I turned and left without the coffee. The third time was late afternoon. The light outside had gone golden, streaming through windows I was not allowed to look out of anymore. I was leaving the supply room with a box of legal pads when he rounded the corner. We nearly collided. For 1 second, we stood close enough that I could smell his cologne. That expensive sandalwood I had fallen asleep breathing in just last night, my head on his chest, his fingers in my hair. For 1 second, his mask slipped. His eyes met mine. Something flickered there. Pain, maybe. Or a warning. Or both. Excuse me. He stepped around me and kept walking. His shoulder brushed mine. The contact felt like electricity and ice at once. I stood in the empty hallway, legal pads pressed to my chest, and wondered if any of it had been real. The dinners. The confessions about his childhood and his father, and the fear of ending up alone. The way he had held me like I was something precious, something worth protecting. Or was I just collateral damage in a game I had never understood the rules of? Oh, Angela. There you are. Tina appeared at my desk around 4 o'clock, her voice dripping with concern. She held 2 paper cups from the fancy cafe downstairs, the one that charged $8 for a latte and put little leaf designs in the foam. I thought you could use this. She set a cup in front of me, with the precision of someone laying a trap. Rough day, huh? I looked at the cup. At her arranged expression of sympathy, the tilt of her head, the concerned furrow between her brows. Everything about it felt staged. Rehearsed. Like she had practiced in a mirror. Thanks, I said. You did not have to. We girls have to stick together, right? She perched on the edge of my desk, crossing her legs, making herself at home in my space. Her smile did not reach her eyes. I heard about the security interview. That must have been awful. I cannot imagine sitting in that room while they interrogate you like some kind of criminal. Word travels fast. This building is a fishbowl. Everyone knows everyone else's business. She tilted her head, and something cold flickered behind her concerned expression. What did they even ask you? I mean, if you do not mind sharing. It is so invasive, them going through everyone's lives like this. Makes you wonder what they are looking for. I picked up the latte. Did not drink it. Standard questions. Where I was, what I was doing. Nothing interesting. Right. She nodded, but her fingers tapped an impatient rhythm on her knee. I heard they are looking at everyone's finances too. Bank statements, credit cards, the works. Can you imagine? So degrading. A pause. Too long. Too deliberate. That blouse you wore last week, by the way. The blue one? Gorgeous. Valentino, was it not? Where did you get it? The shift was subtle. From sympathy to probing. From colleague to interrogator. My spine stiffened. It was a gift. Lucky you. I can never afford the nice stuff on what they pay us. She laughed, a tinkling sound that did not match her sharp gaze. Unless you have been doing some freelance work on the side. I know a few people who moonlight for extra cash. Consulting, that kind of thing. Very lucrative if you have the right connections. I met her eyes. Held them. Let the silence stretch until she had to look away first. No. Just the one job. Something passed across her face. Frustration, maybe. Smoothed away beneath another layer of false warmth. Well, if you ever need to talk, I am here. She slid off my desk, brushing imaginary lint from her skirt. I am sure this whole thing will blow over soon. I mean, you have got nothing to hide, right? She walked away before I could answer. I stared at the untouched latte growing cold on my desk. At the back of her head as she disappeared around the corner, her heels clicking a satisfied rhythm on the floor. Every question she had asked felt like an interrogation. The blouse. My finances. Freelance work. She was not offering support. She was gathering information. Ammunition. I could not prove anything. Not yet. But my instincts screamed that something was very wrong with Tina Topinski. My apartment felt foreign when I got home. I had been spending so many nights at the penthouse that my own place in Park Slope had become a stranger. The radiator clanked its familiar complaint. The neighbor's television bled through the walls, some cooking show with two cheerful hosts. My bed was small and cold and empty, in a way it had not felt before I had known what it was like to wake up in his arms. I sat on the edge of it, still in my work clothes, shoes still on, and waited. The phone rang at 9:15. Angela. His voice was rough. Tired. The voice of a man who had been running from something all day. So you do remember my name. The words came out sharper than I intended. A blade I could not dull. I was not sure, given how you looked right through me all day. 3 times, Anderson. I counted. Silence stretched between us. I could hear him breathing. Hear the city behind him, muffled and distant. I am trying to protect you, he said. By treating me like I do not exist. I stood up, pacing the small room, my reflection ghosting past the dark window. By letting your security team interrogate me, while you laugh with board members in the cafeteria? By making me feel like I am going crazy for thinking we meant something to each other? If I show any favoritism, any sign that we are connected, it makes you look guiltier. You know that. What I know is that I am being investigated for something I did not do. My voice cracked. I hated that it cracked. What I know is that the man who claimed to be falling for me will not even look at me. Cannot spare me 5 seconds of eye contact. Angela, please. If you believed in me, you would fight harder. I pressed my hand against the cold window. You would stand up and tell them I am innocent, instead of letting me twist in the wind while you play politics. I have to protect the company. The board, my father, everyone is watching. You know the position I am in. And what about protecting us? The question hung there. Heavy. Damning. The only question that mattered. I heard him breathe. Heard the distance between us measured in more than just miles. In choices. In priorities. In all the things he would not say. There is something I need to tell you, he said. About the investigation. About what I have found. What I suspect. Then tell me. Another pause. Longer this time. I could almost see him running his hand through his hair, that gesture he made when he was struggling with something. When the walls were coming down. When he spoke again, his voice was a whisper. Maybe we moved too fast. The words hit like a physical blow. My legs gave out and I sat down hard on the bed, the phone too heavy in my hand. What? This. Us. All of it. His voice had gone flat. Professional. The voice of a CEO, not of a romantic partner. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe I should have kept things professional from the start. I pressed my free hand against my chest, trying to hold together something that was shattered. Gone. Anderson. I have to go. There is a board call. The mask was back. The wall rebuilt. Take care of yourself, Angela. The line went dead. I sat there in my small apartment, in my borrowed silence, and felt every wall I had built around my heart crumble to dust. Felt every dream I had allowed myself dissolve like morning fog. The penthouse key sat on my nightstand. Silver and small and ordinary. I picked it up. Held it until the metal warmed in my palm. Then I put it in the drawer and closed it.
Chapter 17. Anderson.
My phone screamed at 5:47 in the morning. Not the soft chime of a calendar reminder. Not the gentle buzz of a text. The emergency ringtone. The one reserved for 3 people. Francis's name lit the screen. I have everything. Get here now. The line went dead. I was dressed and out the door in 4 minutes flat. The streets of Manhattan were empty. Gray light crept between buildings as my Porsche cut through the early morning silence. The FDR was clear. No traffic. No obstacles. Just me and the engine's growl. Brooklyn Heights was still asleep. Francis lived in a brownstone on a tree-lined street. I had been here maybe 5 times in 12 years. He kept his personal life separate from business. Smart man. He opened the door before I knocked. Coffee is hot. Francis stepped aside. Dark circles ringed his eyes. You are going to need it. His apartment surprised me every time. Warm. Lived in. Books stacked on every surface. Jazz records lined one wall. Photos of his family on another. The opposite of my sterile penthouse. The opposite of everything I had built. A laptop sat open on the kitchen table. Papers spread beside it like evidence at a crime scene. Which I supposed they were. Start from the beginning. I pulled out a chair. Francis sat across from me. His jaw was tight. She has been planning this for months. Angela was always the target. The name hit like a punch to the chest. Angela. The woman I had pushed away. Broken. Left alone to face accusations she did not deserve. I thought of her in that security room. Alone. Exhausted. Looking perfectly fine on the outside, while everything crumbled within. Show me. He turned the laptop toward me. Shell Company. Coastal Consulting, Limited Liability Company. Registered in the Caymans 6 months ago. Right around the time Tina started at Cromby Enterprises. I scanned the documents. Professional. Clean. Invisible to anyone not looking for it. And here. Francis pulled up bank records. His finger traced the entries. 2 wire transfers. $250,000 each. Both routed to an account under Tina Topinski's name. Dated April 15th and April 28th. $500,000. The price of Angela's career. The price of my trust. Access logs. Francis slid another sheet across the table. Tina used Angela's credentials 6 times after hours. Every single instance preceded a leak by less than 48 hours. The timeline was damning. Perfect. My hands curled into fists. How did you get this? Security ran fiber analysis on that anonymous note. The paper matches a notepad from Tina's desk. Same batch, same fiber pattern. He leaned forward. She wrote the note that framed Angela. Then she used Angela's credentials to access the files. Classic misdirection. Relief flooded through me, followed by rage so hot it burned behind my eyes. Angela was innocent. I had known it. Deep in my gut, I had known. But seeing the proof made everything worse. Because I had failed her anyway. I had pushed her away. Called what we had a mistake. Let her walk out of my life believing I did not care. For nothing. This is circumstantial. I forced the words out. A good lawyer tears this apart in court. I know. Francis ran a hand over his face. He looked as tired as I felt. That is why we need more. We set a trap. Francis refilled my coffee. Steam curled between us. A fake document. Phase 3 acquisition target. Detailed projections for a company we would never touch. Pure fiction. And? We give Tina access through Angela's old credentials. Information technology already confirmed they are still active in the backup system. If the information leaks within 72 hours, we have irrefutable proof. I stared at the steam rising from my cup. The ceramic was warm against my palms. A small comfort in a world that had gone cold. How long? 5 days. Maybe 6. Frances held my gaze. She needs to take the bait and leak it. That takes time. She is careful. She will verify it looks real before passing it on. 5 days. Almost a week. Angela had been interrogated. Humiliated. Escorted from the building like a criminal. And I was supposed to wait 5 more days while her reputation burned? I need to see her. The words came out rough. Desperate. I need to explain what is happening. If you go to her, you compromise the investigation. Frances's voice was careful. Measured. The voice of a man trying to talk someone off a ledge. Tina has eyes everywhere. We do not know who else she is working with. If she suspects you are running a parallel investigation to clear Angela, she changes her strategy. She destroys evidence. She disappears. I do not care. Anderson. He said my name like a warning. Like I was a child about to touch a hot stove. Think. With your head, not your heart. My heart. That was the problem. It had been running the show since the moment Angela Hayes walked into my office in that gray blazer and challenged everything I thought I knew about trust. The board meets in a few hours. Frances checked his watch. You need to be there. Calm. Controlled. Suspicious of no one. A muscle ticked in my cheek. I could feel it. The tell I could not hide. I know how hard this is. He stood. Placed a hand on my shoulder. But we are close. Do not blow it now. I looked at the evidence spread across his table. Months of Tina's deception. Laid bare. Every lie. Every manipulation. Every dollar she had taken to destroy an innocent woman. Set the trap. Frances nodded. I will have it in place by noon. I finished my coffee. It tasted like ash. I loosened my tie. The silk felt like a noose. The boardroom felt like a tomb. 8 hostile faces stared back at me across the mahogany table. My father sat at the head, silver hair gleaming under the recessed lights. Richard Cromby at his most dangerous. The shark smelling blood. The stock dropped 4%. Harold Chen, our chief financial officer, did not look up from his notes. His pen scratched against paper. We have lost 3 potential partners. The Singapore deal is dead. The fallout is just beginning. Margaret Wu cleared her throat. She had been general counsel for 15 years. Survived 3 restructures and 2 hostile takeover attempts. Her opinion carried weight. The Securities and Exchange Commission has opened an informal inquiry. If they find evidence of negligence in our security protocols, we are looking at regulatory action. Maybe criminal charges. Criminal charges. For something Tina orchestrated. I kept my face neutral. My hands flat on the polished table. We need action. Richard's voice cut through the room like a blade. Decisive action. The shareholders are watching. The press is circling. We cannot appear weak. We have already suspended the primary suspect. One of the board members shifted his papers. A man I had never liked. Too eager to please my father. That is not enough. Suspended? Richard's eyebrows rose. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. That Hayes woman should be in handcuffs by now. My hands wanted to curl into fists. I forced them to stay flat. Forced my breathing to stay even. The investigation is ongoing. I kept my tone steady. Boardroom calm. Making public accusations without concrete evidence exposes us to defamation lawsuits. We need to be strategic. Evidence? Richard turned to face me. His blue eyes, so like my own, held something cold. She had access. She had motive. Her credentials are all over the breach. What more do we need? Nothing. Everything. The truth was right there. On Francis's kitchen table in Brooklyn Heights. But I could not use it. Not yet. I move we terminate Angela Hayes. Effective now. Richard did not wait for discussion. All in favor? 7 hands rose. My father looked at me. Waited. The silence stretched thin. I did not raise my hand. Anderson? I abstain. The word hung in the air. Richard's eyes narrowed. Something flickered there. Suspicion. Calculation. The gears turning behind his forced neutral expression. Motion carries. He turned away. Dismissed me without a word. Get me a termination letter by noon. I sat in my chair while the board filed out. The leather felt cold against my back. Harold Chen gave me a long look as he passed. Margaret Wu paused at the door, something like pity in her eyes. My father was the last to leave. He stopped beside my chair. Did not look at me. I do not know what is going on with you. His voice was low. Controlled. But whatever distraction has been clouding your judgment needs to end. Today. He left without waiting for a response. The room emptied until only the silence remained. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows. The Manhattan skyline sparkled in the distance. Everything I had built. Everything I had sacrificed for. Angela was fired. For good. Forever. And I had just painted a target on my own back. Her apartment building looked different in the evening light. Park Slope. Brick and brownstone. A fire escape trailing down one side like a metal ribbon. Trees lined the street, their leaves bright with spring green. I had never been here. She had never invited me. Another wall I had failed to climb. I knocked on her door. Waited. Tension coiled in my gut. Nothing. Knocked again. Harder. The door across the hall opened. An elderly woman peered out. White hair pinned back. Sharp eyes behind thick glasses. A small pug tucked under her arm. She is not there. My stomach dropped. Do you know where she went? Left this morning. Suitcase. The woman studied me like I was a suspect in a lineup. You are him, are you not? The billionaire. I did not answer. Could not. Broke her heart, that is what I heard. She started to close her door. Paused. Whatever you did, you better fix it. That girl deserves better. The door clicked shut. I stood in the empty hallway. The walls pressed in. The silence screamed. The faded carpet beneath my feet seemed to mock every choice I had made. My phone felt heavy in my hand. I scrolled to Karen Hayes. Angela's mother. The woman who had welcomed me into her home. Fed me. Treated me like family. The woman I had betrayed. The phone rang 3 times before she answered. What do you want? Ice. Pure ice. Mrs. Hayes. I need to find Angela. You fired her. Each word dripped with contempt. After everything. After Sunday dinner. After all those promises you made. I did not fire her. The board voted, and You chose your company. Her voice cut me off. Again. Just like you chose it when you pushed her away. When you called her a mistake. I pressed my palm against the wall. Steadied myself. She knew. Angela had told her. Every wound I had inflicted. I was wrong. Silence stretched between us. Long. Heavy. Suffocating. Tell me where she is. I did not recognize my own voice. Raw. Desperate. Stripped of everything I used to hide behind. Please. More silence. I could hear her breathing, weighing, deciding. Then softer, Maxine's place. The Hamptons. Relief cut through me. Sharp and sudden. But Anderson. Yes? If you hurt her again, I will make Tina look like an amateur. The line went dead. I stared at my phone. The address for Maxine's beach cottage glowed on the screen. 2 hours away. Maybe less if I pushed it. Going meant abandoning the trap. 5 days of careful planning. The evidence we needed to clear Angela's name, forever. Staying meant losing her. Maybe forever. Maybe she had already decided I was not worth the pain. There was no right answer. I looked at the address one more time. Memorized it. Then I started walking toward my car.
Chapter 18. Angela.
You got fired? Maxine's voice cracked. Those creeps. I sat on her worn couch, wrapped in a blanket that smelled like lavender and sea salt. Through the windows, the Atlantic stretched gray and endless. Waves crashed against the shore in a rhythm that should have been soothing. It was not. Security escorted me out. The words came flat. Hollow. They had already packed my desk. Put everything in boxes while I was in the interview room. Those absolute creeps. Maxine waddled over with 2 mugs. 5 months pregnant and glowing despite everything. She wore one of Henry's old sweatshirts and yoga pants that had given up on containing her belly 3 weeks ago. Still trying to take care of everyone else. She held 1 mug out to me. Coffee. The smell hit my nose and my stomach turned. Sharp. Wrong. No thanks. I waved it away. Too tired for caffeine. Weird, right? She set both mugs on the coffee table and lowered herself onto the cushion beside me. Her hand went to her lower back the way it always did now. You slept 12 hours. That is not tired, Ang. That is crashed. 12 hours. I could not remember the last time I had slept more than 6. Even in college, pulling all-nighters before exams, my body never demanded this much rest. Never shut down this hard. Stress does strange things, I said. Maxine's eyes swept over me. Taking inventory. The dark circles under my eyes. The hollowed-out look I had seen in my own reflection that morning. The way my hands would not stop shaking. Did Eric let this happen? Eric was overruled. Board decision. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders. He tried to fight it. I could see it in his face. But Richard Cromby wanted blood, and I was the easiest target. And Anderson? His name landed like a stone in still water. Ripples spreading outward, disturbing everything they touched. He abstained. I stared at the ocean. Could not look at her. Could not even vote against it. Just sat there while they took everything I had built. Coward. Maybe. Maybe so. But the word felt too small for what he had done. Too simple for the way he had looked at me in the hallway afterward. The things he had almost said before the walls came back up. The way his voice had broken when he called our relationship a mistake. He told me we moved too fast, Max. Us. Everything we had. He called it a mistake. She said nothing. Just reached over and took my hand. Her fingers were warm against mine. Steady when nothing else was. Maxine's cottage sat on a quiet stretch of beach in the Hamptons. Weathered shingles. A wraparound porch. The kind of place that looked like it had stories to tell. Henry had inherited it from his grandmother, and they had spent every summer here since they got married. Now it was my hiding place. My refuge from a life that had collapsed in the span of 3 days. The morning stretched into afternoon. We moved to the deck, wrapped in sweaters against the May chill. The ocean kept up its endless conversation with the shore. Seagulls circled overhead, their cries sharp against the gray sky. Henry was my manager, Maxine said. When we started. I looked at her. She had never told me this part of the story. In 5 years of friendship, she had never mentioned it. He fought for us. In front of everyone. She rubbed her belly, a gesture that had become automatic. Protective. Transferred himself to a different department the week after we started dating. Took a pay cut. Made sure everyone knew it was his choice, not mine. That I was not getting special treatment. Anderson tried to protect me by pushing me away. Did it work? The question sat between us. Simple. Devastating. I got fired anyway. She nodded. No judgment in her expression. Just acknowledgement of a truth I was still learning to accept. He said we moved too fast. That maybe all of it was a mistake. The words tasted bitter in my mouth. I gave him everything, Max. My trust. My heart. My body. And he chose the company. He chose his father's approval over me. What did you expect? The question stung. I expected him to fight. Like Henry fought for you. Henry was not a chief executive officer with a billion-dollar empire and a father breathing down his neck. She shifted in her chair, searching for comfort that pregnancy made elusive. Henry was not betrayed by someone he loved. Anderson spent 3 years building walls after Veronica. You climbed over them in 3 weeks. That is terrifying for someone like him. That is not an excuse. No. She turned to face me, her expression intent. But it might be a reason. Not the same thing. I wanted to argue. Wanted to rage about trust and promises, and the way he had made me feel safe before pulling the rug out. But anger took energy I did not have. The exhaustion that had settled into my bones refused to budge. What if I romanticized everything? The fear surfaced before I could stop it. What if I saw something that was never there? What if I am just another foolish woman who fell for a billionaire's charm? Was it there in the brownstone? When he told you about his past? I closed my eyes. Remembered the Massachusetts Institute of Technology t-shirt. The piano in the corner. The way his voice had cracked when he said he was falling for me. The vulnerability in his eyes when he talked about Veronica's betrayal. Yes. Then it was real. Real things do not stop being real just because someone gets scared. Maybe. Or maybe I was still making excuses for a man who had proven just where his priorities lay. The wind picked up, carrying salt and the smell of rain. Storm coming. I could feel it in the air, that electric pressure that meant the sky was about to break open. You know what my father would say? The words came before I could stop them. What? He would say a man's character shows in crisis. Not when things are easy. I pulled my sweater tighter. Dad never had much. But when things got hard, he showed up. Every time. Maxine reached over and squeezed my hand. She knew about my father. Knew how much I had lost when he died. Anderson had a crisis, I continued. And he pushed me away. That tells me everything I need to know. Does it? I did not answer. Could not answer. Because part of me still remembered the way he had looked at me in the brownstone. The way he had said he was terrified of falling. And another part of me wondered if pushing people away was just what terrified people did. My phone buzzed around 3 o'clock. I almost ignored it, but the name on the screen made me pause. Mark Stevenson. Hey. His voice was warm. Steady. Everything Anderson's was not right now. I heard what happened. News travels fast in this industry. I am fine. You are not, but that is okay. A pause. I could hear traffic in the background. He must be walking between meetings. Listen, I know some employment attorneys. The best in the city. If you want to fight this, say the word and I will make some calls. Mark. Also, my firm still needs corporate counsel. The offer stands. Better than stands. We are growing fast and I could use someone with your skills. We could talk partner track. I watched a seagull dive toward the water. Partner track. 3 months ago, I would have killed for that kind of opportunity. Would have said yes without hesitation. That feels like giving up. It is not giving up. It is building something new. His voice softened. You would be brilliant at it, Ang. Real estate law is not attractive, but it is solid. Important. And you know you would. He was not wrong. Real estate law was not corporate mergers, but it was meaningful work. Helping people find homes. Protecting buyers from predatory contracts. And Mark had never made me feel like I needed to prove myself. Never looked at me like I was a problem to be managed. Can I think about it? Take all the time you need. No pressure. He paused. Oh, and I had dinner with Rosalie last week. The shift caught me off guard. My sister and Mark? That is the 3rd time. 4th. But who is counting? Despite everything, I almost smiled. Is this going somewhere? Maybe. She is. Another pause. Different this time. Lighter. Almost nervous. She is something else, Ang. The way she talks about her patients. The way she sees the world. I do not know. It is early. She is something else. Anyway. Call me when you are ready to talk. About the job or the lawyers or anything. I am here. Thanks, Mark. You would do the same for me. I would. I knew that without question. The line went quiet, and I set the phone on the deck railing. Maxine raised an eyebrow from her chair. Job offer? Partner track at his firm. Plus a recommendation for employment lawyers if I want to sue. And I do not know what I want anymore. I watch the waves roll in. I do not know who I am without that job. Without him. You are still Angela Hayes. That has not changed. But it had. Everything had changed. I just did not know how to explain it. Evening came soft and gray. The sun set somewhere behind the clouds, turning the sky the color of bruises. Maxine made pasta. Simple. Garlic and olive oil and fresh tomatoes from a farm stand down the road. The kind of meal that always made everything better. I took one bite and my stomach revolted. Sorry. I pushed the bowl away. I cannot. Still not hungry? Not for anything. I pressed a hand to my midsection. Everything tastes wrong. Maxine set down her fork. Stress does weird things to the body. Yeah. I nodded, grateful for the excuse. That must be it. But she watched me with that look. The one she had been giving me all day. Like she was putting pieces together I could not see. Like she recognized something I was refusing to acknowledge. I helped her clean up, then retreated to the guest room. The sheets were cool against my skin. The ceiling fan turned in lazy circles overhead. Outside, the ocean whispered its eternal secrets to the shore. My body ached. Not from exertion. Not from anything I could name. Just ached. Deep and strange and unfamiliar. I rolled onto my side and my breasts pressed against the mattress. Tender. Sore in a way that did not match anything I had done. I had noticed it that morning too. Written it off as stress. When did my period last come? The thought arrived uninvited. I tried to push it away, but it lodged there. Persistent. Demanding attention. I counted backward. When was it? Before the merger chaos. Before Anderson. Before everything changed. March. Sometime in March. Early March, maybe. And the first night was March 30th. Heat and urgency and his hands everywhere, and not stopping to think about anything except how much I wanted him. How right it felt. How inevitable. They had been careful after that. Every time. Protection and planning and responsibility. But that first night. No. I was stressed. Exhausted. My body was reacting to trauma, not that. I rolled onto my back and stared at the ceiling. The fan kept turning. The waves kept crashing. How late was I? Weeks. My cycles had always been regular. 28 days like clockwork. My mother used to joke about it. It did not mean anything. Stress threw off cycles. Everyone knew that. I had read it somewhere. Heard it from a friend. It was common. Normal. Common. My hand drifted to my stomach. Flat. Normal. Nothing different. Nothing to see. But the exhaustion. The nausea. The tenderness. I was just stressed. Had to be just stressed. But I could not remember the last time I had been this tired, without being sick.
Chapter 19. Anderson.
I had not slept in 72 hours. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face. The hurt in her expression when I said we had moved too fast. The way she had straightened her spine and walked away like I had not just destroyed everything. The penthouse felt like a mausoleum. Her toothbrush still sat in the holder. Her robe hung on the bathroom door. The coffee mug she used every morning, the one with the chip on the handle that she refused to throw away, sat in the dish rack. Her ghost was everywhere. I stood at the window. Manhattan spread below me. 42 floors of distance from the world. None of it mattered. My phone buzzed. I grabbed it before the first vibration ended. Anderson, status? Francis, Tina accessed the file. Now we wait. Wait. The one thing I could not do. Angela was in the Hamptons, thinking I had abandoned her, and I was supposed to sit here doing nothing. I threw the phone onto the couch. It bounced once and landed face down. The living room felt too big. Too empty. I had bought this place for the views and the privacy. Now it felt like a prison cell with better furniture. I walked to the kitchen. Opened the refrigerator. Closed it. The fruit she had bought last week was still there. Browning bananas she planned to make into bread. She had promised to teach me the recipe. My chest tightened. I grabbed the investigation files from the coffee table and spread them across the counter. Shell Company documents. Coastal Consulting LLC out of the Caymans. Wire transfer records showing 2 payments of $250,000 to Tina's account. Security footage timestamps proving Tina had used Angela's credentials 6 times after hours. I had memorized every detail. The paper from the anonymous note matched the notepad on Tina's desk. The timing of the leaks coincided with Tina's access, not Angela's. But I picked up the files again, anyway. Read them for the 100th time. If I could not be with her, I would save her from here. Brick by brick. That is how you build a case. Brick by brick. That is how you build a prison around your heart. At 4 o'clock my father summoned me. Richard Cromby did not request meetings. He issued commands. The text was 3 words: my office. Now. I walked into his corner office knowing whatever came next would not be pleasant. He sat behind his mahogany desk. Gray suit. Silver cufflinks. The picture of corporate power at 65. The New York skyline spread behind him like a backdrop he had purchased for intimidation purposes. Close the door. I did. Sit. I remained standing. His lips thinned. The board is losing confidence in you. I am handling it. Are you? He steepled his fingers. Because from where I sit, you have let a spy operate under your nose, fired the wrong woman, and spent the past week moping like a teenager. Tension coiled through me. The investigation is ongoing. We will have proof within days. Proof? He said the word like it tasted sour. Meanwhile, stock price dropped 4%. The Pemberton deal is hanging by a thread. And you are mooning over some law clerk. She is not some law clerk. The words came out sharp. Harder than I intended. She is brilliant, loyal, and innocent. My father's eyes narrowed. He leaned forward, studying me the way he studied failing investments. Looking for weaknesses. Calculating losses. You love her. Not a question. I did not deny it. Quiet hung heavy between us. Outside his window, the city hummed with life. Traffic sounds drifted up from 40 floors below. In here nothing moved. I raised you better than this. His voice was quieter now. Almost disappointed. Love makes you weak. Sloppy. I watched it destroy your mother's ambitions. Mother chose family. Mother chose wrong. I let that sit between us. The old argument. The wound that never healed. He leaned back in his chair. Fix this. Prove she is innocent or walk away. But stop this limbo. I need 5 more days. You have until Wednesday. His voice was ice. Then the board votes on your position. Wednesday. 4 days to prove everything. They would not remove me. I built half this company. They would if I told them to. He straightened papers on his desk. A dismissal. Choose Anderson. The company or the woman. You cannot have both in chaos. I turned toward the door. Son. I stopped. He rarely called me that. I hope she is worth it. Something shifted in his expression. Almost human. Almost like the father I remembered from before he became a chairman. Your mother was worth it once. Before I forgot what mattered. I left without answering. Some truths cut too deep for words. Saturday night arrived without mercy. I had not slept since Thursday morning. My eyes felt like sandpaper. My body ached in places I did not know could hurt. But every time I tried to rest, Angela appeared behind my eyelids. The penthouse was too quiet. Too dark. I had turned off all the lights hours ago, but sleep would not come. At 3 a.m, exhaustion won. The dream started in the conference room. Our conference room. The mahogany table where we had argued over contracts. Where I had first realized I wanted more than her legal opinions. But it was empty now. No furniture. No windows. Just endless white walls stretching into infinity. Angela stood in the center. Waiting. She wore the red dress from our first dinner. The one that hugged her curves and made me forget my own name. Her dark hair fell loose around her shoulders. I ran toward her. My legs moved but the distance stayed the same. 10 feet. Always 10 feet. No matter how fast I pumped my arms, how hard I pushed. Angela. She reached for me. Her fingers stretched through the air. I could see the desperation in her brown eyes. The fear. I ran faster. My lungs seared. My legs ached. Still 10 feet. You chose wrong. Her voice echoed off the white walls. Bounced and multiplied until it came from everywhere at once. You chose wrong. I did not. I am coming. I am right here. You let them take everything from me. I am trying to fix it. You chose wrong. The floor cracked beneath her feet. Black lines spread like shattered ice. The white ground split open. Anderson. Her voice broke on my name. She fell. I dove forward, hand outstretched, fingers grasping at empty air. The tips of my fingers brushed hers. So close. Not close enough. She slipped through darkness that swallowed everything. I screamed her name into the void. Nothing answered. Just endless black. And the echo of my own voice. I woke gasping. The clock read 4:47 in the morning. Sheets soaked with sweat. Breathing ragged. My throat raw from sounds I did not remember making. My hand shot to her side of the bed. Cold. Empty. The pillow still held the faint scent of her shampoo. Coconut and something floral. The smell of every good thing I had lost. I pressed my face into that pillow. The absence of her was physical pain. A hollow ache in my chest that no amount of evidence or strategy could fix. I had felt lost before, when my mother retreated into her charity work and stopped seeing me. When Veronica's betrayal shattered my ability to trust. But this was different. This was my fault. I stared at the ceiling. 3 more days until Wednesday. 3 more days of this torture. No. I grabbed my phone. Anderson, I am going to the Hamptons Sunday. Cover for me. The response came in seconds. Francis never slept either. Francis, finally. I threw off the covers. Sleep was finished with me anyway. Trap or no trap, I was going to her. Tomorrow. Today. Whatever day this was becoming. Sunday morning dawned gray and cold. The drive from Manhattan to the Hamptons took 3 hours. 3 hours to think. 3 hours to rehearse what I would say when I saw her. What do you say to someone you failed? I am sorry I let them fire you. Weak. Pathetic. She had thrown that word in my face once. It fit. I was protecting you. She would see through it. She always saw through me. I love you. Did I even have the right to say that anymore? I had pushed her away. Let her take the fall. Protected my position while her career burned. I gripped the steering wheel. My knuckles went white. The Long Island Expressway stretched ahead. Weekend traffic thinned as I passed exit after exit. Shopping centers gave way to trees. Strip malls became farmland. Each mile brought me closer to her. Each mile twisted the knife deeper. I rehearsed again. Francis found proof. Tina was the spy. True. But not enough. The board forced my hand. Also true. Also not enough. I have not been able to eat or sleep or think about anything except you. Honest. At last. I ran a hand through my hair. The car drifted toward the shoulder before I corrected it. Halfway there, my phone buzzed. Francis, Tina leaked the document. FBI tracking now. My foot eased off the accelerator. The speedometer dropped from 80 to 65. Anderson, how long until arrest? Francis, Monday or Tuesday. Paperwork. Relief flooded through me. We had her. The trap worked. Angela's name would be cleared by the end of the week. Then frustration replaced the relief. So close to proof. If I had just waited one more day, I could have shown Angela the evidence. Vindicated her with facts instead of promises. Proved I had not abandoned her. But I could not wait. Not anymore. Some things mattered more than evidence. I pressed the accelerator down. The engine responded with a growl. 70. 80. 85. The Hamptons exit approached. I forced myself to slow down. 6 o'clock. The GPS announced my arrival. Maxine's cottage sat at the end of a gravel drive. Weathered gray shingles. Wraparound porch. White trim that needed painting. The kind of place that looked modest until you checked Hampton's real estate prices. Henry had inherited it from his grandmother. I remembered Angela telling me that. A lifetime ago. When she still told me things. Ocean sounds drifted through my cracked window. Salt air. Crying gulls. The crash of waves somewhere beyond the dunes. Peace I did not deserve. Lights glowed through the front windows. Warm yellow against the gray evening sky. I parked and killed the engine. Through the glass I saw movement. A figure passed by the window. Angela. She looked different. Pale. Fragile. She had lost weight in the days since I had seen her. Her shoulders curved inward. Protective. Guarding herself. Beautiful. Always beautiful. Even broken. My fault. All of it. I sat in the car. My hands trembled against my thighs. 20 minutes passed. Maybe longer. The dashboard clock blurred when I tried to read it. I had built a billion-dollar empire. I had faced hostile takeovers and corporate raiders and my father's endless disappointment. I had survived Veronica's betrayal and rebuilt my walls stone by stone. None of it scared me like this. The cottage door opened. Maxine stood in the doorway. Visibly pregnant now, her belly rounded under her loose sweater. Arms crossed. Face set in stone. She walked down the porch steps. Slow. Deliberate. Stopped 3 feet from my window. I lowered it. You have exactly 30 seconds to explain why I should not call the police. Behind her, the lights still burned. Somewhere inside, Angela waited. Not for me. Despite me. I came to fix this. You broke it. I know. Maxine studied me. Her eyes moved over my face. The stubble I had not shaved. The circles under my eyes. The rumpled shirt I had slept in. Whatever she saw made her shoulders relax. Slightly. She cried for 2 days straight. Her voice was flat. Matter of fact. More devastating than anger. She stopped eating. She barely speaks. She has not been the same since you pushed her away. Each word landed like a blow. I have proof. The words tumbled out. The real leak. The real spy. I can clear her name. Can you clear her heart? I had no answer for that. Maxine stepped back from the car. Not an invitation. Not quite permission. Just an opening. She is in the kitchen. Her arms stayed crossed. Do not make me regret this. I opened the door and stepped into the salt air. My legs felt weak. Unsteady. Maxine blocked my path to the porch. One more thing, Anderson. Her eyes held mine. Hard. Unflinching. If you hurt her again, I will make sure you never find peace. Pregnant or not, I will end you. I believed her. The cottage door waited. Inside, Angela waited. My whole future waited. And Maxine stood guard, arms crossed, blocking the way.
Chapter 20. Angela.
He is here. Maxine's voice was flat. Do you want me to send him away? I stood at the kitchen window, watching Anderson's car in the driveway. He had been sitting there for 20 minutes. Just sitting. Hands on the steering wheel. Not moving. Part of me wanted to walk out there. Demand answers. Scream at him until my throat gave out. The other part wanted to hide in the guest room until he gave up and drove back to Manhattan. Angela. Maxine touched my arm. Your call. I watched him through the glass. Even from here, I could see the tension in his shoulders. The way his head dropped forward, then lifted again. Like he was arguing with himself. Let me see what he wants. You are sure? No. I was not sure about anything anymore. Through the window, I saw the front door open. Maxine walked down the porch steps. Crossed her arms over her pregnant belly. Planted herself 3 feet from his window like a guard dog protecting her territory. Her voice carried through the evening air. You have exactly 30 seconds to explain why I should not call the police. I could not hear his response. Too quiet. Too careful. But I watched Maxine's posture shift. The rigid line of her shoulders softened. Just slightly. Whatever he said, it cracked something in her armor. She stepped aside. He got out of the car. Stood there for a moment, looking at the cottage like it might swallow him whole. Then he walked toward the porch. I stepped back from the window. My chest tightened. 72 hours. It had only been 72 hours since he had pushed me away. Since he had let them fire me. Since my entire life collapsed. It felt like 72 years. The front door opened. Maxine's voice again. She is in the kitchen. Do not make me regret this. Footsteps on hardwood. Slow. Hesitant. And then he was there. Standing in the doorway. Looking at me like I was oxygen, and he had been drowning. He looked terrible. Stubble darkened his jaw. Dark circles carved shadows under his eyes. His shirt was wrinkled, untucked on one side. His hair stuck up at odd angles, like he had been running his hands through it for hours. Human. He looked human. Not the polished chief executive officer. Not the billionaire in bespoke suits. Just a man who had not slept in days. Angela. My name in his mouth used to make me melt. Now it just made me tired. Why are you here? Because I could not stay away. You managed fine for 3 days. He flinched. Good. Can we talk? He glanced at Maxine, who had positioned herself in the living room with a clear sightline to the kitchen. Somewhere private? The beach. I grabbed a sweater from the hook by the door. Maxine, we will be back. Take your time. Her eyes stayed locked on Anderson. A warning. I will be here. The sand was cold beneath my bare feet. May evenings in the Hamptons carried a chill the tourists never expected. Waves crashed against the shore, loud enough to swallow secrets. Loud enough to cover screaming, if it came to that. We walked in silence for 100 yards. Then 200. The cottage lights grew smaller behind us, until they were just a yellow smudge against the darkening sky. I stopped where the dunes met the shoreline. Wrapped my arms around myself against the wind. Against him. Talk. Anderson faced the ocean. The fading light carved his profile in shadow. For a long moment, he did not speak. Just stood there, like he was gathering courage. I know about Tina. Everything in me went still. What? Francis found evidence. He turned to face me. A shell company in the Caymans. 2 wire transfers to her account, $250,000 each. Security logs showing she used your credentials after hours. 6 times. She framed you, Angela. From the very beginning. The words hit me like physical blows. One after another, after another. Tina. The woman who had smiled at me in the break room. Who had asked about my work with wide, interested eyes. Who had offered to help when I was overwhelmed. Who had sat across from me in that interrogation room and pretended to be concerned. And you are just telling me now? I could not. The investigation required? You let me think you believed I was guilty. I never believed. You said we moved too fast. My voice cracked on the words. You pushed me away. You sat in that boardroom and watched them fire me, and you did nothing. I was trying to protect. Stop. The word came out sharp enough to cut glass. Stop saying that. Stop pretending any of this was about protecting me. Angela. You protected yourself. I stepped toward him. Fury rising in my chest like a tide. You protected your company. You protected your reputation. But me? You threw me to the wolves and called it love. He did not argue. Did not defend himself. You are right. That stopped me. I am right? About everything. He took a breath. Released it. I was scared, Angela. Not of losing the company. Not of the investigation. Not even of my father. I was scared of you. Of me. Of how much I need you. He stepped closer. I stepped back. The dance we had been doing since the beginning. I have spent 3 years building walls. After Veronica, after everything she took from me, I swore I would never let anyone that close again. I am not Veronica. I never was. I know. I have always known. His voice broke on the words. Raw. Unguarded. But you climbed over those walls like they were nothing. You got inside before I even realized the gates were open. And it terrified me. So your solution was to shove me off? Yes. At least he was not lying anymore. You watched me get fired. I could not stop the words now. They poured out like water through a broken dam. You sat in that boardroom with your father and the board, and you let them destroy everything I built. 5 years of work. My reputation. My career. Gone. Because you were too scared to fight for me. I abstained from the vote. That is supposed to make me feel better? A sound escaped me. Half laugh, half sob. You abstained. What a hero. While I was being escorted out by security guards, while strangers packed up my desk, you sat there and abstained. I know. Stop agreeing with me. What do you want me to say? His control shattered. For the first time since I had known him, I saw the raw desperation underneath. That I am sorry? I am. That I was wrong? I was. That I would take it all back if I could? I would. Every second of it. But I cannot. No. You cannot. The surf pounded between us, filling the silence with salt and sound and the endless pull of things that never changed. I love you, Angela. The words hung in the air. I had wanted to hear them for weeks. Dreamed about them. Imagined how they would feel. Now they just made me angry. You do not get to say that. It is true. So what? I threw my hands up. Love does not erase what you did. Love does not give me back my reputation or my job, or the 3 days I spent crying in Maxine's guest room. Love does not fix anything if you are not willing to fight for it. He reached for my hand. I pulled back. Do not. Angela, please. Knowing is not enough. I lifted my chin. Squared my shoulders. Met his eyes with everything I had left. You have to choose me, Anderson. Publicly. Completely. Not just when it is convenient. Not just when it does not cost you anything. You have to stand up in front of your board, your father, the whole world, and say I matter more than any of it. I will. Words are cheap. Then tell me what to do. He spread his hands. Open. Desperate. Tell me how to prove it, and I will do it. Anything. Everything. Name it. I do not know yet. The truth scraped my throat raw. I need time. I need to figure out if I can trust you again. If I even want to. I will wait. As long as you need. And if I decide I cannot? The question landed like a stone in still water. Ripples spreading outward into the dark. Then at least I will know I tried. His voice was quiet. Steady. But I am not giving up. Not on you. Not on us. I made that mistake once. I will not make it again. The wind picked up. I shivered, wrapping my arms tighter around myself. He started to remove his jacket. Do not. I drew back. I do not need your jacket. You are cold. I am fine. We stood there. Two people who had been everything to each other 3 days ago, now separated by 3 feet of sand and a canyon of broken trust. You chose the company. I said it quieter now. Not an accusation. Just a fact. You always choose the company. I know. He met my eyes. I am going to spend however long it takes proving that is not true anymore. I wanted to believe him. Part of me, the part that still remembered his hands on my skin and his laugh in my ear and the way he looked at me like I was the only person in the room, wanted to believe him so badly it hurt. But the other part remembered the cold silence after the security guards arrived. The way he had looked through me in the hallways. The phone call where he had reduced everything we had built to a mistake. We should go back. I turned toward the cottage. It is getting cold. The walk back was silent. Our footprints in the sand, side by side but never touching. Like parallel lines that would run forever without meeting. At the porch steps, he stopped. Where should I stay? His voice was careful. Neutral. I will find a hotel in town. Maxine was watching from the window. Arms crossed. Ready to throw him out the second I gave the word. I should have let him leave. Should have sent him back to Manhattan, with nothing but his guilt for company. That is what he deserved. That is what any sane woman would do. Instead, I heard myself say, there is a couch. His eyebrows rose. What? In the living room. I climbed the first step. Then the second. It is not comfortable. Too short for you. But it is something. Angela, you do not have to. I know I do not have to. I turned to face him. But you drove 3 hours. And tomorrow, we need to figure out what happens next. What you are going to do. What I am going to do. It is easier if you are here. Something shifted in his expression. Hope, maybe. Or gratitude. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. I opened the screen door. You have not seen the couch. Maxine was waiting in the hallway. Her eyes asked the question before her mouth did. He is staying. I walked past her toward the stairs. On the couch. The couch. Maxine looked at Anderson, then back at me. Then at Anderson again, with an expression that promised violence if he stepped out of line. Fine. But the couch only. And I sleep light. Understood. Anderson's voice was subdued. Chastened. Thank you, Maxine. Do not thank me. Thank her. Maxine jerked her chin toward me. I would have let you sleep in the car. I lay in the guest room bed, staring at the ceiling fan as it turned lazy circles in the dark. Through the wall, I could hear Anderson shifting on the too-short couch. The creak of old springs. The rustle of the blanket Maxine had provided, with obvious reluctance. He was trying to get comfortable. He was failing. Good. No. Not good. I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes. I did not want him to suffer. I just wanted to stop hurting. But the hurt was not going anywhere. It lodged in my chest like a splinter, deep and immovable. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the boardroom. The security guards. The cardboard box with my things. My hand drifted to my stomach. Flat. Normal. Nothing to see. But the nausea had not stopped. 3 days now. The exhaustion had not lifted, no matter how much I slept. My breasts still ached when I rolled onto my side. Stress, I told myself. Trauma. My body processing everything that had happened. That is what Maxine said. That is what made sense. Except I had been stressed before. I had been traumatized before, when my father died. And it had never felt like this. Never this specific. Never this persistent. The math kept circling in my head. March 30th. The first time. The heat of it. The urgency. Had we been careful? I thought we had been. But that night in the penthouse, everything had happened so fast. Tomorrow, I decided. Tomorrow I would walk to the pharmacy in town. Buy a test. Just one. Just to rule it out. Just to prove to myself that this was nothing more than a broken heart manifesting in my body. Just to be sure. Because if it was not stress, if it was something else, then everything changed. Every decision. Every choice. Every carefully constructed wall I was building between myself and the man sleeping 20 feet away. Outside, the waves kept their rhythm. Steady. Unchanging. Indifferent to the chaos in my chest and the questions I was too afraid to answer. I fell asleep to the sound of the ocean and the knowledge that everything was about to change. One way or another.
Chapter 21. Anderson.
The couch was too short for my frame, but that was not why I could not sleep. Sounds from the bathroom woke me. Retching. The third time in 2 nights. I threw off the thin blanket and crossed the cottage in 4 strides. Knocked on the bathroom door. "Are you okay?" Silence. Then the toilet flushed. "Angela." The door opened 6 inches. Maxine appeared, one hand resting on her stomach, irritation written across her face. "Stomach bug. She is fine. She has been sick for. I have got her." Maxine closed the door in my face. I stood there, useless. The ceiling fan creaked overhead. Ocean waves crashed beyond the dunes. I pressed my palm flat against the door, then let it drop. 20 minutes later, Angela emerged. The color had drained from her face. Dark circles shadowed her eyes. She had lost weight since I had last seen her. Her cheekbones cut sharper now. She walked past me without a word. In the kitchen, she filled the kettle. I watched her reach for the tea instead of coffee. Second time I had noticed. "Since when do you drink tea?" She did not look up. "Since coffee makes me nauseous." Something tugged at the back of my mind. A connection trying to form. The nausea. The exhaustion. The way she had waved away the coffee pot last night when Maxine offered. But bigger concerns crowded it out. The board meeting. My father's ultimatum. The woman I loved, who could barely look at me. "How are you feeling?" Like someone who did not sleep. She poured hot water over a chamomile bag. "You?" "The same." She looked thinner than she had 2 weeks ago. Fragile in a way that scared me. I wanted to wrap her in my arms and fix everything. But I had lost that right. Maxine swept into the kitchen, one hand on her stomach. She positioned herself between us like a human shield. "Henry made muffins. They are in the pantry." I was not hungry. I watched Angela wrap both hands around her mug, the steam rising between us. She looked worn. Exhausted. Beautiful. And she still would not meet my eyes. The call came at 10. "FBI is moving." Francis's voice was clipped. 1 hour. I found the remote. Turned on the small television mounted above the fireplace. Angela drifted in from the deck, Maxine close behind. We waited. The cottage felt too small. Too quiet. I stood by the window while Angela sat on the couch, knees pulled to her chest. Neither of us spoke. At 11:30, breaking news. The anchor's voice filled the room. Federal agents this morning arrested Tina Topinski, a senior analyst at Cromby Enterprises, in the lobby of the company's Manhattan headquarters. The footage showed Tina in handcuffs. Blazer askew. Heels clicking against marble, as agents escorted her past a wall of cameras. Her face registered shock first. Then something darker. Rage, maybe. Or the dawning realization that her careful plans had crumbled. I felt nothing. No satisfaction. No triumph. Just a hollow relief that it was done. Topinski faces charges of corporate espionage, securities fraud, and wire fraud. Sources say the investigation uncovered a shell company through which she allegedly funneled proprietary company information to competitors. Angela watched the screen. Her expression gave nothing away. I could not read her. Could not tell if she felt vindicated or just exhausted by all of it. "It is over." I moved closer. "She is done." Angela's voice came out flat. "Is it?" She still did not look at me. That hurt more than I expected. My phone buzzed. A video from Francis. Security footage of Tina's face, the moment agents identified themselves. Pure shock. Then her eyes darted toward the exit. Then rage, directed at a camera she must have realized was recording. 3 years of stolen secrets. Millions in wire transfers. And it ended in a lobby full of witnesses. "You should call Eric," I said. Angela took the phone. Dialed. Put it on speaker. "Angela." Eric Davidson's voice carried relief and regret in equal measure. I am so sorry. I know. The board wants to talk. Reinstatement. Promotion, actually. Senior associate position. They want to make this right. No one spoke. Maxine raised an eyebrow. I held my breath. I need to think about it. Of course. Take all the time you need. And Angela? I never believed it. Not for a second. Thank you, Eric. She ended the call. Set the phone on the coffee table. Stared at the blank screen. That is good news, I said. The promotion. Is it? The afternoon dragged. We sat on the deck, the ocean stretching gray-blue to the horizon. Seagulls wheeled overhead. The wind carried salt and the smell of rain coming. It felt like a lie. You should take it. I kept my voice neutral. The job. Angela pulled her cardigan tighter. Should I? You love that work. She turned to face me. Her brown eyes held no warmth. I loved a lot of things that hurt me. The words cut deep. Accurate. Deserved. I deserved that. Yes. You did. I leaned forward, elbows on knees. What can I do? Right now? She looked back at the water. Nothing. I need time. How much time? I do not know. The quiet that followed was not comfortable. It was the space where trust used to live. I will wait. I meant it. Every word. As long as you need. Do not make promises you cannot keep, Anderson. I am not. She pressed a hand to her stomach. A small gesture, almost absent. I noticed but did not understand. Are you feeling sick again? I am fine. She dropped her hand. Just tired. I wanted to push. To ask more questions. But she had made it clear. Time. Space. I had no right to demand either. The board meets Wednesday, I said. My father gave me an ultimatum. What kind of ultimatum? Choose the company or choose you. His words. She turned back to me. Something shifted in her expression. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But interest. What did you tell him? Nothing. I walked out. That is not an answer. No. It is not. I held her gaze. But I know what my answer will be. Do you? I have known for weeks. Maybe longer. I took a breath. I just did not have the courage to say it. She studied me for a long moment. Her face gave nothing away. Then she stood. Walked to the railing. The wind caught her hair, dark strands whipping across her face. You hurt me, she said, quiet enough that the waves almost swallowed it. Not just my career. Me. The person I was becoming with you. I know. I trusted you. Against every instinct I had. Against Maxine's warnings. Against my own common sense. Her voice stayed flat, controlled. And you let me get fired. You let me walk out of that building thinking I had lost everything. Angela. I am not finished. She gripped the railing. Her knuckles went white. You could have told me about Tina. You could have warned me. Instead, you said we moved too fast. You made me feel like I was the problem. My chest ached. I was trying to protect the investigation. You were trying to protect yourself. I could not argue. She was right. And knowing that, understanding it, even apologizing for it. She shook her head. That is not the same as fixing it. What would fix it? I have no idea. Maybe nothing. Maybe time. Maybe you, showing up differently than you have before. I rose. Took a step toward her. Stopped when her shoulders tensed. I am not punishing you, she said. I am protecting myself. There is a difference. I understand. Do you? I did not answer. because the truth was, I was not sure. I had never been on this side of betrayal. I had always been the one with walls, the one who withheld, the one who left before I could be left. Now I understood what it felt like to be shut out. It was what I deserved. Tuesday morning came too fast. I woke before dawn. The cottage was quiet. No sounds from the bathroom this time. I lay on the too-short couch and stared at the ceiling, counting the cracks in the plaster. In a few hours, I would be back in Manhattan. Back to board meetings and press statements, and the controlled chaos of crisis management. Back to a penthouse that still smelled like her shampoo. Back to a life that felt hollow without her in it. I packed my overnight bag. The city called. Board meetings. Press management. Coordinating with prosecutors on Tina's case. My father's Wednesday deadline loomed. My position at Cromby Enterprises might not survive the week. None of it mattered as much as the woman standing in the cottage doorway. She had come to see me off. That meant something. I chose to believe it meant something. I will come back, I said. Friday. Okay. One word. No warmth but no coldness either. Neutral. Careful. Protecting herself just like she had said. I shouldered my bag. Stood in the doorway. Close enough to touch her but not daring to try. She wore no makeup. Her hair was twisted in a messy knot. She looked tired, fragile, more beautiful than she had any right to be. The morning light caught the shadows under her eyes, the hollow of her cheeks. She was still sick. Still not eating enough. Still carrying something heavy that I could not name. I wanted to kiss her. To pull her close and hold on until everything between us reset. To wake up in some alternate timeline where I had made different choices. Where I had told her about Tina from the start. Where I had stood by her side, instead of letting her walk out alone. She did not move closer. Behind her, Maxine watched from the kitchen doorway. Arms crossed. Face unreadable. Ready to intervene if necessary. I searched for the right words. Something that would bridge the distance. Something that would matter. Angela. She looked up. Waited. 3 words sat on my tongue. Words I had never said to anyone. Not to Veronica. Not to the string of women before her who had wanted something I could not give. I had always held back. Always kept something in reserve. A piece of myself that no one could touch or take or destroy. But Angela had already taken it. Months ago. Maybe the first time she had stood up to me in that conference room. Maybe the night she had fallen asleep in my arms and I had watched her breathe for hours. Maybe every moment in between. The risk terrified me. I said them anyway. I love you, Angela. Her breath caught. I watched her lips part. Watched something flicker behind her eyes. Surprise or hope or fear. Maybe all 3. She did not answer. 1 heartbeat. 2. 3. Drive safe, she said. That was all. I nodded. Walked to my car. Did not look back because looking back would break me. The gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled away. In the rearview mirror, the cottage grew smaller. Angela stood on the porch until I turned onto the main road. 3 words hung in the air between us, and she had let them fall.
Chapter 22. Angela.
The nausea hit before I opened my eyes. 4 days since Anderson drove away. 4 days of Maxine's careful cooking and gentle silences. 4 days of avoiding the question that had been circling my mind like a vulture over roadkill. March 30th. 7 weeks ago. The night everything changed. I had been counting wrong. Hoping I was counting wrong. But bodies do not lie, even when minds try to. I pushed off the guest bed covers and made it 3 steps before the wave crested. My hand found the doorframe. I pressed my forehead against the cool wood and breathed through it. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. The way Maxine had been teaching me. Morning light streamed through the cottage windows. Birdsong. The distant rhythm of waves. Salt air drifting through the screen door Maxine always left cracked. Everything peaceful and calm, while my insides staged a rebellion. The weathered floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet as I steadied myself. This cottage had been in Henry's family since his grandmother's time. The walls held decades of summer memories, faded photographs, the smell of sunscreen and ocean. Now it held me. Broken and hiding, and desperately trying not to think about what my body already knew. The bathroom door opened down the hall. Maxine appeared, her pregnant belly leading the way, her expression knowing. Again? I nodded. Swallowed hard. Waited for the world to stop tilting. She did not say anything else. Just walked to the kitchen and started the kettle. Tea, not coffee. Because coffee made me want to die now. Another thing that had changed. Another clue I had been ignoring. By noon, I could not ignore it anymore. Maxine set a small paper bag on the kitchen table between us. Drugstore logo. She had gone out while I showered. You already know, she said. Not a question. I stared at the bag like it might bite me. I do not know anything. Angela. I am just stressed. The firing. Anderson. Everything. The words sounded hollow even to me. Stress does weird things to the body. You said so yourself. Maxine lowered herself into the chair across from me. At 5 months pregnant, every movement had become deliberate. She placed her hand over mine. I am 5 months in. I know the signs. Her voice was gentle. Careful. The nausea that will not quit. The exhaustion. The way you have been pushing your food around instead of eating it. That is not. You cried when I made eggs yesterday. Eggs, Angela. You love eggs. I had cried. I had blamed hormones. Then caught myself. My chest tightened. I pulled my hand back. There are 2 tests in there, Maxine said. Take both. Be sure. I grabbed the bag and walked to the bathroom without another word. The door clicked shut behind me. I locked it. Turned to face the mirror. The woman staring back looked like someone I barely recognized. Hollow cheeks from not eating. Dark circles from not sleeping. A wreck of a person who had had her career destroyed and her heart shattered in the span of 72 hours. And now this. I pulled the boxes from the bag. Read the instructions even though I knew how they worked. 3 minutes. 2 pink lines. Simple. Except nothing about this was simple. My legal mind started running calculations. 7 weeks meant the baby would arrive around late December. My bar exam was scheduled for September. If I passed, and I would pass, I would be a newly minted attorney with a newborn. The timing was absurd. The logistics were a nightmare. But I was getting ahead of myself. First the test. I did what the instructions said. Set the first test on the edge of the sink. Sat on the closed toilet lid. Stared at the ceiling. Counted heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. March 30th. His penthouse. That first time. Everything had happened so fast. The heat, the urgency, the way my brain had short-circuited the moment his hands found my skin. We had given ourselves to the moment, losing the night in each other's arms. I remembered that much. But nothing was foolproof. Not when your whole body was on fire, and caution was the last thing on your mind. I squeezed my eyes shut. The timer on my phone buzzed. 3 minutes. Done. I did not move. Maxine knocked softly. Angela. Give me a minute. I stood. Walked to the sink. Looked down. 2 pink lines. Clear as day. The floor tilted. I grabbed the counter. Lowered myself to the cold tile and sat there, back against the cabinet, legs stretched in front of me. 2 pink lines. 7 weeks. Real. I took the second test. Same result. Because of course it was. I opened the door. Maxine stood in the hallway, waiting. I held up both tests. Her face softened. Oh, honey. I do not, the words caught. I cannot. She wrapped her arms around me, her belly pressing against mine. I buried my face in her shoulder and cried. Not pretty tears. Ugly, heaving sobs that shook my whole body. All the stress of the past week. The firing. The betrayal. Anderson's I love you that I could not say back. And now this. This tiny, terrifying reality growing inside me. Maxine held on and did not let go. We sat on the cottage deck as the afternoon light softened. 2 cups of tea between us, both untouched. The ocean stretched endless and gray toward the horizon. Seagulls called overhead, wheeling against the pale sky. Maxine had wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, even though the May air was warm enough. Shock, she had said. Your body does not know what to do with this much change. She was right. My body did not. My mind did not either. What do you want? Maxine asked. The question should have been simple. It was not. I do not know. Yes, you do. Deep down. I thought of my mother. How she had given up her bookkeeping job when Tony came along. Then Michael Jr. Then the rest of us, one after another, until her whole life was carpools and scraped knees and making ends meet. She had never complained. But I remembered the way she had lingered over the newspaper's business section sometimes. The way she had lit up when anyone asked about her old firm. I thought of my father. His face when he learned I had passed the paralegal certification on my first try. That is my girl. Building something. I thought of Anderson. The way he had looked at me on that beach. Like I was something precious. Something he was terrified to lose. I love you, Angela. Drive safe. I had let those words fall. Could not catch them. Did not know if I wanted to. I want the baby. The words came out quiet. Certain. A truth I had not let myself speak until now. I do. But you do not want it to change everything you have built. Is that selfish? Maxine shook her head. That is human. You have worked too hard to just become someone's wife and someone's mother. Those cannot be your only titles. Eric's offer still waited. Reinstatement. Senior associate. A path back to everything I had lost. Anderson's terms still hung between us. Prove you choose me. Publicly. Completely. And now there was a third person to consider. Someone who did not exist a month ago. Someone who changed every equation. Are you going to tell him? Maxine asked. I stared at the horizon line. The question felt impossible to answer. Not yet. Maybe not for a while. He deserves to know eventually. Does he? The sharpness in my voice surprised me. He let me get fired. He let me think he believed I was guilty. He chose the company. He always chooses the company. And then he drove 3 hours to find you. Slept on my couch for 2 nights. Said he loved you. I love you, Angela. Drive safe. My hand moved without thought. Found my stomach. Pressed flat against the place where everything had changed. I am not telling him, I said. Not yet. Maxine did not argue. Just nodded. This is my body. My decision. My timeline. The words felt stronger now. Clearer. He wants to prove he chooses me? Fine. Let him prove it. Without knowing about this. Without any leverage or guilt or obligation. I had watched enough custody battles in Eric's firm to know how messy things could get. I had seen men who claimed to love their partners suddenly become strangers when money and children entered the equation. I was not saying Anderson was that kind of man. But I did not know for certain that he was not. And if he does not? I thought about that. Really thought about it. Raising a child alone. Starting over. Building something from nothing the way I always had. Terrifying. But not impossible. I had survived worse. Then I will know, I said. And I will figure it out. The sun dropped lower. The waves kept coming. Inside me, something tiny and impossible was growing. And somewhere in New York City, Anderson Cromby was waiting for an answer I still did not have. But now, there was a different question. A harder one. Could I trust him with the biggest secret of my life? My fingers curled against my thigh. I felt nothing different in my body. No flutter, no sign. But I knew what was there. What would become undeniable soon enough. Can I be a mother and keep everything I have built? I did not have an answer. Not yet. But I had time to find one. On my terms. My timeline. I would not be a gold digger or a trap, or any of the things Richard Cromby would assume. I would not let this pregnancy become leverage or obligation. If Anderson chose me, he would choose me. Just me. And if he did not? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. Anderson Cromby calling. Maxine's eyes met mine. The question hung between us. I stared at his name glowing on the screen. My finger hovered over the green button. I love you, Angela. The phone kept ringing. I let it go to voicemail.
Chapter 23. Anderson.
The press conference replay had logged over 2 million views. I had watched it 3 times myself, analyzing every word, every pause, every moment where I might have said more, done more, been more. Angela had not answered my call, had not texted. The quiet between Manhattan and the Hamptons hung like a verdict I was not ready to hear. But I had meant what I said. Every word. If she needed time to believe it, I would give her time. My father found me in my office Saturday afternoon, still staring at my phone. That took courage. I looked up. My father stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable. No judgment. No disappointment. Just observation. It was the truth. Still. He stepped inside. Public apologies are not our family's style. Maybe they should be. The words hung between us. He moved to the window, hands clasped behind his back. The city sprawled below, indifferent to the wreckage of the past week. She matters to you. Not a question. More than anything. His shoulders shifted. Something almost like approval flickered across his face. Then do not waste time. He turned. Your mother used to say that? When something matters, you fight for it. Every day. Not just when it is convenient. I watched him. In 35 years, Richard Cromby had never offered fatherly advice. Business counsel, yes. Expectations constantly. But this was different. The board deadline passed, I said. Wednesday. I noticed. You did not call for a vote. No. He met my gaze. I did not. Whatever had shifted between us, I was not ready to examine it. Not yet. Go get her, Anderson. He paused at the door. And next time, do not wait for a crisis to make the right choice. Sunday morning. My phone buzzed at 7:14 ante-meridium. I am back in the city. Thank you for the statement. 8 words. More than I had gotten in days. I typed back, can I see you? 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Not yet. But thank you. Progress. Microscopic, fragile progress. Monday, she accepted Eric's offer. Senior legal counsel. I heard it from Francis, not from her. That stung more than I wanted to admit. Tuesday, I sent flowers. Peonies, because she had mentioned once that her grandmother grew them in Brooklyn. No card. No message. Just the flowers and everything they did not say. Wednesday I texted, lunch? Maybe Thursday. Maybe. I would take maybe. Thursday came gray and damp. She picked a coffee shop near her apartment in Park Slope. Neutral ground. Public. Safe. I arrived 10 minutes early. Ordered nothing. Waited. She walked in at noon exactly, and something in my chest went tight. She looked different. Not sick anymore, not like those hollow days at the cottage. Something else. A warmth in her cheeks. A glow that had not been there before. "You are staring," she said, sliding into the seat across from me. "You look good." I look exhausted. But her mouth curved just slightly. "The new job is intense. Eric is working you too hard. Eric is letting me prove myself." She ordered tea. Green, not coffee. Another change I filed away without understanding. "This is the opportunity I have been waiting for. You have always been extraordinary. The title just finally matches." Her gaze dropped to the table. "Anderson, I am not here to push." I leaned back, giving her space. "Tell me what you need." "Time." She met my eyes. "Patience." "And proof." "Proof of what?" "That I am not just convenient." Her voice was steady, but I heard what lived beneath it. All those weeks of hurt. All those days she had spent thinking I had chosen the company over her. That when the next crisis comes, you will not throw me away again. I did not throw you away. I made a mistake. A mistake that cost me everything. I know. I held her gaze. And I will spend however long it takes proving I will not make it again. She fell silent for a long moment. Then she reached for her tea, and I noticed how she had barely touched the pastry in front of her. "Another change." "Okay," she said at last. "Prove it." Thursday evening my phone rang. "Francis. You are going to want to hear this." "What?" "Your father requested a meeting with Angela today. Private. Eric's office." I stopped walking. "He what?" "Met with her for about 20 minutes. Just left." My father meeting Angela alone. No warning. No explanation. I called her. "Your father," she said when she picked up. No preamble. What did he want? A pause. Then soft, "He apologized." I stopped breathing. "He what?" "Said he was wrong about me. About us." Her voice held something I could not name. Wonder, maybe. Disbelief. "Said he should have listened to you from the beginning." Richard Cromby. Apologizing. The man who once fired a vice president for suggesting his quarterly projections might be optimistic. "What did you say?" That actions speak louder than words. Despite everything, I laughed. "You said that to my father?" He seemed to respect it, actually. "A beat?" "Anderson, he wants you happy. Even he can see that." The tension I had carried for weeks eased just a fraction. Not forgiveness, not yet. But the beginning of something. He has never apologized to anyone. In his entire life. Then maybe we are all changing. Friday night, she let me come over. Her apartment was small but warm. Plants in every window. Books stacked on every surface. Photos of her family on the walls, and I lingered on one of her father in his firefighter uniform. "Dinner?" I asked. I ordered Thai. She gestured to containers on the coffee table. "Hope you like it mild. Spicy food has not been agreeing with me lately." We ate on her couch, careful with our words. Careful with each other. She yawned 3 times before 8 post-meridium. "Sorry." She rubbed her eyes. "I have been exhausted lately." "You are working too hard." says the man who once scheduled a board meeting at 2 ante-meridium. That was different. How? That was business. I set down my chopsticks. This is you. She did not answer right away. Then she reached over and took my hand. First voluntary touch in weeks. Can I see you tomorrow? I asked. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. Something flickered through me. Concern. Everything okay? Just a checkup. But her voice caught just slightly. She tugged her sweater lower, a nervous habit I had not seen before. Routine. If you need anything. I know. She squeezed my hand. I know. At the door I paused. She stood in the warm light of her apartment, and I wanted to kiss her more than I wanted my next breath. But I had promised patience. Proof. I kissed her cheek instead. Her eyes fluttered closed. Anderson? Her voice dropped to a whisper. Yeah? I want this to work. She looked up at me, and I saw everything she was not saying. All the fear. All the hope. I really do. So do I. I walked to the elevator. Pressed the button. Waited. Something was different about her. The way she had avoided the wine I had brought. The crackers she had nibbled while I ate the curry. The exhaustion. The way she kept tugging at her sweater, hiding something she was not ready to share. Something I could not quite name. But whatever it was, it felt like hope.
Chapter 24. Angela.
There is the heartbeat. The doctor's words changed everything. I stared at the screen, at the tiny flicker pulsing in the center of what looked like static. That flutter. That rhythm. Strong and steady and impossibly real. That was my baby. Our baby. The examination room smelled like antiseptic and latex. The paper gown crinkled every time I breathed, and the cold gel on my abdomen made me shiver. But none of that mattered. All I could see was that screen. Strong heartbeat, Dr. Patel said, adjusting the wand. 160 beats per minute. Right where we want it. I watched the flicker. 160 times per minute, that tiny heart was pumping. Life in its earliest form, already fighting to exist. Measuring at 8 weeks exactly. Dr. Patel pointed to the grainy image. See this here? That is the gestational sac. And this little bean shape? That is your baby. A bean. The size of a raspberry. With a heartbeat visible on a screen. Due date is late December, she said. Give or take a few days. Late December. A winter baby. I did not realize I was crying until Dr. Patel handed me tissues. The paper crinkled in my shaking fingers. First one, she asked gently. I nodded. Could not speak. My throat had closed completely. It is a lot to take in. She removed the wand, wiped the gel from my skin. Everything looks perfect. Strong heartbeat, good positioning. She printed something from the machine. Then handed me a small square of paper. The ultrasound image. Black and white, fuzzy around the edges, with that tiny bean-shaped form in the center. I will see you in 4 weeks for your 12-week scan. I held that image all the way home. On the subway, clutched against my chest while strangers pressed around me. Walking through Park Slope as the May sunshine warmed my face. Up the 3 flights to my apartment, pressed between my fingers like it might disappear if I let go. This was real. This was happening. I was going to be a mother. My apartment felt smaller than usual. Or maybe I felt bigger. Not physically. Not yet. But something had expanded inside my chest, taking up space I did not know I had. I set the ultrasound on my coffee table and stared at it. 8 weeks. A baby the size of a raspberry with a heartbeat, strong enough to see on a screen. Growing inside me while I had been fighting with Anderson, testing him, protecting myself. 56 days since March 30. Since that first night in his penthouse. Since we had created this tiny life without even knowing it. I had to tell him. Today. The certainty settled over me, like a decision I had already made. I could not keep this secret any longer. It was not fair to him. It was not fair to this baby. And honestly, it was not fair to me. The weight of carrying this alone had pressed against my ribs for a week. Every conversation with him, every careful text, every moment of rebuilding trust had felt like a lie. No more. My phone felt heavy in my hand. I typed the message 3 times before settling on the simplest version. Can you come over? We need to talk. His response came in under a minute. On my way. I rehearsed what to say, pacing the small space between my couch and kitchen. I am pregnant. Too blunt. We are having a baby. Assume too much. Something happened. Too ominous. Maybe I would not say anything at all. Maybe I would just hand him the image and let him figure it out. Watch his face change. The doorbell rang. My breath caught. Too fast. He lived in Tribeca, 20 minutes away on a good day. There was no way he could have gotten here this quickly. Unless it was not him. I crossed to the door. Peered through the peephole. My blood went cold. I opened the door. Richard Cromby stood in my hallway. Silver hair perfectly styled. Charcoal suit that probably cost more than 2 months of my rent. Mr. Hayes. His voice was measured. Controlled. We need to talk. Every muscle in my body went rigid. Anderson is on his way. I know. Richard's gaze was steady. That is why I came first. I should have closed the door. Should have told him to leave. But something in his expression made me step aside. He walked into my apartment like he owned it. His eyes swept the space. The modest furniture. The books on my side table. The legal briefs on my desk. Then his gaze landed on the coffee table. On the ultrasound. Before I could move, he crossed the room and picked it up. Do not. My voice came out sharper than I intended. But Richard was already studying the image. That tiny form. That impossible reality, captured in black and white. His expression did not change, but something shifted behind his eyes. A beat passed. Then another. Late December. His voice was quiet. Different. That is my grandson. My throat closed. How did you? I am not an idiot. He looked at me then. Really looked. The timing. The way you have been carrying yourself. That glow. My arms curled protectively around my middle. An instinct I could not stop. Richard set the ultrasound down. When he looked at me again, the softness was gone. Replaced by something harder. More familiar. How much? I blinked. Excuse me? Everyone has a price, Mr. Hayes. He reached into his jacket, pulled out a checkbook. Name yours. The words hit me like ice water. After everything. After the investigation cleared my name. After his apology on Thursday. He was still trying to buy me off. You cannot be serious. 5 million. He said it like he was ordering lunch. To walk away. Quietly. I will ensure the child is provided for, but Anderson's future cannot be tied to. To what? My voice came out steady. Calm. The opposite of how I felt. To someone like me. To anyone who might compromise his position. I watched him uncap a fountain pen. Watched him write the number on the check. $5 million. More money than my family had seen in 3 generations. No. Richard's pen stopped. I have not finished the offer. And I do not need to hear it. I stepped forward and took the check from his hand. Looked at all those zeros. Then tore it in half. And again. Let the pieces flutter to my coffee table like confetti. It is not leverage. The words came out fierce. Protective. It is a baby. Our baby. And if you think for 1 second that I can be bought, you do not know me at all. You never did. Richard stared at the torn pieces. Something cracked in his expression. The calculation faded. What replaced it was harder to read. Shock, maybe. Or recognition. You really do love him. I really do. Even after this. He gestured at the ruined check. After I just tried to. Even after everything your family has put me through. The firing. The accusations. The investigation. And now this. I held his gaze. I love him despite the Cromby name. Not because of it. Richard was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different. Smaller. I tried to protect him from you, he said. I was wrong. I blinked. Of all the things I had expected, that was not one of them. Thursday was not enough, Richard continued. Apologizing at Eric's office. I should have trusted my son's judgment from the beginning. You are nothing like. He stopped himself. Veronica. No. He met my eyes. You are not. The doorbell rang again. Richard straightened his jacket. Looked at the torn check on my coffee table, then back at me. Tell him. He deserves to know. I was always going to tell him. I know. He moved toward the door. That is why I was wrong. Richard opened the door before I could reach it. Anderson stood in the hallway. Rumpled shirt like he had run out without checking a mirror. Hair slightly disheveled. His eyes moved from his father to me, confusion creasing his forehead. Father? What are you doing here? Leaving. Richard stepped past him into the hall. Then paused. Looked back at me. Tell him. He was gone before either of us could respond. His footsteps echoed down the stairwell, then faded to nothing. Anderson closed the door behind him. Turned to face me. What was that about? Why was my father in your apartment? My moment. No more delays. No more rehearsals. No more hiding behind careful words and calculated silences. I walked to the coffee table. Picked up the ultrasound. Turned back to face him. His expression shifted as I held out the image. Confusion first. Then his eyes dropped to the paper in my hands. The furrow in his brow deepened. Then smoothed. Then his entire face changed. Shock. Recognition. Understanding. Wonder. Is this? His voice cracked. 8 weeks. My throat was tight. The words came out rough. Due late December. We are having a baby. Not a question. Not disbelief. Wonder. Pure, raw, overwhelming wonder. Yes. Anderson looked up from the image. His eyes were wet. Tears tracking down his cheeks. I had never seen him cry before. Not once in all the months I had known him. Angela. He breathed my name like a prayer. Then his arms were around me. Gentle. Careful. Like I was something precious. He pressed his forehead to mine, and I could feel him shaking. I love you. The words tumbled out of him. I love you. I love you. Over and over. Each one more raw than the last. Each one landing somewhere deep in my chest, cracking open walls I had built to protect myself. My own tears fell freely now. Mixing with his. Running down my cheeks and soaking into his shirt where I pressed my face against his shoulder. Anderson. He pulled back just enough to meet my eyes. His hands cupped my face. Thumbs wiping away my tears even as his own kept falling. Marry me. The words hit me like a wave. I had known they were coming. But hearing them, seeing the desperate hope in his eyes, made my chest ache. Not yet. His face fell. the hope cracking into something that looked like physical pain. Not because I do not want to, I said quickly. My hands found his. Held tight. Because I need you to prove this is not about the baby. It is not. He gripped my fingers. Desperate. Fierce. Angela, I wanted to marry you before I knew. I have wanted to marry you for weeks. Since the Hamptons. Since before that. This does not change anything. Then prove it. I held his gaze. Steady. Certain. Prove you choose me first. Show me that I am not just the mother of your heir. That I am not convenient. That this is not about the Cromby legacy, or your father's approval, or giving your child a legitimate name. I would never. Then prove it. I squeezed his hands. You said you would choose me publicly. Completely. Prove that has not changed now that there is a baby involved. Prove you want me. Not just this. I touched my stomach. The first time I had let myself do that in front of him. The ultrasound hung between us. That tiny flicker of life that had changed everything. A tendon flexed in his neck. Not anger. Processing. I watched him absorb the challenge. The test I was giving him. The one he had to pass before I could let myself believe in forever. Then something settled in his expression. Determination. That same look I had seen when he fought for the merger. When he stood up to his father. When he had shown up at the Hamptons and refused to leave until I heard him out. 2 weeks, he said. What? Give me 2 weeks to prove you are the only choice I will ever make. Not the baby. Not the company. Not my family name. You, Angela. Just you. I studied his face. The tear tracks still drying on his cheeks. The conviction burning in his gaze. The way he held my hands like he was terrified I would disappear if he let go. 2 weeks, I agreed. He pulled me close again. His lips pressed against my hair, one hand splayed protectively across my back. I am going to prove it, he whispered. Every single day. Maybe he would. But words were easy. Actions were harder. Everything depended on what he did next.
Chapter 25. Anderson.
I held the ultrasound like it might dissolve in my hands. A tiny bean shape. A flicker that the doctor had said was a heartbeat. 160 beats per minute, Angela had told me. Measuring exactly 8 weeks. My child. Our child. The image blurred. I blinked hard. 35 years old, and I could not remember the last time I had cried. Not when Veronica's betrayal became public. Not once in my adult life. Now tears tracked down my face in Angela's small Park Slope apartment, and I did not care. 8 weeks. My voice came out rough. Broken. That means? March 30th. Angela sat across from me on her worn leather couch, her bare feet tucked beneath her. Our first night together. Everything connected. The exhaustion I had noticed at the cottage. The tea instead of coffee that she had blamed on nausea. Her hand pressed to her stomach when she thought no one was watching. The retching I had heard through the bathroom door that night, dismissed as stress. I had been so focused on winning her back that I had missed what was happening right in front of me. I have been so blind. You had other things on your mind. Not a good excuse. I looked up at her. Those brown eyes watched me with something I could not quite name. Hope, maybe. Caution, definitely. The same wariness I had seen in the Hamptons when she had let me stay on Maxine's couch. I should have seen it. I should have been there for the test. For the appointment today. For all of it. You are here now. 3 simple words. But the way she said them made my chest tighten with something that felt dangerously close to hope. What does prove it mean? Angela shifted on the couch, putting distance between us. Not rejection. Protection. I understood the difference now. I had given her every reason to protect herself from me. It means show up. She met my gaze directly. Not just when it is easy. Not just when the crisis is over and everything is convenient. I can do that. It means put me first. Publicly. Without being forced. She held my stare without flinching. Without waiting for your father to issue ultimatums or your board to make decisions for you. The words hit their mark. The gala. The firing. Every moment I had chosen the company over her, thinking I was protecting us both when really I was just protecting myself. Once is not a pattern, she continued. You drove to the Hamptons. You said the words. But words are easy, Anderson. You understand that, right? Yes. I leaned forward. What else do you need from me? Deal with your father. He cannot buy me off or scare me off. Not anymore. Not ever. Everything in me went still. My eyes dropped to the coffee table. To the ultrasound I had set down. To the scattered pieces of paper beside it. Torn pieces. Expensive paper. Numbers visible on one fragment. Too many zeros. Angela. My voice went dangerously quiet. What is that? She followed my gaze. Her expression hardened. Your father's offer. I picked up one of the pieces. Blue ink. My father's handwriting. A 5 followed by 6 zeros. $5 million. He tried to buy you off. Not a question. The evidence was in my shaking hands. Right after he saw the ultrasound. Angela's voice was steady. Calm. The opposite of the rage building in my chest. Pulled out his checkbook like he was settling a business deal. Said everyone has a price. And you. Tore it up in his face. She gestured at the scattered pieces. Before he finished writing. $5 million. My father had tried to pay $5 million to make Angela disappear. To make my child disappear. After everything. After the investigation proved her innocent. After I had chosen her over the company. He had still tried to solve her like a problem. That is when he changed, Angela continued. When he realized I could not be bought. That is when he said he was wrong about me. That does not excuse this. No. It does not. I set the torn piece down. My hands shook with the effort of not destroying something. I am going to handle him. Before anything else. Good. She held my gaze without wavering. Because I will not be a secret anymore, Anderson. I will not be something you are ashamed of. I was never ashamed of you. The words came out fierce. I was afraid of losing you. I thought keeping us separate would protect what we had. You almost lost me anyway. I know. The weight of that truth settled over me like a physical thing. I know. She was crying. My own eyes burned. I am sorry. I crossed the space between us. I knelt in front of her on that worn couch. For everything. For the gala. For believing the evidence over you. For not choosing you first. For every time you felt second. Show me. I kissed her. Salt from her tears hit my tongue. Her hands fisted my shirt. The kiss turned desperate. We needed this. I pulled back. You are sure? I need you. Her voice cracked. Make me believe again. We gave ourselves to the moment, losing the night in each other's arms. We lay tangled in her small bed afterward, the sounds of Brooklyn outside, my hand tracing slow circles across her belly where our child grew. Late December, I said into the quiet. Late December, she echoed. I am going to be a father. You are going to be a good one. I turned my head to look at her. Hair spread across the pillow like dark silk. Eyes soft in the dim light. How do you know? Because you are already trying. I woke wrapped around her. Morning light filtered through thin curtains that did nothing to block the sun. Her apartment was small. The bedroom barely fit the bed and a dresser. The kitchen I had glimpsed last night could hold maybe 2 people if they stood close together. It was nothing like my penthouse. Nothing like the life I could give her. And yet, she was here, warm and real against my chest, carrying our child, giving me a chance I did not deserve. I watched her sleep, the way her lashes fanned across her cheeks, the small furrow between her brows that smoothed as she dreamed peaceful dreams. Plans formed in my mind with the precision that had built my empire. Deal with Richard first. Make him understand that if he ever tried to buy off someone I loved again, I would walk away from everything he had built. Court Angela properly after that. Not the rushed, hidden affair we had stumbled into. Propose again when she was ready. When I had earned it. When she believed the words instead of just hearing them. Not because of the baby. Because she was everything. The baby just made everything more urgent. She stirred beneath my arm. Caught me watching her. You are staring. Getting used to the view. Cheesy. But she smiled. A real smile. The first genuine one I had seen in weeks. Something in my chest unlocked at the sight of it. I have months of apologies stored up. I brushed hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. And I intend to deliver every single one. She laughed. Actually laughed. The sound filled her small bedroom and made everything feel possible. Made me feel like maybe I had not destroyed us completely. Maybe there was still time to become the man she deserved. Give me 2 weeks. I sat up, took her hand. Pressed my lips to her knuckles like she was something precious. Because she was. 2 weeks to prove you are not second place. You are the only place.
Chapter 26. Angela.
Day 1. Flowers arrived before I finished my first cup of tea. Peonies. Pink and white, bursting open like they could not contain themselves. My grandmother grew them in her Brooklyn garden, back when gardens still existed in Brooklyn. The card read, "For the bravest woman I know." I set them on my kitchen table and stared at them for a full minute. Day 2. Lunch appeared at my desk. Kung Pao chicken, no onions. He had remembered from our first late-night work session 3 months ago. No card this time. Just a sticky note, eat. Please. Day 3. My favorite book. Pride and Prejudice, first edition. He had annotated it in the margins with his own thoughts. Neat handwriting I recognized from contract reviews. Next to "My good opinion once lost is lost forever," he had written, "I am hoping that is not true." Day 4. A letter from Children's Hospital thanking me for a generous donation in my name. Enough to fund a new pediatric wing. Day 5. A picnic basket arrived at my apartment. Inside, sandwiches, fruit, sparkling cider. Another note, Central Park. Bethesda Fountain. Noon. I packed this myself. Francis laughed at me. He had packed it himself. The sandwiches were slightly crooked, the cheese sliced too thick. The napkins misfolded into odd shapes. Perfect in their imperfection. We sat on a blanket while tourists snapped photos of the fountain, and for 2 hours I forgot about everything except the way he smiled when I stole his strawberries. Day 6. Just a note slipped under my door. I choose you. Not the baby. You. I need you to know the difference. Something cracked open in my chest reading those words. Day 7. Rooftop dinner at his penthouse. Candles everywhere. Italian food from the place in Park Slope my father used to take my mother. He had found that out somehow. I did not ask how. Day 8 brought 2 surprises. My mother walked through my apartment door at 9 in the morning. Surprise. Karen threw her arms around me. Anderson arranged everything. A car, brunch reservations, the whole day planned. I could not believe it. He did this. Said you needed family. She pulled back, studying my face with those sharp eyes that missed nothing. He is right. You look tired, sweetheart. But better than last week. More color in your cheeks. She was right. The constant nausea had finally started fading. I could drink coffee again without gagging, though tea still tasted better. I am fine, Mom. You are pregnant and stubborn. Just like me. She squeezed my hands. Now. Tell me everything. I did. That afternoon, Anderson called. His voice was different. Rougher around the edges. Like he had been through something and come out changed. I talked to my father today. I went still. The phone pressed against my ear. And I told him if he ever tries to buy off someone I love again, I will resign. Walk away from everything he built. Every building with our name on it. Every deal. Every dollar. The words did not compute. Richard Cromby had spent 40 years building that empire. Anderson had spent his entire adult life preparing to run it. You would give up the company? In a heartbeat. No hesitation. Not even a breath of pause. You showed me what matters, Angela. The company is not my life. You are. You and that baby are my life now. I pressed the phone closer to my ear, as if I could crawl through the connection and see his face. He meant it. I could hear it in every syllable. This was not negotiation or strategy. This was surrender. What did Richard say? He did not believe me at first. Thought I was bluffing. A dark laugh. Then I started drafting resignation paperwork in front of him. Called my lawyer. Asked for the succession protocol documents. A pause waited with significance. He believed me after that. Anderson. I did not know what else to say. He is never going to love you the way I do. But he respects you now. That is something. That evening, flowers arrived. Not from Anderson. From Richard Cromby. The card read, I underestimated you. It will not happen again. Not warm. Not an apology. But something. Respect, maybe. Hard-won and grudging. I put those flowers next to Anderson's peonies. They looked wrong together. But they sat there anyway. Day 9. My bar exam study materials appeared on my doorstep. Organized. Color-coded. Highlighted. A note, your dreams matter. All of them. Day 10. Eric's office. Wood paneling, leather chairs, the smell of old books and ambition. I had sat in this chair 100 times, but today felt different. Today, I was not here to receive instructions. I was here to receive recognition. Senior legal counsel is official, as of today. Eric slid the paperwork across his desk. His signature already at the bottom. Congratulations, Angela? I signed without hesitating. The pen felt heavy in my hand. Real. Thank you, Eric. For everything. Do not thank me. You earned this 10 times over. He leaned back. What happened with the investigation, the way you handled it, that showed me exactly who you are. Someone who does not break under pressure. Outside his office, colleagues who had avoided me during the investigation now smiled too wide. Nodded too eagerly. Jennifer from Contracts, who had whispered about me at the coffee machine, asked if I wanted to grab lunch. I am busy, I said. For the foreseeable future. Some bridges stayed burned. I did not need their friendship now that I had been cleared. I remembered exactly who had believed in me, and who had not. Eric caught me before I left. Pulled me aside near the window overlooking the city, away from listening ears. You are going to be partner someday. That is the plan. His eyes dropped to my stomach. The bump was barely visible, but Eric noticed everything. The pregnancy will not slow you down? I met his gaze. Nothing has ever slowed me down. A smile tugged at his mouth. I know. That is why I am already making arrangements. Junior partner track. 18 months, assuming everything goes well. 18 months. A baby and a partnership. Both terrifying. Both mine. I can do it, I said. I know you can. He opened his door. That is why Anderson hired you in the first place. Day 11. A handwritten letter slipped under my door that evening. 3 pages. Every reason he loved me, written in that careful script. I read it 4 times. Cried twice. Day 12. His penthouse. That morning, he had taken me ring shopping. Not to buy one. To show him what I liked. I want you to choose, he had said. This is not something I decide for you. I had pointed to a simple band. Platinum. 1 stone. Nothing ostentatious. He had smiled like I had given him a gift. Now, hours later, I stood in the place I had not been since everything fell apart. Since the investigation, the interrogation, the moment I had walked out believing I had lost everything. The city sprawled below us through massive windows. Lights glittered against the dark. Manhattan at night, beautiful and indifferent. Anderson stood near the window. Nervous. I could tell by the set of his shoulders, the way he kept almost reaching for me and stopping himself. I miss this place, I said. It missed you. His hand found my shoulder. Warm. Steady. I turned to face him. We looked at each other. Really looked. No masks. No walls. Just 2 people who had hurt each other and chosen to try again anyway. Angela. My name in his voice undid something in me. I have something to show you, I said. And I pushed him toward the bedroom. His eyes widened. Angela, wait. My turn. I walked him backward. His legs hit the mattress. You have spent 2 weeks proving yourself to me. Now let me prove something to you. I kissed him. Deep. Claiming. His mouth tasted like the red wine we had shared earlier. Warm. Rich. This was not apology. This was declaration. I choose you too. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in each other's arms as tenderness and passion intertwined, reconnecting completely and finally feeling at home. Afterward, they lay tangled in the sheets. City lights painted shadows across the ceiling. The room smelled like them now. Like something new. My head rested on his chest. His heart beat steady under my ear, a rhythm I wanted to memorize. His fingers traced lazy patterns on my bare shoulder, spelling words I could not quite read. The words rose up before I could stop them. Before I could second guess or analyze or protect myself the way I always did. I love you. Everything stopped. I felt his breath catch. Felt his heart stutter under my ear. Felt the moment land between us like something breakable and precious. I love you too. His voice came out rough, stripped raw. I think I have since you caught me falling. In that file room. You reached out and caught me before I even knew I was falling. I remembered. The dusty storage room. Files scattered across the floor. His body against mine. The moment everything changed, even if neither of us knew it yet. Then yes, Anderson Cromby. I lifted my head to look at him. To see his face when I said it. I will marry you. His whole face transformed. Light and wonder and something fierce I had never seen before. Like I had given him something he had stopped believing he could have. But, I added. He froze. But? You are proposing properly. With a ring. And a speech. I want the whole thing, Anderson. The knee. The question. The moment I can tell our children about someday. He laughed. Full and real and perfect. The sound of a man who had finally stopped being afraid. Deal, he said, and kissed me again.
Chapter 27. Anderson.
You want to do what at Oreo? Francis nearly dropped his coffee. Saturday morning. His apartment in Brooklyn Heights. Sunlight streamed through tall windows as Francis, Maxine, and Karen sat around the kitchen table like generals planning a campaign. Rosalie joined via video call, her face filling my phone screen propped against a vase of flowers. "Propose," I repeated. "At Oriole, where we had our first real date." Francis set down his mug with deliberate care. "This is very un-you. Angela changed me." "For the better," Karen added. "Not a question." "I know." Maxine pulled out her phone, already scrolling through what looked like a spreadsheet. "She wants the whole thing. Me speech, ring, moment she can tell the grandkids about." She grinned. "I have already started planning her distraction for the evening." "What distraction?" Rosalie asked from the phone. "Girls' night. She thinks we're doing facials and wine at my place. Meanwhile, you are all hiding in the private dining room at Oriole, waiting for the big reveal." Karen pointed at me. "I want to watch the actual moment." "There is an alcove," I said. "Francis scouted it yesterday." "I did." Francis pulled up photos on his tablet, angling the screen so everyone could see. "Adjacent room, one-way glass, perfect sightlines. You can watch without her knowing you are there." Karen studied the layout with the intensity of a woman planning an ambush. "Ben is going to cry. Fair warning. He is a crier." "Noted." I checked the calendar on my phone. Monday, June 17th. 9 days from now. That gives us time to coordinate everything. "What about the ring?" Rosalie leaned closer to her camera. She picked out that simple platinum band at Cartier last week. Here was the problem. The ring Angela chose was perfect. Simple, elegant, her. But there was another ring. One that carried history. Wait. Meaning. I need to call my mother. Silence fell over the table. Even Rosalie's image on the phone went still. "Victoria?" Karen's voice carried decades of Italian skepticism. "You have not told her anything?" "She has my grandmother's ring. Art Deco. Sapphire surrounded by diamonds." I loosened my tie, suddenly too warm despite the air conditioning. "It was meant for my wife. Someday." "And you never gave it to the other one?" Maxine asked carefully. "My mother took it back before I could propose." "Smart woman," Karen said. "The problem is, I have to tell her everything at once. Angela. The pregnancy. The proposal." I met Karen's eyes. "She does not know any of it." "Your mother does not know about the baby?" Rosalie's voice rose. "Anderson, she is going to lose her mind." "Then you better call her." Karen crossed her arms. "Today. Before this goes any further." The video call connected at 3 in the afternoon Eastern, 9 in the evening Paris time. My mother's apartment on the left bank filled the screen. Cream walls, fresh flowers in crystal vases, furniture that cost more than most people's cars. She sat in a silk-upholstered wing chair, posture perfect, silver hair swept back in an elegant chignon. Even through a laptop camera, Victoria Cromby radiated the kind of elegance that could cut glass. "Anderson." Her ice-blue eyes studied me with unsettling precision. "You look happy." "I am." My throat tightened. "That is why I am calling." I assumed as much. She took a delicate sip of wine. Burgundy. Probably older than I was. "You never call simply to chat. What has happened?" "Where to start?" "Angela. The baby. The proposal. 3 bombs in 30 seconds. I have met someone." Her expression remained perfectly neutral. "I know. The legal clerk from Queens. Your father mentioned the scandal at the last board meeting. Of course my father had already poisoned that well. Angela Hayes. She is senior legal counsel now. Eric promoted her." I sat straighter. And she is not a scandal. She is everything. That is what you said about Veronica. The name landed like ice water. 3 years since the betrayal. 3 years of walls I had built to survive it. 3 years my mother had watched me close myself off from anything resembling vulnerability. Angela is nothing like Veronica. They never are. My mother's voice softened. Just barely. Just enough to cut deeper. At first, she did not chase me. She did not want my money. She did not flutter her eyelashes at charity galas, hoping to land a billionaire. I forced myself to hold her gaze through the screen. She spent the first month actively hating me. Interesting approach to courtship. It was not an approach. It was real. She thought I was an arrogant jerk who was ruining Eric's firm. Were you? Probably. I almost smiled. She made me better. Mother, she is pregnant. Victoria went completely still. Her wineglass froze halfway to her lips. The kind of stillness that preceded storms. The baby is mine. We are having it. And I am proposing Monday after next. A long pause stretched between continents. Paris traffic hummed somewhere in the background. A siren wailed, distant and foreign. Another proposal. After what happened with Veronica. Her voice went flat. Clinical. The voice she used for difficult business negotiations. You are certain this woman is not running the same game? A pregnancy is a rather convenient way to secure access to. She tore up a $5 million check from my father. The words came out harder than I intended. He tried to buy her off. Offered her $5 million to disappear. She ripped it in his face. Something shifted in my mother's expression. The first crack in her European armor. $5 million? She did not hesitate. Did not try to negotiate for more. Just destroyed it and told him she was not for sale. Victoria set down her glass with precise care. And the pregnancy? Was it planned? Accidental. She found out during the worst week of the crisis at work. The scandal with Tina, the leaked documents, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Angela kept it from me for days while everything fell apart around us. I swallowed. She could have used it as leverage. She did not. What does she want from you then? Me? Just me. The truth of it still stunned me. Every time. She said she would marry me if I proposed properly. Properly. A hint of amusement flickered across her face. Define properly. The knee. The question. A ring worth the moment. Which ring? I met her eyes through the screen. Grandmother's. Victoria exhaled slowly. The sound of calculation giving way to something else. Something closer to hope. You are sure? Completely. Another long pause. Then she stood, disappearing from frame. I heard a drawer open. Close. The soft click of a jewelry box. She returned holding a velvet case. Dark blue. Worn at the edges from decades of careful storage. I took this back before you could give it to Veronica, she said quietly. The night before you planned to propose. I told you I needed it cleaned. You knew. A mother knows. She traced the velvet with one finger. She was too eager. Too polished. Too perfect. And now? Now I need to meet this woman who tears up $5 million checks. She tucked the box into her purse with practiced precision. I will arrive Friday. Mother. Non-negotiable. Her eyes hardened to blue steel. If Angela Hayes is everything you say, she can handle one lunch with me. If she cannot survive an hour of conversation. She shrugged. Better to know before you propose than after. Wednesday afternoon. Karen and Ben's house in Queens. Red brick, white trim, tomato cages standing sentinel in the June sunshine. An American flag stirred lazily from the porch railing. Wind chimes sang a gentle melody. I had closed billion-dollar deals without breaking a sweat. Faced hostile boards, shark investors, and Richard Cromby at his most ruthless. But standing on this weathered porch, I had to wipe my palms on my trousers. Ben answered the door. 63, retired banker, steady as bedrock. He took one look at my face, and his eyes crinkled with amusement. "She is making you wait," he said quietly. "On purpose." I figured. "Smart man." He stepped aside. "Living room. Third door on the left. Try not to look too nervous. She can smell fear." The house smelled like garlic and something floral. Lavender, maybe. Family photos lined every surface, crowded on mantels and side tables. Angela at various ages, gap-toothed and grinning, holding soccer trophies and graduation certificates. Rosalie in her white coat, at medical school graduation. Karen and Ben dancing at what looked like their engagement party, her head thrown back in laughter. Karen sat in an armchair by the window. Arms crossed. Face carved from stone. I sat across from her on a worn leather sofa. Did not speak. Neither did she. The clock on the mantel ticked. 30 seconds. A minute. My collar felt tight. "You hurt her." Karen's voice could have frozen steel. "More than once." "I know. You let her think you believed she was guilty. You chose your company over her. I was wrong. Being wrong is not an excuse." "I know." I held her gaze without flinching. "I will not do it again." "You cannot promise that." "Nobody can." "Then I promise to try. Every day. For the rest of my life." Karen's eyes narrowed. Searching for the lie. The weakness. The crack that would prove I was just another man who would let her daughter down. Ben appeared in the doorway with 2 cups of coffee. Set one in front of Karen. Handed me the other. "That is actually pretty good," he said to Karen. "Whose side are you on?" "The side that wants Angela happy." He settled onto the arm of her chair, one hand resting on her shoulder. "This man flew you out to surprise her during the reconciliation." He faced down Richard Cromby. He was ready to give up everything for her. He almost destroyed her first. And he is trying to fix it. Ben squeezed her shoulder. "That is what love looks like sometimes. Messy. Imperfect. Real." Karen's jaw worked. For a long moment, I thought she would refuse. Thought I would have to propose to Angela without her mother's blessing, knowing that rift would never fully heal. "Then fine. You have my blessing." Relief flooded through me. "Thank you." "I am not finished." She pointed at me, finger steady as a blade. "If you break her heart again, you will make Tina look like an amateur." I allowed myself a small smile. "I remember." Karen's lips twitched. The closest thing to approval I would ever get. "Welcome to the family," Ben said warmly. "God help you." Friday evening. John Fitzgerald Kennedy Airport. Private Arrivals Terminal. Angela stood beside me, watching the plane taxi toward the gate. Calm as still water. Completely unafraid. "My mother can be intense," I said. "So can I." "She is skeptical. After what happened with Veronica." "I am not Veronica." "I know that. But she will test you. Push you. Try to find the cracks." Angela turned to face me. Those warm brown eyes steady and fearless. "I am not scared of your mother, Anderson." "You should be. A little. I have handled worse. I survived your father's $5 million bribe. I survived the Federal Bureau of Investigation investigation. I survived thinking you had abandoned me." She touched my arm. "One elegant socialite is not going to break me. You have never handled Victoria Cromby." She smiled. That smile that still knocked the air from my lungs. "She has never handled Angela Hayes." Fair point. The plane door opened. Stairs descended with mechanical precision. And Victoria Cromby stepped into the New York sunshine with the ring box in her purse and a list of questions designed to break lesser women.
Chapter 28. Angela.
So, you are the woman who caught my son. Victoria Cromby stood in the center of the Plaza Hotel's private dining room like she owned it. Chanel suit in soft cream. Perfect posture that would make a ballet instructor weep. Eyes that could cut glass. I met her gaze without flinching. Caught is not the word I would use. No. One sculpted eyebrow rose a fraction of an inch. What word would you use? Collision. I kept my voice steady. We collided. Her lips twitched. Almost a smile. Almost. She gestured to the chair across from her. White tablecloth. Crystal stemware. Silver that probably cost more than my first apartment. Neutral territory, Anderson had called it. It did not feel neutral. It felt like an arena. And I had walked in without armor. I sat. Kept my spine straight. My chin level. My hands folded in my lap where she could not see if they trembled. Victoria poured tea from a porcelain pot. Her movements were precise. Controlled. Every gesture deliberate. Like a woman who had spent decades perfecting the art of revealing nothing. Tell me about yourself, Angela Hayes. What would you like to know? Everything. She set the pot down. Family? Queens. 5 brothers, 2 sisters. Education? State University. Self-taught law. Bar exam in September. Finances? I have my own money. I do not need his. Something flickered in her eyes. Interest, maybe. Or approval. Hard to tell with a face that controlled. I had negotiated corporate mergers with less guarded opponents. And the baby? I did not hesitate. Was a surprise. Is now a blessing. Victoria studied me over the rim of her teacup. The silence stretched. I let it. My father always said the person who speaks first in a silence loses. I was not going to lose. Veronica would have crumbled by now, she said. I am not Veronica. No. She set the cup down with a soft clink against the saucer. You are not. The questions kept coming. Rapid fire. My childhood. My career. My plans for after the bar exam. My intentions regarding her son. My views on children, education, religion, politics. I answered each one direct. No embellishments. No excuses. No attempts to impress. I was who I was. A woman from Queens who had clawed her way up without connections or money. If that was not good enough for Victoria Cromby, then nothing would be. When the interrogation finally paused, Victoria sat back in her chair. The plaza's crystal chandelier cast soft light across her face. She looked tired. Almost human. Richard tried to buy you off. He did. $5 million. Yes. You tore up the check. In his face. That almost smile appeared again. This time it reached her eyes. I would have liked to see that. It felt good. I allowed myself a small smile. Very good. Victoria signaled for the check. Walk with me. I think better in motion. Central Park in June smelled like cut grass and possibility. Sunshine filtered through the trees, dappling the path with gold. Joggers passed. Children laughed somewhere in the distance. A violinist played near the fountain. Victoria walked beside me in silence for several minutes. Her heels clicked against the pavement with military precision. When she finally spoke, her voice had lost some of its edge. My marriage was arranged. Did you know? I had not. No. Richard needed a society wife. Old money. European connections. She kept her gaze forward. I needed security. My family had the pedigree but not the funds. It was a practical arrangement. Common in our circles. Did you love him? Eventually. In our way. A pause. The violinist's music faded behind us. Our way was not particularly warm. That sounds lonely. It was. Her voice softened. It is. We walked past a fountain. Water sparkled in the afternoon light. A couple held hands on a nearby bench. Young. Happy. Oblivious to the complicated negotiations of old money and arranged partnerships. I thought about Anderson. About the walls he had built around his heart. His mother had built her own walls, different material but the same purpose. Keeping the world at a safe distance. Victoria stopped. Turned to face me. Anderson is not his father. Her eyes searched mine. He feels deeply. Too deeply, perhaps. Richard never understood that. He thought discipline could fix it. Boarding school. Military bearing. Emotional distance. She shook her head. It only made Anderson build higher walls. I know. Veronica broke him. What she did, the betrayal, the public humiliation. Victoria's composure cracked just a fraction. He did not leave his apartment for 2 months. Would not speak to anyone. Not even me. My chest tightened. Anderson had told me about Veronica. The shoebox of receipts. The wire transfers to her romantic partner. The company's secrets she had sold to his competitors throughout their entire engagement. But hearing it from his mother made it real in a different way. This was not just Anderson's story. It was his family's. I will not break him, I said. Everyone says that. I am not everyone. Victoria held my gaze for a long moment. Whatever she was looking for, she seemed to find it. No, she said. Her voice had gone soft. You are not. We resumed walking. The tension between us had shifted. Not gone, but different. Less adversarial. More like two women who understood something important about the man they both loved. He defended you to his father, Victoria said. At the board meeting. When Richard demanded he choose the company or you. Anderson told me. Did he tell you what he said? I shook my head. He said, some things matter more than profit margins. Victoria's voice carried something like wonder. In 40 years I have never heard a Cromby man say those words. Not Richard. Not his father before him. She glanced at me. You have changed my son, Angela Hayes. He has changed me too. For the better, I hope. Yes. I thought about who I had been before Anderson. Capable but closed off. Professional but lonely. Definitely for the better. Victoria's hotel suite overlooked the park. Cream walls. Fresh flowers in crystal vases. The kind of understated elegance that whispered money without shouting it. She walked to the bedroom and returned with a small velvet box. Dark blue. Worn at the edges from decades of handling. Anderson's grandmother gave this to me when he was born. She opened the lid with reverent care. Said it was for his wife. Someday. The ring inside stole my breath. Art Deco. A sapphire the color of a midnight sky, surrounded by a halo of diamonds. The gold band was intricately carved with tiny flowers. Old. Beautiful. Irreplaceable. It is stunning, I whispered. It belonged to Anderson's great-grandmother. Brought over from Austria before the war. Victoria lifted the ring from its cushion. Light caught the sapphire, throwing tiny blue sparks across her fingers. 4 generations of Cromby women have worn this ring. What happened with Veronica? Victoria's expression hardened. I took it back. Before he proposed. The night before. She placed the ring back in the box. I went to his apartment. Told him I needed it cleaned. That was a lie, of course. How did you know? About Veronica? A mother knows. Victoria closed the box with a soft snap. I could not prove anything then. But I knew. Something in my gut told me she would destroy him. So I took the ring. And 3 weeks later, he found the shoebox. She held the box out to me. I stared at it. My pulse jumped. I thought Anderson had to propose first. He will. Tomorrow night at Oriole. A hint of warmth entered her voice. But this ring belongs to you now. Whatever happens in that restaurant is just formality. I took the box. It weighed almost nothing. It weighed everything.
I was not going to give it to you, Victoria admitted.
When I got on that plane in Paris, I had my doubts. Another woman claiming to love my son. Another woman who could break him. What changed? You did not try to impress me. She studied my face with something like respect. You just were yourself. No pretense. No performance. That is rare in our world, Angela. That kind of authenticity. Veronica was always performing. I opened the box again. The sapphire caught the light from the window. 4 generations. History. Legacy. Love that transcended time. Thank you, I said. I will take care of it. I know you will. Victoria's hand covered mine. Brief. Surprising. Take care of him too. Sunday morning found us at a bridal boutique on Madison Avenue. Victoria's choice. The kind of place that did not display prices because if you had to ask, you could not afford it. A woman in black welcomed us like royalty. Coffee appeared. Champagne was offered and declined given my condition. He has not proposed yet, I pointed out when we were alone. He will. Victoria flipped through a rack of gowns with practiced efficiency. Tomorrow night. We need to be ready. I should not have known. Part of me felt guilty for ruining the surprise. But another part, the practical part, was grateful. Wedding planning with a growing belly required strategy. Empire waist, Victoria declared, pulling a dress from the rack. It is elegant. Classic. And it will forgive any changes in the coming months. She was not wrong. At 11 weeks, my bump was barely visible. Just a slight curve below my navel that only I noticed. But by August, I would be showing. Empire waist made sense. I tried on dress after dress. Lace. Satin. Beaded. Simple. Each one beautiful. Each one wrong somehow. Too fussy. Too plain. Too much like what everyone else wore. Victoria observed with critical eyes. The saleswoman grew nervous. I grew tired. Then Victoria emerged from the back with one more option. Ivory silk. Empire waist as promised. Delicate embroidery along the bodice. Tiny flowers that echoed the ring's carved band. A train that swept the floor without overwhelming. Classic. Timeless. The kind of dress that would not look dated in 50 years. I stared at my reflection. The woman looking back seemed different somehow. Stronger. Softer. Ready for whatever came next. That is the one, Victoria said. Her voice held no room for argument. That is the one, I agreed. The seamstress took measurements. Promised alterations by early August. Victoria handled the payment before I could protest. Consider it a gift, she said. From one Cromby woman to another. We stepped out onto Madison Avenue. The city hummed around us. Taxis and tourists and the endless energy of New York on a Sunday morning. Victoria turned to face me. In the daylight, she looked less formidable. Still elegant. Still intimidating. But human too. A mother who loved her son. A woman who had learned that arranged marriages and high society could not protect you from loneliness. Welcome to the family, Angela. The words landed somewhere deep in my chest. Acceptance. belonging. Things I had fought so hard to earn. Thank you, Victoria. She almost smiled. A real one this time. Call me Vicky. Family does. I blinked. Victoria Cromby, terror of European society, wanted me to call her Vicky. Okay, I managed.
Vicky.
She nodded once, satisfied. Then she hailed a taxi, with the authority of a woman who had never been ignored in her life. I will see you tomorrow night, she said as the cab pulled up. Try to act surprised. I will do my best. She paused with her hand on the door. Angela. He is lucky to have you. I hope you know that. Then she was gone. Swallowed by New York traffic, and headed back to whatever elegant hotel suite awaited her. I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, taking it all in. The June sunshine. The city sounds. The weight of the ring box in my purse. I had everything. The ring. The dress. A mother-in-law who had gone from interrogator to a lie in the span of 24 hours. All that was missing now was the question.
Chapter 29. Anderson.
I checked the ring box for the 12th time in an hour. The velvet case felt heavier than it should. Art Deco setting. Sapphire surrounded by diamonds. My grandmother's ring, carried across an ocean by a woman who had once terrified every socialite in Europe. Now it sat in my pocket like a grenade with the pin pulled. You are going to wear a hole through your jacket. Francis appeared beside me, champagne flute in hand. The flowers are perfect. The food is perfect. Stop fidgeting. I do not fidget. You have straightened the candles 3 times. I forced my hands to my sides. Oriel's private dining room gleamed with soft light. Peonies cascaded from every surface, their blush petals catching the glow. Her favorite flowers. The ones her grandmother grew. I had remembered that. I had remembered everything. Through the one-way glass, I could see them gathered in the adjacent space. Karen dabbed at her eyes while Ben rubbed her shoulder. Maxine pressed a hand to her growing belly, twins making her glow at 6 months. Henry hovered beside her, protective and quiet. Rosalie paced near the window, phone in hand. Mark could not make it. Some emergency at the development site. She would forgive him. Eventually. Eric Davidson stood apart from the group, silver hair catching the light. The man who had built something worth saving. Who had trusted me with his legacy and his goddaughter's career. Richard occupied a corner, nursing a scotch. He had arrived early, shaken my hand, said nothing. For my father, that was practically a blessing. And in the shadows, barely visible, stood my mother. She had said 12 words to me since arriving in New York. Most of them were criticism. But she was here. My phone buzzed. I typed out the message I had rehearsed. Dinner tonight. 7 in the evening. Sent car. 3 dots appeared. Then disappeared. Then appeared again. Then a happy face emoji appeared. I stared at the emoji. She knew. She had to know. My mother had spent 2 days with her, had probably told her everything. She could not resist controlling a situation. But Angela was playing along. I loved her for that. The door opened at exactly 7. Angela stepped through, and the world narrowed to just her. Deep blue dress. The color of my eyes. She had chosen it on purpose. I could see it in the slight curve of her lips, the way she watched me notice. Her skin glowed. 11 weeks now. The morning sickness had faded, leaving something luminous in its wake. She carried my child beneath that dress, and the knowledge of it still knocked the breath from my lungs. This seems elaborate. Her gaze swept across the peonies, the candles, the rose petals scattered across white linen. You said you wanted proper. I did. She moved toward me, heels clicking against the floor. Her perfume reached me first. Floral. Familiar. Home. Anderson. Her voice softened. Not yet. I pulled out her chair. Sit down. Please. She raised an eyebrow but complied. I took my seat across from her, close enough to touch. Far enough to breathe. Waiters appeared with the first course. Her favorites. Everything she had mentioned in passing. The soup from our first dinner here. The salad she had raved about to Maxine. You remembered all this? I remember everything you have ever told me. Color touched her cheeks. That is either romantic or terrifying. Both probably. We ate. We talked. Nothing important and everything essential. The way the light caught her hair. The sound of her laugh. How far we had come since that conference room. The table feels like a lifetime ago, I said. Her lips twitched. Which table? The one you were standing on. Yelling at a speakerphone. I was not yelling. Angela. Fine. I was yelling. She took a sip of sparkling water. You deserved it. I did. You were impossible. I was. You drove me crazy. The feeling was mutual. Her smile softened into something tender. Look at us now. I reached across the table. Her fingers laced through mine without hesitation. Look at us now. The waiter cleared the dessert plates. Chocolate mousse barely touched. Neither of us had been able to eat. I stood. Her eyes widened. She knew what was coming. After 2 days with my mother, she had to know. But knowing and experiencing were different things. Angela Hayes. Yes? Her voice came out breathless. I lowered myself to one knee. The floor was hard beneath me. I did not care. She was the only thing that mattered. 3 months ago, you called me an arrogant fool. A laugh burst from her. Tears already glittered in her eyes. You were one. I walked into that conference room and found you commanding a room full of executives. You were standing on a table. In heels. In heels. I pulled the ring box from my pocket. My hands were not quite steady. You were magnificent. I was furious. That too. I opened the box. The sapphire caught the light, diamonds sparking around it. You fell into my arms that day. In the parking garage. You have been falling into my life ever since. A tear slipped down her cheek. You caught me. And I never want to let go. I held up the ring. My grandmother's ring. Victoria's blessing made tangible. I love you. Not because of the baby, though I love that too. I love you because you are brilliant and fierce. Because you make me want to be better. You already are better. Because of you. I took a breath. The deepest I had ever taken. Angela Hayes, will you marry me? She looked at the ring. Looked at me. Those eyes I could drown in. Yes. The word hit me like a wave. I slid the ring onto her finger. Perfect fit. Like it had been made for her. Then I was on my feet, pulling her into my arms, kissing her deeply. We gave ourselves to the moment, losing ourselves in each other amid the glow of candles and peonies. Behind us, doors burst open. Cheering erupted. Karen reached us first, tears streaming. My baby. My beautiful girl. Victoria stood back, watching. But she was smiling. Actually smiling. Francis raised his champagne. About time. The celebration spilled into the larger space. Champagne flowed. Sparkling cider for Angela and Maxine. Laughter bounced off the walls. Karen lifted her glass first. To my daughter. Who deserved someone worthy of her. Francis went next, that dry humor I had relied on for years. To the most stubborn people I know. May you drive each other crazy for the rest of your lives. My mother surprised everyone by stepping forward. To family. Her gaze moved from Angela to me and back. New and old. Eric raised his glass last. To the future Mrs. Hayes Cromby. Though I suspect she will still be the one running everything. Angela laughed. I should hope so. My father caught my eye from across the room. A single nod. For him, that was everything. The door crashed open. Mark stumbled in, breathless and disheveled. Did I miss it? Rosalie crossed her arms. Only all of it. He kissed her anyway. Right there, in front of everyone. Making it official. Making it known. Karen's gasp was audible. My mother's eyebrow arched. But neither said a word. Angela tugged at my sleeve, pulling me away from the crowd. We found a quiet corner near the windows. Thank you for doing this right. You deserved nothing less. She pressed her palm against my chest. Feeling my heartbeat. Steady now. Finally steady. When is the wedding? Whenever you want. August? Before I show too much? I calculated. 6 weeks. Barely enough time. Impossible logistics. August. Her smile could have lit the city. We are really doing this. We are really doing this. I kissed her forehead. Then her nose. Then her lips. Soft. Sweet. A promise. Behind us, Karen was already arguing with my mother about venues. Francis made bets with Eric on how long before things got complicated. 6 weeks to plan a wedding. Piece of cake. It was not, in fact, a piece of cake.
Chapter 30. Angela.
You want what in the prenup? The attorney's pen froze mid-stroke. His colleague stopped shuffling papers. Even Anderson went still beside me. I sat straighter in my chair. The leather creaked. Morning light streamed through the windows of Mitchell & Associates, one of Manhattan's oldest law firms. Wood paneling. Oil paintings. The kind of office that charged $500 an hour just to breathe the air. My terms, I said. Clearly stated. The lead attorney, silver-haired with tortoiseshell glasses, cleared his throat. Miss Hayes, in my 30 years of practice, I have never had a fiancé request protection of her own assets when marrying a billionaire. First time for everything. His colleague, younger but equally bewildered, flipped through his notes. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. We are here to protect Mr. Cromby's. I know why you are here. I folded my hands on the mahogany table. The sapphire on my left hand caught the light. Grandmother's ring. Art Deco setting. Anderson's promise made permanent. And I am telling you what I want. Anderson's hand found mine under the table. Warm. Steady. His thumb traced circles on my palm. I had spent my entire career in rooms like this, surrounded by men who underestimated me. That chapter was over. Let me be clear, I continued. I continue working. Full stop. Non-negotiable. The lead attorney made a note. Agreed. Separate finances. What I earn stays mine. What he earns stays his. Our joint expenses come from a shared account we both contribute to equally. Both attorneys exchanged glances. The younger one opened his mouth. Write it down, I said before he could speak. He wrote. Equal decision-making on all matters regarding our children. Education. Healthcare. Religion. Everything. That is already standard in most. I want it explicit. In writing. Signed. Another note. Another shared look of professional confusion. And the prenup protects my assets. I leaned forward. My future earnings. My career advancement. My law degree, my bar certification, everything I build from this day forward. Silence filled the conference room. The lead attorney set down his expensive pen. Miss Hayes, You understand what you would be entitled to under New York law. The settlement in a divorce proceeding would be? I know exactly what I would be entitled to. I met his gaze without flinching. I do not want it. But the Cromby estate alone. I build my own empire. The words came out steady. Certain. Brooklyn roots and burning ambition. I always have. I always will. The younger attorney tried again. Mr. Cromby, surely you want to reconsider this arrangement? Our firm has represented your family for 3 generations. We have a duty to. Your duty is to draft what we ask you to draft. Anderson's voice cut through the room. Quiet. Controlled. Absolutely final. My interests are sitting right next to me. Both attorneys fell silent. Anderson turned to me. Something soft lived in his expression. Pride. Love. Recognition of exactly who I was. Most people do not know Angela Hayes, he told them. She is not most people. We signed everything that afternoon. Every page. Every clause. My terms. My protection. My independence within our partnership. Outside on the sidewalk, Manhattan hummed with its usual chaos. Taxis honking. People rushing. The ordinary miracle of a city that never slowed down. Anderson pulled me close. His lips brushed my ear. I know, he murmured. That is why I love you. Independence within partnership. It was possible after all. 6 weeks to plan a wedding. The chaos started immediately and never stopped. Week 1, the venue wars. Victoria and Karen faced each other across a florist's display table. Roses between them. Battle lines drawn. Connecticut. Victoria's voice carried absolute authority. The estate gardens are perfection. 3 generations of Crombys have celebrated there. Brooklyn. Karen stood her ground. Family lives in New York. Why make everyone travel? The drive is 90 minutes. The subway is free. I watched them circle each other like prize fighters. My bump pressed against the waistband of my dress. 12 weeks and counting. The empire waist Victoria had chosen hid everything. Anderson appeared at my shoulder, coffee in hand. Connecticut, he said low. Gardens, old money elegance, room for 100 guests. You just want to keep your mother and mine in separate states. That too. The Connecticut estate, 1. Rolling lawns. Ancient oaks. A rose garden that made even Karen pause when she saw it. White chairs arranged beneath a canopy of wisteria. A stone path winding through hydrangeas. Fine, she said. But the rehearsal dinner is in Queens. Victory, negotiated. Week 2, the guest list battle. 300. Victoria slid a printed list across Anderson's dining table. 50. I slid it back. The Cromby name carries certain social obligations. The Hayes name carries 47 relatives from Queens alone. We settled at 100 after 4 days of tense negotiation. Anderson mediated from the sidelines, saying nothing. We could elope, he suggested one night, lying in bed. Vegas. Tomorrow. Done. Your mother would hunt us down. Worth considering. I threw a pillow at his head. He caught it, laughing. Week 3, details. Victoria took over the flowers. I let her. Roses, peonies, hydrangeas. One less decision to make. The cake tasting nearly broke me. 7 bakeries. 14 samples each. Lemon raspberry. Chocolate ganache. Red velvet. Vanilla bean with buttercream. You were supposed to taste and spit, the pastry chef explained. Where is the joy in that? I ate every sample. Anderson watched me devour a 3rd slice of lemon raspberry, his lips twitching. The baby likes sugar, I said, crumbs on my fingers. The baby likes everything. I have watched you eat pickles with ice cream. Fair point. Second trimester energy had returned my appetite with a vengeance. Everything tasted incredible. Band versus disc jockey sparked a 3-day debate. String quartet for the ceremony, disc jockey for the reception. The compromise satisfied no one, which meant it satisfied everyone. Week 4, the vows. We agreed to write our own. No template. No script. Just us. Anderson finished his first. He handed me the paper one evening, then left the room. Could not watch me read it, he said. I understood why when I started. He had written about catching me in the file room. About knowing even then that something had shifted. About the way I challenged him, called him out, refused to be impressed by his last name or his bank account. He had written about falling before he knew he was falling. About choosing me. Every day. For the rest of his life. I read it 3 times. Cried twice. Called my mom to read it over the phone. She cried too. Mine took longer. I wrote and rewrote for days. Crumpled papers filled the wastebasket. Finally, I read it to him in our bedroom, pages shaking in my hands. I had written about building walls. About learning to stand alone because standing with someone felt too dangerous. About the moment I realized that loving him did not mean losing myself. It meant becoming more. He went quiet. That particular quiet that meant he was feeling too much to speak.
Again, he said after a long silence.
I read it again. He listened with his eyes closed. When I finished, he pulled me into his arms and held on. The chaos had become something else. Something unexpected. Joy. Everything looks perfect. Dr. Patel smiled at the ultrasound screen. 16 weeks. Second trimester. The blur on the monitor had become something I recognized. A baby. Our baby. Heartbeat strong. 150 beats per minute. Measuring right on track. She pointed at shapes I was learning to read. See that? Little nose. And those are the hands. I saw it. Tiny fingers curled into tiny fists. A profile that made my chest tight. Anderson's hand found mine, his grip fierce. Active little one, Dr. Patel added. Loves to move. As if on cue, the image shifted. The baby stretched, rolled, settled into a new position. Would you like to know the sex? The question hung between us. I turned to Anderson. He turned to me. We had talked about this. Planned it. A gender reveal party after the honeymoon. September 20th. Both families together. But in that moment, staring at our child on the screen, the temptation whispered. Let us wait, I said. For the party. Dr. Patel nodded. She wrote something on a slip of paper, folded it, sealed it in an envelope. Under lock and key until then. Anderson stared at that envelope like it contained nuclear codes. In the parking lot, he tried again. Just peek. One corner. Absolutely not. No one would know. I would know. And I would tell you, because I cannot keep secrets from you anymore. I climbed into the car. Then you would tell your mother. Then Karen would find out. Then both of us would be dead. He groaned. You are cruel. I am principled. That night lying in bed, I felt it. Not quite a kick. More like flutters. Bubbles rising. Something alive moving inside me for the first time. Anderson. He looked up from his laptop. Come here. Quick. He was beside me in seconds. His palm pressed warm against the curve of my belly. Waiting. The flutter came again. His breath caught. Was that? Yes. We stayed like that for a long time. His palm against my growing bump. Our baby moving between us. A shared secret no one else could feel. Does it hurt? He asked. No. It feels like? I searched for the right words. Like tiny bubbles. Like champagne inside me. Our baby is already celebrating. I laughed, celebrating that the wedding chaos is almost over. His hand stayed warm on my stomach. The flutter came again. Then again. Like our child was waving hello. Wonder. Growing anticipation. Everything we had built, finally becoming real. July 31st. Midnight. I lay in the guest room at Karen's house. The room she kept ready for me, with photos of Dad on the nightstand and a quilt from Nona across the bed. The wedding dress hung in her closet. White lace. Empire waist. Victoria's veil cleaned and pressed, waiting beside it. Everything ready for tomorrow. My phone buzzed. I cannot sleep. Anderson's voice was rough. Tired. Me neither. This tradition is stupid. Sleeping apart the night before. It is one night. The longest night of my life. I smiled in the darkness. Dramatic. Accurate. Quiet settled between us. Comfortable. Full of everything we did not need to say. What if I trip? I asked. Walking down the aisle. These heels Karen picked are ridiculous. I will catch you. I always catch you. What if I forget my vows? Just blank. In front of everyone. I will remind you. Word for word. I have them memorized. What if this is all a dream? A pause. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped. Soft. Serious. Then we never wake up. My eyes burned. Hormones. Exhaustion. Too much love for one body to hold. I love you, Anderson Cromby. I love you, Angela Hayes. I heard him shift, pictured him alone in our bed at the brownstone. For one more day. Hayes Cromby. Hayes Cromby. His smile came through the phone. Even better. The ring sparkled on my finger. The baby fluttered in my belly. Tomorrow, I would walk down an aisle of rose petals. Stand in a garden, surrounded by everyone who mattered. Promise forever to the man who had caught me falling in a file room full of secrets. But lying there in the dark, phone pressed to my ear, listening to Anderson breathe on the other end of the line, nothing needed to change. We were already home. Tomorrow, everything changes. I could not wait.
Chapter 31. Anderson.
The rehearsal dinner featured 3 near disasters and 1 actual fire. The Connecticut estate sprawled across 12 acres of manicured gardens. White tents dotted the lawn. String lights hung from every tree. 100 guests would arrive over the next 2 days to watch me marry Angela Hayes. If we survived tonight. Your cousin just called my father a fascist. Angela appeared at my elbow, champagne flute in hand. Sparkling cider, not actual champagne. The curve of her belly was visible now at 17 weeks. Anyone who looked could see it. Which cousin? The one with the beard. They all have beards. The loud one. That narrowed it down to 3. Across the garden, I spotted the commotion. Karen's cousin, red-faced and gesturing. My father, looking offended in a way that suggested the accusation had landed close to home. I will handle it. No need. Angela nodded toward the chaos. Mom is already intervening. Karen cut between the 2 men with the precision of a surgeon. Within 30 seconds, she had them separated. Within a minute, she had them apologizing. Within 2, they were shaking hands and discussing baseball like they had not been seconds away from a fistfight. Your mother is terrifying, I said. Where do you think I learned it? The florist arrived next with the wrong flowers. Tulips instead of roses. Pink instead of white. My mother handled that one. She did not raise her voice. She did not have to. One look from her sent the delivery driver back to his van, phone pressed to his ear, promising to fix everything within the hour. I watched my mother work. The same woman who had treated Angela with suspicion for months now advocated for her wedding flowers with fierce determination. Something had shifted since that day in the plaza. Something I did not fully understand, but deeply appreciated. Then the string quartet got lost somewhere between Greenwich and our venue. Francis tracked their GPS and found them circling the same rotary for 40 minutes. Their cellist had insisted she knew a shortcut. "They are musicians," he reported. "Not navigators. Can you guide them in?" "Already on it. Should be here in 20. 20 turned into 40. By the time they arrived, we were 2 hours behind schedule. The caterers were panicking. The guests were restless. Half the appetizers had gone cold. And then the oven caught fire. Nothing major. A grease flare that the kitchen staff contained in under a minute. But the smoke billowed through the tent, and someone screamed, and for one terrible moment I thought the whole evening was ruined. Angela laughed. Not a nervous laugh. A real one. Full and genuine and inappropriate for the circumstances. I stared at her. What could possibly be funny right now? She gestured at the chaos around us. Smoke still wisping from the tent. Guests coughing. My mother arguing with the catering manager. The string quartet tuning their instruments as if the world was not ending. "This is perfect," she said. "This is chaos." Same thing. She took my hand. Her fingers were warm and certain. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong now. Tomorrow will be easy. I wanted to argue. I wanted to point out that tomorrow held 100 new opportunities for disaster. The ceremony. The vows. The reception. The entire rest of our lives. Instead, I looked at her face. At the smile that had become my favorite sight. At the confidence that had first drawn me to her across a crowded boardroom. Maybe she was right. The rehearsal walkthrough happened at sunset. We gathered in the rose garden. White chairs arranged in neat rows. Roses and peonies and hydrangeas climbing the trellises. A wisteria-covered canopy at the end of the aisle, where tomorrow we would become husband and wife. The string quartet, finally in position, played something soft and romantic. Eric walked Angela down the practice aisle. His silver hair caught the fading light. His arm was steady under hers. He was not her father, but he was the closest thing she had left. The man who had given her a chance when no one else would. The man who would hand her over to me tomorrow. Watching them made something shift in my chest. They reached the canopy. Eric placed her hand in mine. His grip was firm. His eyes held mine with the weight of decades of experience. "Take care of her," he said. "Always." The officiant walked us through the ceremony. Where to stand. When to speak. How to exchange the rings. Simple logistics that somehow felt monumental. Then came the practice vows. Angela went first. Her voice was clear and strong, carrying across the garden. She spoke about walls she had built and independence she had guarded. About finding more instead of less when she let someone in. About choosing love every single day. Karen started crying first. Quiet tears that she tried to hide behind her napkin. Then my mother, though she pretended it was allergies. My father dabbed at his eyes when he thought no one was looking. Francis turned away entirely. When it was my turn, I spoke about catching her in that file room. About falling myself when I thought I was safe. About being caught by the woman who challenged everything I thought I knew. By the end, everyone was in tears. Even me. We broke for dinner after that. The caterers had recovered. The smoke had cleared. Food appeared on long tables and wine flowed, and somewhere in the chaos our families started merging. My father and Karen found themselves at the same table. I watched them talk. Her animated hand gestures. His reluctant nod. Then a laugh from both of them that made everyone nearby pause. "What are they discussing?" Angela asked. Grandchild, if I had to guess. They are already planning babysitting schedules? They are already planning everything. My mother sat with Ben near the fountain. He poured her wine with the careful attention of a man who took such things seriously. She actually smiled at something he said about Burgundy versus Bordeaux. I could not remember the last time I had seen her smile at a dinner party. Frances and Maxine compared pregnancy notes near the dessert table. She was due in 3 weeks with twins. Her belly looked enormous. She waddled more than walked. Frances kept his hand at the small of her back, ready to catch her. Mark and Rosalie thought they were being subtle, sneaking kisses behind the rose bushes. They were not. Everyone saw. Everyone pretended not to. Karen smiled. My mother raised an eyebrow. My father looked confused by the display of affection. Look at this, I said. What? Our families. I pulled Angela closer. Her back against my chest. My arms wrapped around her. They fit. She leaned into me. They do. Everyone she loved in one place. Everyone I loved too. 2 families that should not work together, working together. Queen's warmth meeting old money reserve. Building something new from the pieces of what we had both been before. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow. The bachelor party was poker at the brownstone. Frances dealt the cards. Mark bet too aggressively and lost 3 hands in a row. Eric played with calculated patience, folding when he should and raising when he should not. Ben folded on nearly every hand, more interested in the conversation than the game. Nervous? Frances asked during a break. About the wedding or the poker? Either. Both. Yes. He laughed and dealt another round. Good. Means you are taking it seriously. By 11, I could not concentrate on the cards. My mind kept drifting to Angela. To the estate. To her room where she was having her own party. Spa treatments and sparkling cider, and whatever else women did the night before weddings. I kept checking my phone. No messages. She was probably too busy laughing with Maxine and Rosalie to think about me. I excused myself around 11:30. Made some excuse about fresh air. Then I drove to the estate. Her window was lit on the 2nd floor. I found the back stairs. Climbed them without making a sound. Knocked twice on her door. She opened it in a silk robe. Her hair was down. Her feet were bare. Face scrubbed clean of makeup. She looked soft and warm in mine. You are not supposed to be here. I know. Bad luck to see the bride before the wedding. Worth it. I stepped inside. Closed the door behind me. She was in my arms before it clicked shut. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in each other's arms as tenderness and anticipation built between them. She pulled back. Her chest rose and fell with unsteady breaths. Tomorrow night. Angela. Properly. She pressed a hand to my chest. Her eyes were dark with want. As husband and wife. That is cruel. That is anticipation. I groaned. Fine. But I am memorizing exactly where I stopped. I traced my fingers along her collarbone. Slow. Deliberate. Down to her shoulder. Along the curve of her hip. The silk caught under my fingertips. Her breath caught. Her grip on my shirt tightened, fingers digging into the fabric. Go. Her voice was rough. Before I change my mind. One more kiss. Longer than it should have been. Deeper than was wise. Then I forced myself to pull away. At the door, I looked back. She stood where I had left her, robe slightly disheveled, cheeks flushed, lips swollen from kissing. See you at the altar, I said. Do not be late. I slept approximately 2 hours that night. Possibly less. Dawn came too soon and not soon enough. I woke with the sun. Lay there for a moment, staring at the ceiling. Today was the day. In 12 hours, Angela Hayes would be my wife. The thought made my hands shake. I showered, shaved with extra care, nicked myself once on the chin, then spent 5 minutes making sure the bleeding stopped. The suit waited on its hanger. Navy blue, perfectly tailored. Francis had picked it out months ago. It fit like it had been made for this exact moment. My something old sat on the dresser. Grandmother's pocket watch. Gold and worn and ticking steadily. I slipped it into my vest pocket, feeling the weight of it against my chest. Francis arrived at 8 with coffee and donuts. Nervous? He asked. Terrified. Good. He handed me a cup. Means you care. I have never cared about anything this much. I know. He clasped my shoulder. The grip of a man who had been there through everything. Through Veronica. Through the mess with Angela. Through every mistake I had made and would make. That is why it is going to work. The morning passed in a blur of preparations. Hair that would not cooperate. Final fittings that revealed a button needed replacing. Photos I would pretend I did not hate. Food I could not taste. Time moving too slow and too fast. 2 o'clock came. The car took us to the estate. I walked through the rose garden. Past the white chairs now filling with guests. Past my parents in the front row, my mother in blue silk, my father looking uncomfortable in his formal wear. Past Karen and Ben, and everyone else who had gathered to witness this moment. I took my position at the altar. The string quartet played. Guests murmured. The August sun beat down on everything, warm and bright and perfect. Then the music changed. Everyone stood. I looked up. Angela appeared at the end of the aisle, and I forgot how to breathe.
Chapter 32. Anderson.
Breathe, Angela. The dress will not zip if you do not breathe. My mother's voice carried through the bridal suite door. I paused in the hallway, one hand on the pocket watch in my vest. Grandmother's gold. Warm against my palm. Through the crack in the door, I caught a glimpse of ivory silk. Women moving around Angela, like planets orbiting a sun. I am breathing, Angela said. The baby is just taking up space. Maxine laughed. Join the club. I can barely fit through doors anymore. I should not have been there. Bad luck to see the bride. But my feet would not move. Karen appeared in my line of sight, adjusting something at Angela's neckline. Your father's cufflinks. Right against your heart. The room went quiet. Dad should be here. Angela's voice cracked on the words. She straightened on her own. No help needed. Her independence, even now. He is, sweetheart. Karen touched her daughter's cheek. He is watching. Tears stung Angela's eyes. She blinked them back. My chest went tight. I stepped back before anyone saw me. Francis found me in the hallway. You are supposed to be at the altar. I know. You look terrified. I am. He clasped my shoulder. Good. Means you care. 4 o'clock. August sun golden through the roses. 100 guests arranged in white chairs. Climbing roses on every trellis. The string quartet shifted from ambient music to the processional. I stood at the altar. My father in the front row, uncomfortable in his formal suit. My mother beside him in blue silk, hands folded in her lap. Karen and Ben on the other side, tissues already in hand. The music changed again. Everyone stood. Angela appeared at the end of the aisle. My breath caught. The dress was ivory silk, empire waist hiding the gentle curve of our baby. My mother's veil floated behind her like mist. Diamond earrings caught the light. The ones I had sent that morning. But it was her face that undid me. She was smiling. At me. Only at me. Eric walked beside her, arm linked through hers. He had been practicing this moment for weeks. Take care of her. Always. The words we had exchanged at rehearsal. The words that would become real in minutes. Tears streamed down my face. I did not try to hide them. She mouthed, "Beautiful." I mouthed back, "I know." She laughed. Even crying, even overwhelmed, I could make her laugh. The walk took forever. The walk took seconds. Eric placed her hand in mine. His eyes were wet behind his glasses. Take care of her. Always. He stepped back. Angela's fingers threaded through mine. Warm. Certain. Home. Personal vows. I went first. My voice came out rougher than I had practiced. Angela, 5 months ago, you called me an arrogant jerk. Laughter rippled through the guests. The ones who knew the story. Most of them. You were standing on a conference table, defending someone you loved, and you fell into my arms. You have been falling into my life ever since. I took both her hands. My thumb traced circles on her palm. You taught me that love is not a weakness. It is the only strength that matters. I promise to catch you. Every time. Forever. Her dark eyes glistened. She squeezed my hands. Her turn. Anderson, I thought I knew exactly what I wanted. Career. Independence. Control. Then you happened. Her voice steadied. Strong. The woman who had stood on that conference table. You showed me I could have all of it and love. That independence is not about building walls. It is about choosing who gets inside them. She lifted our joined hands. I promise to challenge you. To support you. To choose you. Every single day. I do. I do. 2 words. Twice spoken. Everything changed. The officiant smiled. You may kiss the bride. I cupped her face in my hands. Kissed her soft and slow. The baby kicked. We both felt it. A third heartbeat joining the moment. Our child saying, I am here too. We laughed against each other's lips. The guests did not understand. But Karen did. My mother did. They were both crying now. I now present Mr. and Mrs. Hayes Cromby. Cheers erupted. Rose petals rained down. My father was crying. No one mentioned it. My mother was smiling. Everyone noticed. The reception glowed golden in the evening light. First dance. At Last by Etta James. Angela in my arms, swaying under string lights while our families watched. Mrs. Hayes Cromby, I murmured against her hair. That is me now. The toast came after. Eric raised his glass. To the woman who stood on a conference table and changed everything. Francis, to the most stubborn couple I know. Thank God they found each other. Karen's voice trembled. To my daughter. Your father would be so proud. Everyone cried. My father stood. The room went quiet. He had never been good at speeches. To Anderson and Angela. He cleared his throat. Who proved me wrong about everything that matters. Angela's hand found mine under the table. She squeezed. Mark caught the garter. Rosalie's face was pure terror mixed with hope. Maxine caught the bouquet, then pointed at her enormous belly. Already handled. Laughter. Music. Dancing until my feet ached. At 11, Angela caught my eye across the room. Time to go. The bridal suite door clicked shut behind us. Quiet settled around us. No more guests. No more toasts. Just Angela in her wedding dress, moonlight through the windows, and the rest of our lives waiting. Let me help you, I said. She turned her back to me. The zipper ran from her neck to the small of her back. I took my time with it. Every inch revealed skin I had touched 100 times. Still new. Still miraculous. The veil came off first. I set it on the dresser. Then the earrings. Each diamond placed beside the veil. The dress pooled at her feet. She stood in white lace. Nothing else. Her body changed by our child, curves softer, belly rounded beneath the delicate fabric. My wife, I breathed. She turned. Her fingers worked the buttons of my vest. Then my shirt. Each motion deliberate. My husband. I kissed her. Slow at first. Tasting champagne and forever. We gave ourselves to the moment, losing the night in each other's arms. We collapsed together. Breathing hard. Pulses slowing in sync. The room was quiet, except for our breathing and the distant sound of music still playing below. I pulled her close. Wrapped around her from behind. My palm pressed warm against the curve of her belly. The baby kicked against my palm. Our family, I said. Our family, she echoed. We lay there in the moonlight. Married. Expecting. Complete. After a long while, she turned in my arms. What are you thinking? She asked. I kissed her forehead. Her nose. The corner of her lips. I am thinking I want to do this every day for the rest of my life.
Chapter 33. Anderson.
Honeymoon meant staying in New York. Angela could not stop working that long. I should have expected this. I married a woman who argued legal strategy while wearing my ring and carrying our baby. Taking her away from everything she built would have been like asking her to leave a limb behind. So we compromised. Mornings she worked. Contracts spread across the dining table, laptop open, coffee untouched because decaf was not real coffee in her world. I made breakfast. Eggs, toast, whatever the pregnancy application said she should eat. She would review documents between bites, pen tucked behind her ear, hair piled in a messy bun. You are staring, she said without looking up. Observing my wife. It is allowed. The corner of her mouth lifted. Wife. Still new. Still a word that rearranged something in my chest every time I said it. Afternoons belonged to us. We fought about pizza for 3 days. She insisted Brooklyn made the best. I maintained that was borough bias talking. We ate our way through 6 different places before I admitted defeat somewhere near Fulton Street. Thin crust, perfect char, sauce that made every slice I had eaten in Manhattan taste like cardboard. Told you. She wiped sauce from her lip, triumph written across her face. One category. Do not get cocky. She got cocky. For the rest of the week. I won the helicopter argument. Sunset over Manhattan, her hand gripping mine as the city lit up beneath us. The pilot kept a respectful silence while we watched the last orange light slide across the Hudson. This is ridiculous, she said, voice almost lost to the rotors. You cannot just rent helicopters. I can. I did. Look at the river. She looked. The Statue of Liberty, small but unmistakable, turned gold in the fading light. The tension in her shoulders released. Okay, she admitted. This was worth it. Worth every dollar. Worth 1,000 times more. Museums were her choice. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, Museum of Modern Art, a small gallery in Chelsea she had read about years ago but never visited. She stood in front of paintings for 20 minutes at a time. I stood behind her, watching the light catch her face, watching her see things I would never see on my own. What do you see? I asked in front of the Rothko. Everything and nothing. She leaned back against my chest. That is what makes it perfect. She explained color theory. Emotional impact. The way art could bypass logic and hit somewhere deeper. I listened. Learned. Fell a little more in love with the woman who could tear apart a contract and then turn soft in front of a canvas. We attempted cooking together. Disaster. Smoke alarms, overcooked pasta, a sauce that somehow tasted like nothing despite containing garlic, tomatoes, and optimism. Your grandmother would be horrified, she said, scraping the pan into the trash. My grandmother would have fired us both. She taught you to cook. The basics. This was too advanced. We ordered Thai instead. Sat on the floor because the dining table was covered in her paperwork. Passed containers back and forth, chopsticks crossing, stealing bites from each other's plates. This is ridiculous, she said, gesturing at our makeshift picnic. The food. The honeymoon. We are in our own apartment. Eating takeout on the floor. Our own home. Eating whatever we want. Wherever we want. She paused, chopsticks halfway to her mouth. The word landed between us. Home? Problem? No. She set down the container. Smiled in a way that made my chest ache. No problem at all. Our first real argument came on day 6. She was on a call. Had been for 2 hours. Our reservation at the restaurant she had wanted to try was in 15 minutes. I waited. She did not notice. Just cancel it, she said when she hung up. I will eat here. There is leftover Thai. It is our honeymoon. And this is an emergency with the Morrison contract. There is always an emergency. She went still. That particular stillness that meant I had hit something. This is who I am, Anderson. You knew that when you married me. Fear flickered through me. Old shadows. Women who slipped away while I was not looking. But this was Angela. Mine. I know. I just wanted you to myself. For 2 weeks. Is that so unreasonable? For me? Yes. Her voice was hard. Then softer. I am sorry. I know that is not fair. It is not about fair. Then what is it about? I looked at her. Tired, frustrated, still in her work clothes at 8 post-meridium. Still the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I just want you. That is all. Whatever version you can give me. But I want it. She crossed to me. Took my face in her hands. You have me. All of me. The parts that work too much, the parts that forget dinner reservations, the parts that are terrified of being a mother. All of it. Okay. Okay? Okay. I kissed her palm. Thai it is. We learned something that night. How to fight and come back. How to be wrong and forgive. How to be married. August 15th. The anatomy scan. Angela's hand found mine in the waiting room. Her leg bounced, nervous energy with nowhere else to go. Mine did not bounce, but only because I was focusing all my energy on staying still. What if something is wrong? Nothing is wrong. You do not know that. Nobody knows that until they look. I know you. I know our baby. Nothing is wrong. She did not believe me. But she stopped bouncing. The ultrasound room was dim. Blue light from machines, the smell of antiseptic and something floral meant to be calming. The technician was kind, her voice soft as she explained each step. Angela lay back on the table. The paper crinkled beneath her. The gel made her flinch. Cold. Every single time. Sorry about that. The technician moved the wand across Angela's belly. Let us see who we have got here. The screen flickered. Static then shapes then. A face. Not the blob from earlier scans. Not an abstract suggestion of life. A person. Profile clear and perfect. Nose, forehead, the suggestion of lips pressed together. Something shifted in my chest. Rearranged itself into a new formation I did not have words for. There is the heartbeat. The technician pointed. Strong and steady. Thump. 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 Visible on screen, a tiny flicker of light marking life. Our life. The one we had made together. 10 fingers. She counted on screen. 10 toes. Spine looks great. Good position. The baby moved, stretched, turned away from the camera, like even in the womb they had inherited their mother's stubbornness. Angela laughed, wet and surprised. Did you see that? I saw. They are sucking their thumb. On screen clear as day. Tiny thumb, tiny mouth. A habit already forming. Would you like to know the sex? We looked at each other. 3 seconds of silent conversation. Yes, I said. Wait. Angela's voice caught. We said we would do the reveal. With everyone. The technician smiled, familiar with this dance. I can write it down. Seal it in an envelope. Some couples like to wait. That. Angela nodded. Do that. Please. The technician wrote something on a piece of paper, slid it into a small envelope, sealed it shut, and handed it to Angela. Everything looks healthy, she said, returning to the screen. Good growth, good movement. The cord position is a little unusual. Nothing concerning right now, but something we will want to monitor at your next scan. Said like it was nothing. Routine. But I noticed Angela's fingers dig into my hand. Nails biting skin. Monitor? I asked. Standard precaution. Happens more often than you would think. 99% of the time, it resolves on its own. We just like to keep an eye on things. And the other 1%? We handle it. But let us not borrow trouble. She smiled again, calm and reassuring. I will print some pictures and give you two a moment. She left. The screen stayed frozen on our baby's profile. Angela exhaled. A shaky breath that said everything she was not saying out loud. Did you hear that? I heard nothing is wrong. You heard monitor. You heard unusual. I heard 99% nothing. She turned to look at me. Her eyes were wet. Fear and joy tangled together, until I could not tell where one ended and the other began. I am scared, she whispered. I know. I pressed my forehead to hers. Let the contact say what words could not. Me too. You are scared? Terrified. Every day since I found out. I pulled back enough to see her face. But we are doing this together. Whatever comes. She nodded. Kissed me once, soft and quick. Let us get out of here. That night I watched the recording 3 times. The way the baby moved, stretched, turned. The thumb sucking. The heartbeat steady and strong. Our son, I said. Oh, daughter. Angela curled against my side, her head on my shoulder, one hand resting over mine on her belly. Ours, she said. Either way. Ours. I was still processing that. She went back to work like the honeymoon had been an interruption instead of an occasion. Full schedule by the 2nd week of August. Meetings, calls, contracts that needed her specific attention. I did not argue. This was who she was. Who I married. Eric called on a Thursday afternoon. I heard her side of the conversation from the kitchen. Me? Specifically. Pause. They asked for me. By name. Longer pause. Junior partner timeline. I understand. Yes. I will be there Monday. She hung up. Stood in the living room without moving. What happened? Harrison Property Group. She turned to face me. The biggest real estate portfolio on the East Coast. Eric offered them the senior partners. All 3. They said no. They wanted you. They wanted me. She laughed, disbelief coloring the sound. The client who walked out of 3 firms last year. Who made 2 partners cry. They asked for me. Something fierce bloomed in my chest. Pride did not cover it. Partnership track? Official now. Junior partner by 18 months. Maybe sooner, if Harrison goes well. She pressed her palm warm against the curve of her belly. If I do not take too much time off. You will take as much time as you need. Anderson. Angela. I crossed to her. Pulled her close enough to feel our baby between us. You are going to outshine me. You know that, right? She smiled. That sharp, bright smile that had stopped my heart in a conference room 5 months ago. I already do. I know. I kissed her forehead. I love it. August 31st. The envelope sat in a locked drawer. The key stayed with Angela because she did not trust me. Smart woman. Just peek. I leaned against the doorframe while she sorted tiny clothes into dresser drawers. Who would know? I would know. You are cruel. I am principled. Same thing. She threw a tiny sock at my head. I caught it. September 20th. The gender reveal. Both families close friends, the brownstone garden ready to transform. Balloons ordered. Confetti cannons loaded. Enough anticipation to power a small city. If it is a boy, she said, folding a onesie into a perfect square. Thomas. After your grandfather. My grandfather. The only Cromby who had understood what love meant before profit. Who had pulled me aside at 15 and told me the company would never keep me warm at night. And if it is a girl. Eleanor. After my grandmother. She paused. Mom's mother. She died when I was 12, but I remember how she laughed. Big and loud and without caring who heard. Thomas or Eleanor. I tested the names. Both felt right. Both felt like ours. Silence fell between us. The soft kind that did not need filling. The kind that came from knowing you had time. Years. A whole life stretching ahead. 3 weeks, she said. 3 weeks until we know. I cannot wait. I pulled her up from the floor, wrapped my arms around her from behind, hands resting on the swell of our child. Neither can I. We stood there, breathing together, waiting together. Then Maxine's text arrived at 3 ante-meridium. 2 words: hospital. Now. Baby is coming early.
Chapter 34. Angela.
Push. One more. But it was not me on that table. 2 days of waiting rooms and bad coffee. 2 days since Maxine's 3 a.m. text sent us racing to the hospital. Now I stood frozen in the doorway of her room, gripping Henry's arm hard enough to leave marks. The medical team moved in controlled chaos around the bed. Monitors beeped in urgent rhythms. Voices overlapped, barking commands I could not follow. An hour earlier, Maya's heart rate had dropped. The cord had wrapped wrong. I had watched the numbers on the screen plummet while Henry's face went white as bone. Emergency C-section, they had said, and then the nurses wheeled Maxine away while we stood helpless in the fluorescent hallway. Now, cutting through the noise, a cry. Thin. Piercing. Perfect. It is a girl. Everything after happened in fragments. The cord being cut. Maxine's exhausted smile through the clear surgical drape. Nurses moving in practiced choreography around the warming table. And then a bundle wrapped in pink being placed in my arms first. Godmother privilege. She is so small. My voice cracked. Maya Carter. 7 pounds 2 ounces. 10 fingers. 10 toes. A shock of dark hair that would match her mother's. Her twin sister would follow later that week, still in the NICU but stable, growing stronger by the hour. But right now, it was just Maya. Just this precious, terrifying weight in my arms. 3 months, Maxine said from the bed, her voice raw from screaming. 3 months and yours will be here. I stared down at Maya's scrunched face, her tiny fist curled against her cheek. This was what was coming. This fragile, miraculous, impossible responsibility. I am terrified, I whispered. Henry appeared beside me, his own eyes wet, his shirt still wrinkled from gripping it during the surgery. Everyone is. You will be amazing. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to feel the confidence that had carried me through the bar exam, through the wedding, through everything Anderson and I had built. But I kept seeing those monitors spike. Kept seeing the controlled panic on the nurses' faces. Kept imagining that same scenario, except it was me on the table. My baby's heart rate dropping. That night, Anderson found me standing at our bedroom window, staring at the city lights below. "What is wrong?"
Nothing.
I shook my head.
Everything.
"I do not know." He crossed the room in 3 strides. His arms wrapped around me from behind, his chin resting on top of my head, his hands settling over the swell of my belly where our son was busy kicking my ribs. "You saw something at the hospital," he said, his voice low. It was not a question. The cord wrapped. Her heart rate dropped. They had to cut Maxine open right there in the room. My throat tightened. What if that happens to us? Then we will have doctors and monitors and everything we need. But what if? We cannot control everything. His voice was steady. Calm. The voice he used in boardrooms when deals were falling apart. We can only prepare. And we are prepared. I leaned back against his chest, letting his certainty wash over me. He did not push. He did not try to fix it. He just held me until the fear felt smaller. September 15. Sunday morning. Results day. I could not look at the screen. My hands shook too much to type my own name into the search field. "You do it," I told Anderson. He sat at the desk in our study, fingers hovering over the keyboard. I paced behind him, wearing a path in the Persian rug his mother had insisted we needed. 22 weeks pregnant, and I had been up since 5, unable to eat, unable to sit, unable to do anything but imagine the word "failed" in bold red letters. Angela Hayes Cromby. He squinted at the screen, his face giving nothing away. I stopped breathing. Status. He drew the word out, his expression unreadable. Anderson, I swear to. Passed. My pulse jumped. The word hung in the air between us, suspended in a moment that felt separate from time. I could not move. You passed, Angela. He was on his feet, crossing to me, his face breaking into that rare smile that still made everything inside me go warm. You passed. The scream that came out of me did not sound human. I launched myself at him, arms around his neck, laughing and crying and probably snotting all over his shoulder. He caught me, lifting me off my feet despite my expanding middle. I passed. I could not stop saying it, like the repetition would make it real. I am a lawyer. I am actually a lawyer. You were always going to be. He kissed my forehead, my cheeks, the corner of my mouth. I never had a doubt. I pulled back to look at him, my hands cupping his face. Not even one? Not even one. My phone. I needed my phone. Mom answered on the first ring. Well? Mom. My voice broke on the word. I am a lawyer. The sound she made was something between a sob and a prayer. Italian words I could not follow poured through the speaker, interrupted by sniffles, and what sounded like Ben's voice murmuring comfort in the background. Your father is so proud, she finally managed. Wherever he is, sweetheart. He is watching. He is so proud. I swiped at my cheeks with the back of my hand. I wish he was here. He is, Angela. He is. We stayed on the phone for 20 minutes, sniffling and laughing and talking over each other, until she finally hung up to call every relative she had ever met. Eric's call came that afternoon, while Anderson was ordering an absurd amount of celebratory takeout. Junior partnership effective January 1st, Eric said without preamble. The clients love you. The partners love you. You have earned this, Angela. I do not know what to say. Say you will keep making me look good, for recruiting you. I laughed, the sound watery. Thank you, Eric. For everything. Do not thank me. Thank yourself. His voice softened. Your father would be proud, Angela. I know I am. The call ended. I stood there in the kitchen, phone pressed against my chest, watching Anderson pull containers from paper bags. "You are allowed to feel this," he said without looking up. "All of it. The joy. The relief. The 'I told you so' to everyone who doubted you. Did anyone doubt me?" He met my eyes. "You did. Every single day." He was right. Every late night in the library, every practice exam, every moment of crippling doubt. I had carried it all. And now it was over. Dreams materializing, one by one. Every sacrifice validated. Every choice vindicated. Real. The brownstone garden had transformed. Blue and pink streamers twisted through the old oak trees. Balloons clustered at every corner, catching the afternoon light. Both families gathered on the manicured lawn, voices overlapping in that beautiful chaos I was learning to love. September 20. The day we would finally know. The envelope had lived in our safe for 5 weeks. Anderson had tried to peek twice. I had caught him both times, his guilty expression almost worth the heart attack of finding him with the envelope in his hands. Now we stood in the center of the garden, each holding a pin. Above us, a massive black balloon swayed in the gentle breeze.
Ready.
Anderson's voice was steady, but I could see the tension in the set of his shoulders. No. Me neither. The air between us changed. Anticipation. Joy. Terror. Love. All of it mixing together under the weight of every eye in both our families. My mother stood with Ben, her hands clasped at her chest. Victoria and Richard occupied opposite ends of the yard, though I had caught them exchanging civil words earlier. Maxine sat in a chair Henry had carried from inside, both twins finally home and sleeping in matching carriers beside her. "On 3, I said. 1, Anderson counted. 2, I whispered. 3. We popped the balloon together. Blue confetti exploded everywhere. "It is a boy." The garden erupted. My mother screamed in Italian. Victoria smiled for real, a genuine expression I was still getting used to seeing. Rosalie tackled me in a hug. Mark clapped Anderson on the back hard enough to stagger him. "A grandson." Mom's hands flew to her face. "I am getting a grandson." Richard's voice cut through the celebration, deep and carrying. "A Cromby heir." The word landed wrong. My spine straightened. "A Hayes Cromby," I corrected, meeting his gaze across the lawn. "Equal parts both." Victoria stepped forward, surprising everyone including me. As it should be. Richard had the grace to look chastened. A small muscle ticked in his jaw, but he nodded once. Anderson squeezed my hand, thumb tracing circles over my knuckles. "We have been discussing names," he said, pulling the attention back to safer ground. "Thomas Anderson Cromby," I announced, watching Richard's face. Mom gasped. "After your grandfather." Anderson nodded, his voice rough. "After the man who taught me family matters." Richard's expression shifted. Softened into something almost vulnerable. "It is a good name," he said, the words thick. He would have been honored. The party swirled around us for the next 3 hours. Blue frosted cake that stained everyone's teeth. Onesies wrapped in tissue paper, tiny socks, a baseball glove that made Anderson laugh out loud. Henry showing everyone photos of both twins on his phone, while Maxine pretended not to fall asleep in her chair. Mark and Rosalie sneaking kisses, when they thought no one was looking. My mother and Victoria, engaged in what appeared to be an intense discussion about nursery colors. Ben handing around cups of lemonade, like it was his personal mission. Anderson caught my eye across the lawn, his face soft in a way I had only seen in private. "Happy," he mouthed. I nodded. More than happy. Complete. A perfect day. Almost. That night the phone rang. The prosecutor's office. I recognized the number. "Mr. Hayes Cromby, Tina Morrison's sentencing hearing has been scheduled. October 15th. We will need your victim impact statement, submitted by the 8th. I thanked her and hung up. The celebration still echoed through the house, family members trickling home one by one, but I could not hear any of it. I sat down at my laptop and stared at the blank document. What do you say to someone who tried to destroy you? I typed. Deleted. Typed again. Tore pages from my legal pad. Started over. I relived it in waves. The metallic taste of fear in my mouth that day. Hands shaking as I boxed my things. The security guard's eyes boring into me, like I was already convicted. Whispers slicing through the hallway air as I walked out. The way colleagues I had worked beside for years had looked through me like I did not exist. Reporters shouting outside the building, their voices a wall of noise I could not escape. The nights alone, stomach churning, wondering if any firm would ever hire me again. Tina had done that. Tina had orchestrated every bit of it, and she had almost won. Anderson found me at 2 a.m, laptop glowing in the dark living room, face wet with tears I had not noticed falling. You do not have to do this, he said, settling onto the couch beside me. Yes, I do. I wiped my cheeks with my sleeve. For everyone she might target next. He pulled me against his side, warm and solid. My palm pressed warm against the curve of my belly, as Thomas kicked once, twice, like he understood the importance of this moment. I picked up the laptop again. This time the words came. You took my reputation. You took my security. You took months of my life that I will never get back. But you did not take my future. You did not take my family. You only showed me what matters. What really matters. I read it aloud, my voice steady now. Anderson's grip tightened on my shoulder. It is perfect, he said. I saved the document. Closed the laptop. 3 weeks until I faced Tina. I was ready. I had to be.
Chapter 35. Anderson.
Federal Courthouse. 7 months pregnant. Angela looked ready for war. She walked through the security checkpoint in a navy dress that made no attempt to hide the curve of her belly. Her chin was not lifted in that defiant way I had grown to love. She did not need defiance today. She had something better. Certainty. I watched from 3 steps behind as she crossed the marble lobby. Her heels clicked a steady rhythm against the stone floor. No hesitation. No fear. Just my wife, 7 months pregnant with our son, walking into battle like she had already won. Because she had. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. Dark wood paneling. American flag behind the judge's bench. Gallery seats that creaked when people shifted. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a flat, institutional glow. I took my place in the 3rd row, close enough to see her face but far enough to give her space. She did not need me up there. She needed me here. Watching. Believing. Francis sat beside me. He had insisted on coming, though I had not asked. Someone needs to keep you from doing something stupid, he had said this morning. I did not argue. The prosecutor shuffled papers at the front table. Tina sat at the defense bench, flanked by 2 attorneys in expensive suits. She had lost weight since the arrest. Her cheekbones cut sharper angles than I remembered. Her hair, once styled to perfection, was pulled back in a severe ponytail that aged her 5 years. Good. The judge called the session to order. The formalities blurred together. Case numbers. Legal terminology. Motions acknowledged. Then the prosecutor called Angela's name. She rose. One palm rested against the curve of her belly as she moved to the podium. Not nervous. Grounding. Reminding herself what she was fighting for. Mrs. Hayes Cromby, the judge said. You may proceed with your victim impact statement. She did not look at Tina. Not once. She looked at the judge. At the gallery. At me. Then she spoke. You thought you could destroy me. Her voice carried through the room. Clear. Controlled. You were wrong. My chest went tight. You took my reputation. You took my job. You took my sense of safety in a place I had worked for 3 years. She paused. Let the words land. You made me doubt everything I had earned. Every late night, studying for the bar. Every weekend I spent reviewing contracts, instead of visiting my family. Every sacrifice I made to build something that mattered. The courtroom was silent. Not even a cough. You made me wonder if people saw me or just saw your lies. If my colleagues believed the truth or your version of it. If everything I had built could disappear because one person decided I was in her way. Angela's voice never wavered. Not once. But you underestimated me. She paused, let the words settle. You underestimated everyone you hurt. The colleagues whose work you stole. The company you betrayed. The family you tried to tear apart. I watched her stand there, one hand still resting on her belly, and something cracked open in my chest. Not pain. Recognition. This was the woman who had challenged me in a conference room 6 months ago. Who had stood her ground when I tried to intimidate her. Who had called me an arrogant man with a superiority complex to my face, and meant every word. She was unstoppable. I am not just surviving what you did. Angela's gaze swept the room. I am thriving despite it. I passed the bar. I am building a family. I am about to make partner at a firm that values integrity over shortcuts. She turned then. Looked at Tina at last. You did not break me. You showed me just how strong I am. Angela walked back to her seat. The room exhaled. Frances leaned over. One impressive woman you married. I did not take my eyes off her. I know. The judge reviewed documents for what felt like hours, but was closer to 5 minutes. Tina stood at the defense table, her attorney whispering something I could not hear. She nodded once. Twice. Her hands shook. She looked different. Smaller. The tailored suits and polished confidence had been replaced by something desperate. Cornered. Like a predator who had met a trap she could not escape. Miss Morrison. The judge's voice cut through the tension. This court has reviewed the extensive evidence of corporate espionage, fraud and harassment. Your actions caused significant financial and emotional harm to multiple individuals and organizations. Tina's hands gripped the table edge. A tendon flexed in her neck. Her attorney placed a steadying hand on her arm. She shook it off. The evidence shows a pattern of deliberate deception spanning several years. You accessed confidential information without authorization. You falsified records to frame an innocent colleague. You attempted to destroy the career of a woman whose only crime was excellence. The judge removed her glasses. Set them on the bench. Miss Morrison, this court sentences you to 5 years in federal prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. 5 years. I watched her face cycle through shock, then disbelief, then rage. The kind of rage that comes when someone realizes the rules they thought did not apply to them, do. Her mouth opened. She is not who you think. Miss Morrison. The judge's voice sharpened. You will not address this court further. Bailiffs. 2 officers moved forward. Tina tried to turn, tried to catch someone's eye, tried to have the last word she had always counted on having. She did not get it. The door closed behind her. The sound echoed through the courtroom like a period at the end of a very long sentence. Angela exhaled. Her shoulders dropped an inch. Not defeat. Release. Weeks of waiting, wondering, preparing. The 2 in the morning sessions writing and rewriting her statement. The therapy appointments she thought I did not notice. The way she would wake in the night, checking the locks twice. Done. I was at her side the moment she stepped into the hallway. It is over. I took her hand. Is it? Her eyes were distant. Processing. The legal part. Yes. She nodded. Let me pull her close for a moment, my palm spread across her back. Our son kicked against my ribs. Even he seemed to know something had shifted. Let us go home, she said. The pain started 3 hours later. One moment, Angela was curled on the couch in our living room, shoes kicked off, reading briefs like she had not just faced down her enemy in open court. A cup of decaf tea steamed on the table beside her. Our son was quiet for once, settled low in her belly. Normal. Safe. Home. The next moment her face went white. Anderson. I was beside her before she finished saying my name. The briefing papers scattered to the floor. Something is wrong. Her hand pressed low on her belly. Cramping. Sharp. It feels wrong. My chest went tight. Different this time. Not pride. Fear. The kind that reaches into your throat and squeezes. Maxine's delivery flashed through my mind. The cord wrapped around Maya's neck. The monitors spiking. Angela's face afterward, pale and quiet for days. Metallic fear coated my tongue. Hospital. Now. I do not remember the drive. I remember her hand gripping mine so hard her knuckles ached. I remember running 2 red lights and not caring. I remember the emergency entrance and the wheelchair and the way Angela's voice stayed calm even when mine cracked on the word please. 29 weeks, she told the triage nurse. Sharp cramping. Started about 30 minutes ago. No bleeding. No bleeding. I held on to those 2 words like a lifeline. They took her back without hesitation. I followed. No one tried to stop me. The monitoring room was small and cold. Machines beeped. Wires connected Angela to screens showing numbers I did not understand. A nurse strapped a fetal monitor to her belly. Our son's heartbeat filled the room. Steady. Strong. But Angela's face was still pale. Still scared. And for 2 hours, I did not let go of her hand. 2 hours of tests. Blood draws. Ultrasounds. 2 hours of waiting for someone to tell us whether everything we had built was about to collapse. 2 hours of imagining every worst-case scenario I had spent 7 months pretending did not exist. The doctor returned with a clipboard and an expression I could not read. Young. Competent. The kind of calm that came from delivering bad news often enough to master the delivery. Braxton Hicks. She made a note on her chart. Stress-induced. Your body is telling you to slow down, Mrs. Hayes Cromby. Braxton Hicks. Angela repeated the words, like she did not quite believe them. False labor. Common in the 3rd trimester, more so after high-stress events. The doctor's pen tapped the clipboard. Today qualified. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. But I am recommending modified bed rest. Until November 15th at minimum. Limited activity, work from home only. Your body earned a break. Angela's mouth opened. I knew that look. The argument already forming. I have a partnership starting in January. I cannot just. And you will miss it if you deliver at 30 weeks. The doctor's voice softened but held firm. A month of rest now, or months in the neonatal intensive care unit later. Your choice. Angela's head fell back against the pillow. I watched her fight the urge to argue, to negotiate, to find some loophole that would let her keep pushing. She lost. November 15th, she agreed. The words cost her. I brought her fingers to my lips. Kissed her knuckles. Did not trust my voice to say anything yet. We will figure it out, I managed. She looked at me. Her gaze tired but trusting. I know. The phone call came at 9 that night. Angela was propped against pillows in our bed, resting in theory, but reviewing contracts on her laptop in practice. I had given up fighting that battle around hour 2. Some compromises were not worth the energy. Her phone buzzed. Eric's name on the screen. Eric? She answered before I could object. I am fine. False alarm. Braxton Hicks. The baby is perfect. I watched her face as she listened. The tension around her eyes. The way her free hand moved to her belly, fingers spread in protection across the curve. Then something shifted. What? Her voice cracked. Say that again. I moved closer. Ready to take the phone. Ready for bad news. But Angela was not upset. She was crying. Tears streaming down her face, one hand pressed to her mouth, shoulders shaking with something that looked like joy. Junior partner. She choked the words out. Effective January 1st. I heard Eric's voice on the other end. Tinny through the speaker. But the words carried. The partners made the decision weeks ago, Angela. Before any of this. You earned it on merit. Every single one of them voted yes. Even though I am on modified rest? Because of that, even more so. Eric's voice warmed. You proved you are indispensable long before today. This just confirmed it. She laughed through the tears. Hormones and joy and exhaustion all tangled together in a sound I would never forget. I took the phone when she could not speak anymore. Eric, thank you. Take care of her, Anderson. She will not take care of herself. I noticed. I ended the call and pulled Angela against my chest. She buried her face in my shirt, her whole body trembling with the release of everything she had been holding. I knew it, I said into her hair. She laughed. Wet. Broken. Perfect. You did not. I did. From day one. She tipped her head back. Dark eyes searching my face. From day one you thought I was a problem. I thought you were magnificent. I wiped the tears from her cheeks with my thumb. I was right about that too. We stayed like that until her breathing evened. Until the tension drained from her body. Until the day released its grip at last. Trial. Terror. Triumph. All of it fading into the quiet of our bedroom. She fell asleep against my shoulder, laptop forgotten, partnership secured. I listened to the monitor we had brought home from the hospital. The soft, steady rhythm of our son's heartbeat filling the room. The monitor beeped steady. Our son was safe. For now.
Chapter 36. Angela.
You bought what? Anderson's voice cracked. I stood in our living room, arms crossed, trying not to smile. The expression on his face was worth every secret meeting with a real estate attorney. Every document signed while he thought I was napping during bed rest. The adjoining penthouse. I kept my voice casual. I closed last week. His breath caught. For a long moment, he just stared at me like I had grown a second head. How did you? He shook his head. When did you? Been investing my bonuses. Settlement money from the lawsuit. Savings I had before we met. I lifted one shoulder. I am not a kept woman, Anderson. I build too. He did not say anything. A beat passed. Then another. His expression shifted. Not into pride like I had imagined during all those weeks of planning. Into hurt. You did not tell me. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. I wanted to surprise you. By making a major financial decision without me. His voice was quiet. Controlled. Worse than if he had shouted. And there it was. Our first real fight since the wedding. Not about work or family or Tina's ghost hovering over us. About us. About what marriage meant when two people were used to building empires alone. It is my money, I said. I never said it was not. Then what is the problem? The problem is you hid it from me. He stepped closer. We are supposed to be partners, Angela. You and me against everything. That is what we promised. We are partners. My voice rose despite my effort to keep it level. That is why I did this. So we would have equal ground. So I am not just living in your penthouse, raising your child, spending your money while you go off and conquer the world. I never thought of it that way. I did. The admission cost me more than I expected. Old doubt surfaced. The Brooklyn girl, wondering if she would ever truly belong in his world. Every time I ordered something delivered here. Every time I looked around and knew I had not contributed a single square foot to where we lived. I needed to prove I could build something. Not just take from your empire. He rubbed the back of his neck, messing up his collar. I could see him processing. The hurt, fighting with understanding. The businessman in him wanting to admire the move, while the husband felt blindsided. The plan is to connect them, I said, softer now. Knock out walls. Expand for our growing family. A bigger nursery. Room for the chaos we both know is coming. Our family, Anderson. In a home we both built. He was quiet for a long time. Equal partners, I added. That is all I wanted. To stand next to you, not behind you. We argued in circles for hours. About independence. About trust. About what partnership meant when one person's net worth dwarfed the other's. The clock ticked past midnight. Past 1. Thomas kicked and squirmed, as if even he wanted us to figure this out. At 2 in the morning, both of us exhausted, I said what I should have said hours before. I should have told you. My voice cracked. I did not, because I needed to prove I could do it. Build something. Contribute something that was mine. I never doubted you could. I doubted me. The words hung there. Honest. Raw. The version of myself I still fought against, the girl from Brooklyn who sometimes could not believe a man like Anderson Cromby had chosen her. Something shifted in his face. Understanding clicked into place like a lock finding its key. He crossed the space between us and pulled me close, his arms careful around my belly where our son slept. No more surprises this big. Okay. Okay. I paused, unable to help myself. Unless they are good ones. Angela. Fine. Okay. He kissed my forehead. Thomas kicked between us and we both laughed, the tension breaking like ice in spring. It is a good investment, he admitted against my hair. I know. That is why I made it. Thanksgiving at my mother's house in Queens. 30 people crammed into every room. My 5 brothers taking turns interrogating Anderson about his intentions, his income, his thoughts on the Cowboys versus the Giants. He answered every question with patience I did not know he possessed. He survived. Just. During grace, Thomas kicked so hard I gasped. Everyone stopped mid-prayer, 30 pairs of eyes turning to my belly. Even Thomas is hungry, Anderson said. The table erupted in laughter. Mom wiped her eyes with her napkin. Then squeezed her shoulder. Victoria, seated next to my mother, smiled. A real smile. Not the polished society version. Something warm and unguarded. Our first married holiday. Full and grateful and loud and perfect. The first of many to come. The first week of December. Cold and still. I was alone in the penthouse, sorting through baby clothes Maxine had sent over from Maya's newborn days, when the doorman called up. Victoria Cromby, here to see me. No advance warning. No Anderson. My palm rested on the curve of my belly, as I told him to send her up. She looked different outside of formal settings. Softer somehow. Her cashmere coat was gray instead of her usual black. Her hair loose instead of pinned into its typical French twist. I hope I am not intruding. She stood in the doorway, uncertain in a way I had never seen her.
Never.
I stepped aside. Tea. We settled in the living room. Snow fell outside the windows, the city sparkling below us, dressed in early Christmas lights. For a while, we talked about nothing important. The baby. The nursery we had finished painting pale blue. Her flight from Paris next week for the holidays. She asked about the penthouse purchase. I told her about the argument. She laughed, a sound I was still getting used to hearing from her. Richard and I had a similar fight, she said. 30 years ago. I bought a summer house in the Hamptons without telling him. What happened? He did not speak to me for a week. Then he filled it with furniture as a peace offering. She shook her head. Men. I laughed. It felt good to laugh with her. Then she set down her cup. Something in her posture changed. Her shoulders drew in. Her eyes found the snow falling outside. Can I tell you something I have never told anyone? Her voice was strange. Careful. Fragile, in a way that made my chest tighten. Not even Anderson? I went completely still. Of course. Victoria's gaze stayed fixed on the window. The snow. Something far away I could not see. Richard Sr. Anderson's grandfather. She paused. He was leaving his wife the night he died. Anderson's grandmother. The words did not make sense at first. Then they did, and my stomach dropped. Leaving her. I found out years after I married into this family. Old letters. Documents that should have been destroyed. Her voice stayed steady, but her hands trembled around her teacup. Divorce papers. In the car with him. They had been fighting for months. He was going to file in the morning. I could not speak. Could not breathe. He crashed on the way to his attorney's house. Victoria's eyes were wet now, tears she did not try to hide. The papers burned with him. She got the widow's sympathy instead of the divorce settlement. Everyone told her how brave she was. How strong. They sent flowers and cards about their great love story. Her voice dropped. But it was all a lie. And I have carried that secret ever since. The Cromby men, they were not good at love. At marriage. I watched Richard repeat his father's patterns. Cold. Distant. I was terrified Anderson would do the same. Decades. She had carried this secret for decades. No one knows?
No one.
She met my eyes. Not Richard. Not Anderson. No one. Why tell me? Victoria turned to face me. In her eyes I saw something I had never seen before. Not the society matriarch. Not Anderson's guarded mother. Just a woman who had been alone with her secrets for far too long, desperate for someone to see her. Because you are family now. Her voice broke on the word. Real family. And I want you to know why I was so afraid of Anderson getting hurt. Why I was so cold to you at first. Love in this family, it is complicated. It breaks people. I did not want it to break my son. Words failed. Touch spoke instead. I reached for her hand across the space between us. Her fingers were cold, but they gripped mine with surprising strength. The grip of a woman who had been drowning alone, and had found someone willing to see her at last. We will do better, I said. All of us. This generation. The next one. My free hand found my belly. I promise. She nodded. A tear slipped down her cheek. She did not wipe it away. We sat there as the snow fell, two women bound by secrets and love and a family that kept finding ways to break and heal itself. And for the first time, I understood her. December 24th. The penthouse overflowed with people. Both families together, the way it should be. Fire crackling in the hearth. Snow piling up outside, a white Christmas guaranteed. Mark and Rosalie, his hand resting on her back, stealing glances at each other like teenagers. Maxine and Henry with baby Maya, now 3 months old and the center of everyone's attention. Frances and Julia, engaged now, her ring catching the firelight every time she moved. Eric Davidson, laughing at something my mother said, looking younger than his years. Richard and Victoria stood by the mantel, closer than I had ever seen them. Something had softened between them since I had known them. Grandchildren, maybe? Or just time doing what time does? My brothers dominated the couch, arguing about football with Anderson caught in the middle. Ben kept the drinks flowing. Mom orchestrated everything from the kitchen, making sure no one's plate stayed empty for more than 10 seconds. I was 39 weeks pregnant. Any moment now. Since bed rest ended in mid-November, I had been restless. Nesting, Mom called it. Preparing. And earlier in December, I had had another scare. Braxton Hicks hit while I was alone, and for one terrifying hour I had counted minutes and practiced breathing and tried not to panic. When Anderson got home, I was sitting on the bathroom floor timing contractions that had already stopped. False alarm. Again. My body practicing for what was coming. But this was different. Tonight everything felt calm. Settled. Right. Anderson found me by the window, watching the snow blanket the city. Last Christmas is just 2 of us, he said. Next year 3. Or 4. I turned to look at him. Slow down.
Never.
His hand found my belly. Thomas shifted beneath his palm, pressing against his father's touch. I want a house full of kids. I want chaos. I want everything. Ask me again after labor. He laughed. The gathering wound down. Midnight approached. One by one, our guests said their goodbyes. Hugs and kisses, and promises to see each other tomorrow. Victoria held me longer than usual, and I squeezed back, the secret between us strengthening instead of burdening. Then it was just us. The fire had burned low. Snow still fell, silent and endless. The tree lights cast soft shadows across the room, dancing on the walls of our home. The home we had built together. Merry Christmas, Mr. Hayes Cromby. Merry Christmas, Mrs. Hayes Cromby. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in each other's arms as tenderness and love filled the quiet night. Then I felt it. Not the Braxton Hicks that had terrified me 2 weeks ago. Not the false alarm that had me counting minutes on the bathroom floor. This was different. A rush of warmth. A sensation I could not mistake. A beginning I had been waiting for. I looked down at the puddle forming on our hardwood floor. Anderson. He pulled back, still smiling. What? It is time.
Chapter 37. Anderson.
The baby is coming. My voice cracked at 12:03 in the morning on Christmas Day. Angela stood in the middle of our bedroom, her silk nightgown soaked, a puddle forming on the hardwood beneath her bare feet. Her water had broken. We have time. She pressed a palm against the curve of her belly, still so calm it bordered on maddening. First babies take a while. Where is the bag? The bag. By the door. Her voice was patient. Too patient. Where it has been for 3 weeks. I found it. Grabbed my phone. Called Pat. My wife is having a baby. A beat of silence. Then his voice warmed despite the hour. Merry Christmas, sir. On my way. 3 minutes later, another contraction hit. Angela gripped my arm. Her fingers dug in hard enough that I felt it through my sweater. 8 minutes apart. We had time. Everyone said first babies took forever. That did not stop me from wanting to carry her to the elevator. I can walk. You are not walking. Anderson. Angela. She laughed, even through the discomfort. You are going to be impossible through this entire thing, are you not? Completely. Pat had the car running when we reached the lobby. Snow fell in fat, lazy flakes, catching the glow of 1,000 Christmas lights. Every lamppost, every window, every storefront tree sparkled in the darkness. My wife was having our baby. On Christmas Day. A gift neither of us had planned, but both of us had wanted more than we had ever admitted. The drive should have taken 15 minutes. Pat made it in 9. He had been my driver for 6 years. I had never appreciated him more than in that moment. In the car, between contractions, Angela looked at me. That face I knew better than my own. Those dark eyes that had challenged me from the first moment we met in a conference room. The same eyes that had softened over months. That had hardened when I betrayed her. That had forgiven me when I did not deserve it. You are still the most infuriating woman I have ever met. Her lips curved despite the pain. And you still cannot stop catching me. Even now. After everything we had survived. We were still us. The hospital lobby glowed with a massive Christmas tree. Tinsel hung from the nurses' station. Someone had strung lights around a doorframe. Nurses in festive scrubs, some with reindeer headbands, directed us to labor and delivery. A wheelchair appeared. I signed forms. They strapped bracelets to our wrists. And then we were in a room with monitors and beeping machines, and a bed that did not look comfortable enough for what was about to happen. 12:45 in the morning. Admission. 4 centimeters dilated. This was real. The hours blurred together in a haze of waiting and worry. 1 o'clock in the morning. The nurse checked again. Still 4 centimeters. The doctor said we had a long way to go. I called both families. My mother answered on the first ring, as if she had been sitting by the phone. Karen answered on the second. It is happening, I told them both. The baby is coming. The waiting began. I held Angela's hand through every contraction. She squeezed it hard enough to leave marks. I did not care. I would have let her break every bone if it helped. I would have traded places with her if I could. I love you, she said between waves of pain, but I hate you right now. That is fair. You did this to me. Also fair. She almost smiled. Then another contraction hit, and the smile disappeared. Hours passed. The snow kept falling outside the window. Christmas morning arrived without fanfare, just the steady rhythm of contractions and monitors and nurses checking in. Each wave hit Angela harder than the last. She breathed through them. Counted. Gripped the bed rails until her knuckles strained. I felt useless. All I could do was hold her hand and tell her she was strong. 6 o'clock in the morning. 6 centimeters. The anesthesiologist came. Angela had been a warrior for hours, breathing through pain that would have broken me. The epidural was a relief. Her grip on my hand loosened. Her breathing slowed. She even slept for 30 minutes while I watched her, my fingers digging into the armrest of the chair beside her bed. I could not sleep. Could not close my eyes. Could not look away from her face. My phone buzzed. A text from my mother. We are here. Waiting room. Karen too. My mother and Angela's mother. Sitting together. Waiting for the same grandchild. I stepped out to check on them once, around 10. The waiting room had a sad plastic tree in the corner and tinsel strung across the nurse's station. My mother sat in a hard plastic chair, her coat still buttoned. Karen sat beside her, 2 paper coffee cups in her hands. She held one out to my mother. I brought an extra. Figured we would both need it. My mother took it. Her fingers wrapped around the cup. Something shifted between them. He is going to be a good father, Karen said. She was not talking to me. She was talking to my mother, as if I was not there. My mother looked up. Her eyes were tired. Vulnerable, in a way I had seen once before. The night my grandmother died. He already is. The way he looks at her. Your son loves my daughter very much. My son is lucky your daughter gave him a chance. They shared a look. 2 women who came from different worlds, different lives. One from Queens, one from Connecticut. One who cooked Sunday gravy from scratch, one who had never touched a stove. But right now, in this waiting room with its plastic chairs and bad coffee, they were the same. Grandmothers. Waiting. Worrying. Hoping. I went back to Angela. 12 o'clock in the afternoon. 9 centimeters. The pressure in the room changed. Nurses moved with purpose. The doctor appeared. The monitor beeped faster. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The doctor's voice was calm but certain. It is time to push. Angela gripped my hand again. No epidural could dull this part. Her whole body worked. Every muscle. Every breath. Every ounce of strength she had. Sweat soaked her hair, her gown. I wiped her forehead with a cold cloth the nurse handed me. Whispered things I do not remember. The room smelled like antiseptic and effort. Raw. Real. You can do this, I told her. I have to do this. She gasped through the effort. No choice now. You are incredible. Remember that. Push. Breathe. Push. Forever. Always. 10 minutes in, the monitor's beeping changed. Faster. More urgent. The heart rate line on the screen dipped. My chest went tight. The cord. The anatomy scan had shown unusual positioning. The doctor had said it was fine, nothing to worry about. But I had worried anyway. Every night since. The doctor leaned forward, calm but focused. Baby is not loving this position. Angela, I need you to turn onto your left side. The nurses helped her shift. Angela's eyes found mine, asking a question she did not voice. I held her hand tighter. Said nothing. Could not. 2 contractions passed. The longest 2 minutes of my life. I watched that monitor like it held the answers to everything. My grip on the armrest of her bed could have bent steel. Then the heart rate line climbed back up. Steadied. Stayed. The doctor nodded. Perfect. That is much better. Let us keep going. We did. 2:47 in the afternoon. December 25th. One more push. Angela screamed. Her nails dug into my palm. The monitors beeped faster. The doctor's voice stayed calm, steady, certain. Metallic fear coated my tongue, the same taste from every scare before this. I could not see anything except her face, her effort, her strength. Tears ran down my cheeks. I did not try to hide them. Did not care who saw. Then I heard it. A cry. Not hers. Small. Furious. Alive. He is here. The doctor held up a squirming red, perfect human being. Dad, do you want to cut the cord? I did. My hands shook, but I did. The scissors were harder to squeeze than I expected. Or maybe that was just me, trembling with something I could not name. They placed him on Angela's chest. Skin to skin. Pink and screaming. 10 fingers that I counted twice. 10 toes I counted 3 times. A shock of dark hair still wet from birth. So small. So loud. So alive. Thomas Anderson Cromby. 7 pounds 8 ounces. 20 inches. Christmas baby. He is here, Angela whispered. Her voice broke on the second word. He is beautiful. He looks like you. He looks like himself. I leaned down. Close enough to smell him. New and strange and already the most important scent in the world. I touched his tiny hand. He gripped my finger with surprising strength. Like he was holding on. Like he already knew who I was. Something shifted in my chest. Everything I thought I knew about love, about life, about what mattered. All of it rearranged. Made room. Expanded to contain this small, fragile, perfect person who had not existed until now. I had closed billion-dollar deals. I had faced hostile boards and corporate enemies and my own father's disappointment. None of it compared to this. Hello, Thomas. My voice was rough. Cracked? I did not care. We have been waiting for you. He stopped crying. Just for a moment. His eyes, cloudy and unfocused, seemed to search for the sound of my voice. Angela looked up at me. Exhausted, Radiant. Changed in a way I could not name yet, but would spend years learning to understand. We made a person. We made the best person. She laughed. Cried. Both at once. I kissed her forehead. Kissed our son's head. The room was full of nurses and equipment and machines, but it felt like just the three of us. The whole world narrowed to this room. This moment. This family. The families cycled through in the evening. The room filled with the bitter smell of hospital coffee and the creak of plastic chairs being dragged closer to the bed. Flowers appeared on every surface. Balloons with "It is a boy" bobbed against the ceiling. Karen came first. She cried the moment she crossed the threshold. I had never seen anyone move so fast and yet with such care. She held Thomas like he was made of glass and gold, cradled against her chest where she had once held her daughter. My grandson. Her voice shook. My beautiful grandson. Angela watched her mother, and I watched Angela. 3 generations in this room. A chain stretching backward to people we had lost, and forward to people who had not been born yet. My mother came next. She touched Thomas's cheek with one finger. Tentative. Almost afraid of something so small. He has the Cromby nose. Karen smiled through her tears. He has the Hayes stubbornness. Thank God for that, my mother said, and I realized she meant it. My father appeared in the doorway last. The chairman of everything stood there looking uncertain. I had never seen him uncertain in my life. Not in boardrooms. Not in crisis. Never. He crossed to the bed. Looked at Thomas sleeping against Angela's chest. At Angela, exhausted but glowing. At me still tear-stained and not ashamed of it. Well done. Thank you, Father. His eyes met mine. Something moved in them. Something I had waited my whole life to see. Thank her. I turned to Angela. Took her hand. Thank you. For what? Everything. All of it. Him. She smiled. That smile I had fallen for in a conference room a lifetime ago. You are welcome. The families stayed until the nurses kicked them out. Karen kissed Angela's cheek a dozen times. My mother squeezed my shoulder. My father nodded once, and once was enough. Then it was quiet. Just the 3 of us. Thomas slept on Angela's chest. His tiny back rose and fell with each breath. His fingers curled and uncurled in dreams we would never know. I sat in the chair beside the bed. Watched them. My wife. My son. The family I had almost lost. The family I would fight every day to deserve. Quiet settled between us. Not the absence of sound. The monitors still beeped. Nurses still passed in the hallway. Outside, the city celebrated Christmas. But here in this room there was peace. The kind I had never known existed until this woman crashed into my life and refused to leave. I reached out. Touched Angela's hair, pushed a strand from her face. She looked at me with tired, grateful eyes. Merry Christmas, Mrs. Hayes Cromby. Merry Christmas, Mr. Hayes Cromby. We are a family now. We were always a family. She adjusted Thomas, her hand protective on his back. He made a small sound and settled again. Now we are complete. Complete. The word felt right. Full and certain and true. I did not know what the future held. Did not know if I would be good at this father thing. Did not know how to raise a child in a world that had confused me for so long. But I knew I would try. Every single day. For them. My family. 1 year later, everything was different. And exactly the same.
Chapter 38. Angela.
Dada. Thomas's first clear word. Not a babble. Not a half sound. A real word. Anderson cried. I pretended not to notice. My husband, The billionaire chief executive officer who stared down boardrooms and destroyed hostile takeovers, wiped his eyes with his sleeve while our son shoved birthday cake into his face. Thomas turned 1 today. Christmas Day. Again. The brownstone was chaos. Mom racing between the kitchen and dining room, with serving platters she did not need to bring. Victoria arranging napkins that no one would use. Ben and Richard stood near the fireplace, bonding over their shared inability to help with anything domestic. Maxine chased Maya, who chased Thomas, who stumbled on his new walking legs toward the coffee table corner. The photographer arrived at noon. Tried to wrangle everyone into position for a family portrait. Thomas made faces at the camera. Maya refused to sit still. The adults laughed through 12 failed attempts before giving up. Just take the chaos, I told her. That is more honest anyway. She did. The final shot caught Thomas mid-laugh, frosting on his nose. Maya tugging his sleeve. Anderson looking at me instead of the lens. Our perfect mess, frozen forever. He had started walking last month. Barely. More controlled falling than actual steps. But he was determined. I have got him. I scooped Thomas up before he face-planted into the table edge. Frosting smeared across my sweater. Blue and white. His favorite colors, apparently. He had made that clear by rejecting every other combination we had offered. Stubborn. Wonder where he gets that. His vocabulary was growing too. Dada. Mama. No. Especially no. That one he had mastered. 1 year. 12 months since he changed everything. I watched him laugh, frosting in his dark hair, and remembered. 6 months ago. 3 in the morning. The shower running so no one could hear me cry. Thomas would not latch. My body felt like a stranger's. I was so tired I forgot my own middle name during a work call. Breastfeeding was supposed to be natural. Beautiful. The book said so. The lactation consultants said so. Everyone said so. They lied. I sat on the shower floor and sobbed until my throat hurt. Anderson found me. Wrapped a towel around my shoulders. Did not say anything. Just sat with me on the cold tile until the water ran cold. That was the night I called for help. Started therapy. Let someone teach me that good enough was enough. It took months to find my way back. To myself. To them. To a version of motherhood that was not perfect but was mine. Now, watching Thomas shove smash cake into his mouth like it was a competitive sport, it was worth it. Every shower breakdown. Every 3 anti-meridium feeding. Every moment I thought I could not do this. He is perfect. Mom appeared beside me, flour on her cheek from the second batch of cookies no one asked for. He is a mess. That is what perfect looks like at 1. Thomas grabbed a fistful of frosting and held it toward me. Mama. I ate it. Of course I did. You exceeded every expectation. Eric raised his glass. The party had wound down. Just family now, scattered across the living room. Kids asleep in various corners. Adults nursing coffee and wine. I had high expectations, I said. He laughed. That warm sound made me grateful he had never doubted me. Even when everyone else did, he believed in me. Junior partner. Official since January 1st. My name on the letterhead. My opinion in the room where decisions got made. 3 major cases won this year. Insurance fraud that saved a family their life savings. Corporate negligence that held a construction company accountable. A wrongful termination suit that made the front page of the business section and set new precedent for whistleblower protections. I had argued that last one 8 months pregnant. The opposing counsel kept staring at my belly, like he expected me to go into labor on the courtroom floor. I used his distraction against him. And next month? Eric prompted. Hayes Cromby Legal. Launching in January. My own division within the firm. My own practice. My name on the door. 6 attorneys, 3 paralegals, and a mission statement I had written myself. Not Cromby Legal. Not the billionaire's wife's vanity project. Not charity. Hayes Cromby. Equal parts both. You proved something this year. Eric's voice was quiet. Serious. To every woman watching. Every new mother who thinks she has to choose between career and family. I did not prove anything. I just refused to pick. That is what proving something looks like, Angela. I thought about the nights I had stayed up writing briefs after Thomas fell asleep. The conference calls I had taken from the nursery, muted, while he cried against my shoulder. The guilt that never went away. The pride that now matched it. I looked across the room. Anderson was holding Thomas, showing him the snow outside the window. Thomas kept pointing, babbling sounds that were not quite words yet. Anderson explained anyway. The weather. The city. The world that would be his. Balance. I had found it. Somehow. Not easy. Never easy. Never would be. But possible. Proven possible. 2 days after the party. Late December. Mom and Victoria took Thomas for the night. Their first overnight grandparent duty. I had packed 17 changes of clothes and a 3-page instruction sheet. We raised children too, Victoria had said, amused. We will manage. Go. Mom shoved me toward the door. Be young. Remember what your husband looks like without spit up on his shoulder. Oreo. Our restaurant. The place where he had proposed 18 months ago. Where we had celebrated every milestone since. We sat in our usual booth. Candles on the table. The same waiter who always remembered that I hated onions and Anderson always ordered the steak medium rare. His thumb traced circles on my palm. Slow. Deliberate. The same motion he had used that first night in the storage room. Before everything got complicated, and then beautiful. Stop looking at me like that, I said. Like what? Like you are planning something. I am always planning something. It is what keeps you interested. I laughed. The sound surprised me. When was the last time I had laughed without a baby monitor in my pocket? Dinner passed in a blur of wine I could drink again, and conversation was not interrupted by a 1-year-old's demands. We talked about work. About the firm expansion. About Thomas's new words and his terrible, wonderful stubbornness. Normal things. Couple things. But the air between us changed. Somewhere between dessert and the check. His eyes darkened. My breath hitched. That current between us, the one that had been buried under diapers and exhaustion for months, sparked back to life. We barely made it to the car. The penthouse was quiet. City lights scattered across the bedroom floor. No baby monitor blinking on the nightstand. No tiny sounds from the nursery. Just us. I kissed him first. Pushed him back against the closed door. My hands tangled in his hair. His fingers dug into my hips. I missed this. Missed us. My body changed now. Stretch marks streaked like silver lightning across my stomach. Hips spread wider. Breasts grew heavier and fuller from a year of feeding our son. I worried in those raw 3 ante-meridium moments. He would not crave me the same. The hunger in his eyes would fade under exhaustion and new curves. I was so wrong. You are beautiful. He said the words against my throat. I am tired and still have cake frosting residue somewhere. Beautiful. He said the words like a promise. And I will show you tonight. I laughed into his mouth. He drank the sound. We stumbled to the bed. Clothes hit the floor. Everything else gone. He loomed over me. Eyes turned dark with desire. Breath came ragged. His fingers traced the silver lines on my belly. He claimed every mark. My chest tightened. These scars. This softer stomach. The body did not snap back. These are my favorite. They are scars, Anderson. They are proof. His voice was low and reverent. Proof this perfect body gave me my son. He lowered his mouth to my skin, pressing gentle kisses along each mark, showing me with touch what words could not fully convey. In that moment, they gave themselves fully to the depth of their connection, rediscovering each other with tenderness and passion, losing the night in each other's arms. When they finally lay tangled together, breathless and content, I felt more like myself than I had in 12 months. We are still us, I whispered. Better than us. His arms tightened around me. I pressed my face into his chest. And for the first time in a year, I slept through the night. 3 weeks later. Late January. The nausea hit first. That familiar rolling in my stomach, that had nothing to do with what I had eaten. Then the exhaustion. Bone deep tired, that was not Thomas's fault. I knew these symptoms. The test sat on the bathroom counter. White plastic. Pink lines. 2 of them. Clear as day. The doctor had warned me. Fertility could return without warning, after breastfeeding stopped. Between the healing and the exhaustion and the sheer impossibility of finding time, I had thought we were safe. Until we were not. I stared at those 2 lines for a long time. Ran the math. Christmas. New Year's Eve. Our date night. Anderson walked in. Suit jacket off, tie loosened. Home from work early for once. He stopped when he saw my face. What is wrong? I held up the test. He froze. Stared. Processed.
Again? Again.
His face cycled through emotions faster than I could track. Surprise. Joy. Something that looked like terror. 2 under 2. He said it like he was running risk calculations in his head. Like this was a merger he had not prepared for. We have done harder things. Have we? I thought about it. The trial. The scandal. Richard's threats. Tina's sabotage. The year of learning how to be parents, while building an empire and not losing ourselves. We will learn. He crossed the room in 3 steps. Pulled me against his chest. His palm found my stomach, flat against the space where our second child had already started growing. When? September. Maybe October. He laughed. A real laugh. Then kissed me so hard I forgot to be terrified. Thomas is going to be a big brother. Thomas can barely walk. Then he has 9 months to figure it out. I leaned into him. Let him hold me. Let myself feel the wonder instead of the fear. This time, I knew exactly what I was getting into.
Chapter 39. Anderson.
2 under 2. I repeated it like a prayer. Or a warning. Angela laughed from the bathroom doorway, one hand resting on the curve of her belly that already showed at 10 weeks. Her body remembered what mine was still trying to process. Thomas tugged at my pant leg. 13 months old. Walking better every day. Talking in fragments that somehow made perfect sense. Demanding attention, like the tiny dictator he was born to be. Da-da. Up. I lifted him, balancing my son on one hip while my wife, my pregnant wife again, watched us with tired eyes and the smile that still undid me. We are insane, I said. Completely. Your mother cried when we told her. She cries at everything now. Grandmother hormones. Angela crossed to us, pressed a kiss to Thomas's cheek, then mine. Your mother offered to send her baby nurse from the Hamptons. Of course she did. I said yes. I blinked. You said yes? I am not stupid, Anderson. 2 under 2. We need all the help we can get. My father started a college fund that afternoon. Did not call. Just sent the paperwork. His love language had always been money and silence. I understood it better now. The months blurred after that. Doctor's appointments where everything measured right on track. Nursery expansion that turned our spare room into organized chaos. Thomas learning to point at Angela's belly and say baby with a toddler's absolute certainty. Baby, he would announce to strangers in the grocery store. To our mail carrier. To the dog walker who had no idea what to say. Baby, he would whisper at night, patting Angela's stomach with sticky hands. Some days felt impossible. Most days felt like both. March arrived before we were ready. Hayes Cromby Legal. The sign went up on a Tuesday. Gold letters on mahogany. Her name first. My name second. I stood in the doorway of her office in her division of the firm she had helped build, and watched her direct 2 paralegals. She reviewed a contract with one hand, eating crackers with the other to settle the morning sickness that had returned with a vengeance. Pregnant. Running a law firm. Raising a toddler. Somehow still sleeping 6 hours a night. How are you doing this? The question escaped before I could stop it. Angela looked up. Showing now, the swell of her belly visible beneath her blazer. Glowing and exhausted and certain of herself. I genuinely do not know. A tendon flexed in her neck as she stretched, rolling out the tension that lived there now. But I am doing it. Full circle. That is what struck me, standing there watching her command the room. 2 years ago, she had stood on a conference table and shouted at a speakerphone, fighting for respect she should not have had to earn. She had wanted to make partner. She had done more. She had made her own firm. Not Cromby Legal. Not the CEO's wife's vanity project. Hayes Cromby. Equal parts both. You are incredible, I said. I am aware. But her smile softened, losing its professional edge. Thank you for believing in this. I believe in you. The rest was inevitable. Some days were magic. Some days she cried in the supply closet from exhaustion. Most days were both. But she was doing it. On her terms. In her name. June. Mark and Rosalie's wedding. Angela stood beside Rosalie at the altar, 6 months pregnant, glowing and uncomfortable in lavender silk that had been altered 3 times. Matron of honor. She had cried when Rosalie asked. I watched from the second row, Thomas squirming on my mother's lap, and remembered a different version of myself. One who had seen Mark as competition. As a threat to something I had not yet admitted I wanted. Now he was family. The reception was chaos. Good chaos. Thomas discovered cake and decided it was his new religion. I watched Mark across the room, laughing with his new bride. Angela appeared at my elbow, champagne in hand. I was jealous of him once, I admitted. The champagne made me honest. I know. You knew. You are not subtle. She took my hand. Fingers digging into the fabric of my jacket sleeve, but gentle. Teasing. We danced. Slow. Careful of the belly between us. I did not step on her feet anymore. 2 years of practice. 2 years of her patient counting. 2 years of becoming someone who deserved her. The baby kicked against my palm when I pulled her close. 2 months, she murmured against my shoulder. 2 months. September came early. So did Sophia. 3 weeks early. 4 hours of labor. Her body remembered this too. Faster. More efficient. Still brutal. I held Angela's hand and said nothing useful. Just stayed. Counted contractions. Wiped her forehead with a damp cloth the nurse handed me. That was enough now. I had learned that lesson with Thomas. At 3:47 in the afternoon, the room filled with a sound I had heard before but hit just as hard. A cry. Small but fierce. Words failed. Touch spoke instead. I pressed my forehead to Angela's, both of us crying, both of us wrecked and grateful and overwhelmed. Sophia Rose Cromby. 6 pounds 2 ounces. Small but perfect. No complications. No NICU. Just a tiny human with her mother's determination and, I was sorry to say, my nose. She is beautiful, Angela whispered. She is ours. 2 under 2. 2 under 2. Thomas met his sister the next morning. 20 months old now. Full sentences. Opinions about everything from breakfast choices to sock colors. He climbed onto the hospital bed with Karen's help and studied the bundle in Angela's arms. Pointed. Baby? Your baby's sister. Sophia. My baby. Yes. I settled beside them, careful, so careful. Yours too. He considered this. Touched Sophia's tiny hand with one sticky finger. She gripped it and something crossed his face. Wonder, maybe. Or the beginning of understanding. My baby, he repeated. Ownership established. Matter closed. Angela laughed. I laughed. Sophia slept through the whole thing, unbothered by the chaos she had been born into. Karen cried in the corner. My mother took at least 40 photographs. My father stood by the window, pretending he was not emotional, fooling no one. Our chaos. Our family. Our beautiful, impossible, expanding life. 2 became 4. And we were just getting started.
Chapter 40. Angela.
Mommy, is Daddy really a billion-dollar man? Thomas's question made everyone laugh. Even Alexander, who did not understand the joke. He just liked laughing when his big brother talked. At 2 years old, everything Thomas did was worth copying. Yes, baby, I said, wiping maple syrup from Sophia's chin with one hand while blocking Alexander from throwing another fistful of cereal with the other. Daddy is a billion-dollar man. Then how come he cannot make the pancakes the right way? More laughter. Anderson shot our 5-year-old a look of betrayal across the breakfast chaos. The pancakes are fine, Anderson said, spatula in hand, another batch smoking on the griddle behind him. They are not round. Thomas held up Exhibit A, with the confidence of a prosecutor presenting damning evidence. This one looks like a shoe. It is abstract art. It is a shoe, Daddy. Sophia tugged my sleeve. Mommy, I want the purple fork. You have the purple fork, sweetheart. The other purple fork. There is only one purple fork. Her lip trembled. 4 years old and already a master negotiator. She had learned from the best. Maybe Uncle Mark has a purple fork at his house, I offered. We could ask him at brunch. The trembling stopped. Crisis averted. For now. Alexander chose this moment to dump his sippy cup over his head. Milk dripped down his face and onto his high chair tray. He found this hilarious, giggling as the cold liquid ran into his ears. Alexander Benjamin Cromby, I said, but I could not keep the smile from my voice. Anderson descended the stairs in his suit, tie perfect, hair somehow already destroyed by the morning's madness. He had been awake for 2 hours, had showered and dressed with Chief Executive Officer precision, and looked like he had been wrestling bears. Welcome to parenthood times 3. Almost 4. Dada. Alexander reached sticky milk-covered hands toward his father. And Anderson, billion-dollar man, Chief Executive Officer of Cromby Industries, master of hostile takeovers and international negotiations, melted. He crossed to our youngest son and lifted him without hesitation, accepting the milk and cereal embrace against his pristine suit jacket. Thomas made a face. Now you smell like breakfast. I like breakfast, Anderson said, pressing a kiss to Alexander's wet head. His suit would need changing. The dry cleaner knew us by name at this point. Anderson did not care. He never had. From the moment Thomas was born on Christmas Day nearly 6 years ago, he had chosen sticky hands and chaos over pristine suits and silence. How did we get here? I asked. The question came out before I could stop it. I stood in the kitchen of our brownstone, coffee in hand, belly prominent with baby number 4 at 5 months along. 3 children creating beautiful destruction around us. January light streaming through the windows we had replaced last year after Sophia's baseball incident. Anderson looked at me over Alexander's head. That look. The one that still made my pulse jump after all these years. Blue eyes holding mine with the same intensity they had had in that conference room, a lifetime ago. You fell off a conference table. I was pushed. You were magnificent. I laughed. Some memories never faded. Standing on that table in my sensible heels, defending Eric against this man I had thought I hated. Losing my balance. His arms catching me before I hit the floor. You caught me. Best catch of my life. Sophia found her other purple fork. It was in the dishwasher, covered in yesterday's spaghetti sauce. She declared it acceptable after careful examination. Thomas finished his shoe-shaped pancake. Asked for another. Changed his mind and wanted cereal instead. Alexander rubbed more milk into Anderson's shoulder while babbling about trains. Or trucks. The pronunciation was similar at two. And I stood there, 38 years old, managing partner of Hayes Cromby Legal for 3 years now, mother of almost 4, married for nearly 6 years, and wondered how a single moment of chaos had led to all this beautiful chaos. None of it according to plan. All of it better than any plan could have been. Anderson. Sunday brunch meant 30-plus people crammed into the brownstone. I had given up, trying to understand how they all fit. Angela performed some kind of spatial magic I had never mastered. Chairs materialized from storage. Tables multiplied in configurations that seemed to defy physics. Food appeared in quantities that could feed a small army. Which, given our combined families, was what we had become. I watched from the corner, coffee in hand, as our families merged around us. The same way they had been merging for years now. The walls between Hayes and Cromby, between Italian warmth and old money reserve, had crumbled long ago. Karen and Ben held court in the living room. They had just returned from Portugal, their 4th country this year. Retirement suited them. Ben told stories about Lisbon markets and sardine festivals, while Karen added Italian commentary and hand gestures that nearly took out a lamp. My mother caught the lamp. Set it straight. Did not miss a beat of conversation. That was new. Victoria Cromby, catching falling objects in a crowded room, laughing with her in-laws. The grandchildren had done that. 5 and counting, had cracked open something in my mother that decades of society functions never could. My father sat on the floor. The floor. Richard Cromby, 71 years old, former chief executive officer, man who had once told me love was weakness, sat cross-legged on an antique rug while his grandchildren climbed over him like a jungle gym. Thomas and Maya Carter built some kind of elaborate fort from throw pillows and couch cushions. Maya's twin sister helped, handing over cushions like a construction foreman. They had been best friends since birth, all of them. Born weeks apart, raised together, co-conspirators in every scheme. Sophia directed Alexander and Francis's 3-year-old twins in a different game with rules that seemed to change every 30 seconds. She was the producer and director. They were the players. None of them seemed to mind. My father let Sophia put a tiara on his head. He did not remove it. He wore it for the rest of brunch, discussing business with Eric Davidson while looking like a fairy princess. Eric, to his credit, never mentioned it. Mark and Rosalie arrived late, her hand on her swollen belly. Their second. Mark caught my eye across the room and nodded. We had come far from competitors to this. From men who had circled Angela like rivals, to brothers by choice. Francis and Julia corralled their 3-year-old twins while Eric Davidson, honorary grandfather to the entire chaotic assembly, showed Thomas some kind of card trick that I was certain violated basic physics. 58 years old and still practicing law. Still mentoring young attorneys at the firm Angela now ran. Still the man who had helped shape everything good in our lives. My father found me during the dessert rush, when Karen's tiramisu competed with Victoria's lemon tart for the children's attention. I was wrong. His voice low for my ears only. About all of it. This confession had become ritual. He said it often. Monthly at least. Sometimes weekly. Every time he watched Angela with our children. Every time he saw what we had built. I know. About Angela. About the marriage. About what I thought mattered. He paused. About Thomas. About all of them. I know. I will keep saying it. I know that too. My mother joined us. Took my father's arm. Something had shifted between them in these years. The grandchildren, maybe. Or just time wearing down old walls. They touched more now. Laughed more. Spent less time at functions and more time on this floor covered in grandchildren. You chose well, she said to me. And she chose well. I know. I watched Angela across the room. Surrounded by our children, our family, our impossible, improbable life. Laughing at something Karen said. One hand resting on her belly. Thomas tugging her other hand toward the fort he wanted to show her. I knew. Angela. Monday morning. The conference room at Hayes Cromby Legal gleamed in the winter light. 12 stories up, Manhattan spread beyond the windows. The same view. The same room. Different world. A young woman stood near the windows, nervous energy visible in every line of her body. First day. New associate. Fresh from law school with dreams bigger than her experience. I remembered that feeling with perfect clarity. This is where it started. I ran my hand along the conference table. The same one. I had insisted on keeping it when we renovated the space 4 years ago. Anderson thought I was sentimental. He was not wrong. My first day at Davidson and Associates, I was standing right here. She looked at me, uncertain whether this was a test. On a conference table, actually. I smiled at her confusion. Long story. On a conference table? I was defending someone I believed in. The chief executive officer of the acquiring company was being dismissive. Things got heated. I shrugged, remembering the fury and the fire and the fall. I may have climbed onto this table to make my point heard. Her eyes went wide. And you did not get fired? Almost. I thought of Anderson's face that day. The shock. The anger. The first spark of something neither of us recognized yet. But no. Instead, I got everything. I do not understand. You will. I gestured around the room. Hayes Cromby Legal. 6 attorneys now, growing every year. My name on the door. My vision made real. Do not be afraid to take up space. I am sorry. I mean it. Literally and figuratively. I met her eyes, saw myself in them. Stand on tables when you need to. Speak louder when they try to silence you. Take up space in rooms where people expect you to shrink. She processed this. I watched understanding dawn. You are going to face people who underestimate you, I continued. Who assume you do not belong. Who try to make you smaller. I touched the table again. This table taught me something. Sometimes, you have to be willing to look ridiculous to be heard. Sometimes, you have to risk everything for what you believe in. What happened? She asked. After the table? I fell off. I laughed at her expression. Lost my balance, fell right off. But someone caught me. She waited. And that catch changed everything. I straightened, feeling the baby move inside me. Full circle. But it only changed everything because I was willing to climb up in the first place. She stood a little taller. The legacy extending. Another generation. Another beginning. Welcome to Hayes Cromby Legal, I said. We stand on tables here. Metaphorically speaking. She smiled. The nervous energy shifted to something brighter. From conference tables to courtrooms to corner offices. From a fall that changed everything to a firm that bore both our names. Full circle. Anderson. Evening descended on the city. The children were asleep. Thomas had required 3 stories and 2 glasses of water. Sophia had negotiated for an extra 10 minutes of reading time. Alexander had collapsed after his bath, exhausted by the day. The silence felt sacred after the day's chaos. I found Angela on the terrace, wrapped in a heavy blanket, January air cold against our faces. The city lights spread before us like scattered diamonds. The same view we had shared 100 times. It never got old. She leaned back against me when I joined her. I wrapped my arms around her from behind, one palm resting warm against the curve of her belly. 5 months along. Baby number 4 moved beneath my hand, already making their presence known. Nearly 6 years, I said. Since the conference table. Since you called me an arrogant man with a superiority complex. She laughed, the sound warming the cold air between us. You were. Still am. Sometimes. I know. She turned her head, looking up at me. Dark eyes reflecting city lights. I love you anyway. Anyway. Especially. She bit her lip, that gesture that still undid me after all these years. I love you especially. The city hummed below us. Cold January air bit at our exposed faces. But warm woman in my arms, life we had built together from an arrangement, an accident, a choice. You caught me, she said. When I fell. Best catch of my life. You have said that before. It keeps being true. I turned her face to mine. Her eyes held something deeper than city reflections. Something that had grown from enemies to romantic partners to parents, to this. Whatever this was. Everything. Angel. The word came out soft. Sacred. The 5th time in nearly 6 years. Her breath caught. She knew what it meant. Every time I had used it. On our wedding night, when she had looked at me in that dress and I had forgotten how to speak. Holding Thomas for the first time, tiny and perfect and terrifying. That moment after Sophia was born, when she had looked at me through exhaustion, and I had felt the world remake itself around us. 5 times. Each one earned. Each one true. We gave ourselves to the moment, losing the night in each other's arms. 41 and 38. 4 children with another on the way. Empires built. Family created. Mountains moved and walls broken down. None of it according to plan. All of it perfect. Angela and Anderson. The family photo sat on the mantel above the fireplace. We stood before it together, his arm around me, the house quiet at last. Outside, the city never slept. Inside, our children dreamed of forts and purple forks and shoe-shaped pancakes. The photographer had tried her best. Truly she had. 3 children, chaos and a pregnancy had conspired against posed perfection. In the frame, Thomas making a face at the last second, tongue out, eyes crossed. He had held the pose for 8 shots. On the 9th, mischief won. Sophia posing with practiced precision, chin lifted, smile camera ready. Our 4-year-old future chief executive officer. Alexander mid-cry, face red with toddler fury because someone had taken his truck. The truck was visible in the corner of the frame. Thomas was holding it. And us. Me laughing at the disaster, caught mid-motion trying to restore order that would never exist. Anderson looking at me instead of the camera, that soft expression he wore when he thought no one was watching. Imperfect. Complete. Ours. Our $1 billion arrangement, I said. He pulled me closer, hand still warm on my belly. Turned into something worth infinitely more. A family built on love. Not contracts. I held up my hand. The ring caught the light. The same ring from that day in his office, when we had agreed to pretend. The same commitment, transformed by years and tears and triumphs into something real. Well, one contract. He smiled. That smile. The one I had hated, then loved, then built a life around. The one that still made me feel like I was standing on a conference table, about to fall. Knowing he would catch me. The only contract that mattered.
The end. This has been Billionaire Boss, a secret baby office romance, written by J.L. Fox, narrated by Google Play, auto-narrated audiobook, copyright 2026 by J.L. Fox. All rights reserved.